The guild employee calmly completed the registration procedure, carefully handed the new adventurer a copper identification token, and expressed her sincere hope for his future success in this difficult and challenging profession. Meanwhile, Rorin, a swordsman who had joined the ranks of adventurers at the lowest rank, copper rank, was amazed to realize that this moment had finally arrived, even though he hadn't expected it to actually happen. Despite his inner resistance and some regret, he could not change anything, because reality left him little choice, especially in his financial situation. He was completely penniless and saw no other way to survive. His mind was spinning with thoughts about how he had come to be at the doors of the Adventurers Guild in this city. To comprehend what was happening, he mentally went back a few days, remembering how it all began. From his earliest childhood, his life had been inextricably linked with the mercenary squad in which he grew up. Throughout all these years, he remained in this combat team, carrying out missions and fighting side by side with his comrades. The unit moved with the wars, taking part in countless victories and no less frequent defeats. During his time as a mercenary, Rorin had seen a lot in his life and gained a lot of experience. But even such seemingly time-hardened groups eventually fall apart, and now their squad had come to an end. They entered into a battle that should have been an easy and predetermined victory, but by a twist of fate, it ended in an unexpected and heavy defeat. He miraculously escaped death in that battle, and, having escaped, he found himself completely cut off from his former comrades. Wandering alone, he eventually reached this city and found himself in front of the building that housed the local Adventurers Guild. He knew well that adventurers were essentially the same traveling hired hands as mercenaries, only with a slightly different approach to work. To join the guild, all you had to do was pay a fee. No one would check your background, past, or intentions. Thanks to this, anyone could become an adventurer, no matter who he was before. All he had left of his property was the armor he wore, a huge two-handed sword and a few silver coins. He simply didn't want to wander aimlessly through the streets and roads. Meanwhile, there were quite a few requests to complete various tasks in the guild: killing monsters, collecting herbs and items, exploring new territories, cleaning, escorting, and this is only a small part. Adventurers were supposed to be generalists who could handle a wide variety of tasks. He could only do tasks that were allowed for copper rank, which limited his options considerably. In addition, he was completely alone, without the support of his comrades. And although his fighting skills were still at their best, he realized that even simple tasks alone were becoming dangerous. He wondered if he should even take on the simple task of cleaning the ditches. At that moment, a man appeared nearby, noticed his thoughts, and asked if he was looking for a job. The interlocutor concluded that Rorin, being an experienced swordsman, seemed confused and could not decide on the choice of task. He explained that their group was short on people for the front lines, although overall there were enough members. Rorin internally noted that if he were still a mercenary, he would immediately refuse such an offer. He knew that a mercenary was only a temporarily hired fighter, free in his decisions, but at the same time, without guarantees and support in battle. In such conditions, the lack of reliable cover from behind could easily lead to death. That's why mercenaries usually choose their employers with caution, carefully observe their surroundings, and only then decide on cooperation. But sometimes there are exceptions, especially in a situation where a fighter has no money at all. The man added that the reward for completing the task as part of a group would be significantly higher than if you worked alone. Rorin clarified what kind of task they would have to complete. He was pleased with the interest shown and said that there was a new member in their group, and they planned to complete the task as a group of 5. He offered to introduce all the participants, starting with the fact that Rorin would now be with him in the vanguard. Rorin briefly and politely expressed his pleasure at meeting them. The first to be introduced was a girl named Nilon, who turned out to be the interlocutor's childhood friend and dreamed of becoming a real adventurer. She was a thief and belonged to the copper rank of the guild. Then the next member was introduced, a mage named Okusi, whom they met on the day of their guild registration and immediately formed a group. Okusi was also a copper-ranked adventurer. It was clarified that she could use magic 3 times a day. Rorin wondered internally if that was really something special. Then the man asked the last participant to introduce herself. She turned out to be a priestess named Lapis, who serves the god of knowledge and had only recently received her appointment, so she did not have much experience yet. Lapis expressed her hope for a successful joint mission. Rorin responded by confirming that he intended to cooperate. It was also mentioned that they had met Lapis after arriving in the city, and were counting on her divine spells. Lapis herself modestly noted that she could only use magic twice a day. Rorin thought to himself that this didn't sound so impressive anymore, and still left him with doubts. The man who called himself the leader of the group introduced himself as Sif, and confidently declared that he would one day be called a hero. He was a copper-ranked swordsman and adventurer. Nelon added with delight that Sif was the strongest man in the world. He asked her not to praise him so excessively, because he was embarrassed. Because, according to him, he was modest, as befits a hero. He was pleased that the newcomer was now with them, and offered to tell the story of his journey. He recalled how, at the age of 6, he found records about the hero in the archives, and this greatly influenced his fate. Inwardly, Rorin noted that the composition of the group seemed quite balanced, but at the same time, he realized with interest that, besides him and Sif, the group was only girls. There were almost no women among the mercenaries, but not because of weakness, but for other reasons. Therefore, he saw no difficulty in this. However, he had a feeling that Sif's story could go on for a long time. Several dozen minutes passed, filled with detailed narration. In conclusion, Sif stated that it was then that he decided that he too would become a hero. Rorin reminded them that it would be a good idea to discuss the mission itself. Nalan intervened, animating that the most interesting part was yet to come, and that Sif's story should not be interrupted. Rorin thought to himself that in a group where there were girls, there might be special difficulties in relations between men and women. He realized that he was not only involved in a potentially dangerous mission, but also in a rather difficult group from a social point of view. Rorin, with a businesslike and straightforward expression on his face, reminded them that the group had never moved on to discussing the mission itself, which he felt should have been done. He openly admitted that he had lost his previous job and now, left without a source of income, he would like to focus on real work rather than chatter. He expressed his intention to discuss any proposals that came his way, because now it was vital for him to get down to work, and he could not afford to waste time on unnecessary conversations, especially since it was irrational to postpone the discussion of the matter. After this, Sif, slightly surprised, agreed with Rorin's logic, and admitted that since they were able to find common ground, it was indeed time to move on to the essence of the task. However, Nalan suddenly intervened in the conversation, expressing doubts about the need to include Rorin in their group. She reminded him that he was a former mercenary, and expressed concern about whether it would be safe and wise to travel alongside a man who would do anything to earn money. Thinking out loud, she wondered if the presence of such a man would cause problems in the group. Rorin mentally noted that this perception of mercenaries was all too familiar to him, as society often viewed such fighters through a prism of bias and mistrust. Sif, remaining calm, reminded Nalan that she herself had agreed that the group was lacking a vanguard fighter and Rorin was the perfect fit for the role. Nalan, somewhat hesitantly, confirmed that she had agreed, but added that perhaps they should look for another candidate. Okusi, joining the conversation, argued that in their situation, it was highly unlikely that an adventurer of the appropriate level would join an inexperienced group with neither a name nor achievements. Rorin's presence has its advantages. Even though he has no experience as an adventurer, he has real combat experience, which is important. Sif turned to Lapis to hear her opinion about the new member. Lapis thoughtfully said that she did not think Rorin was a bad person and did not distrust him. Nalan immediately noted with irony that such an opinion of Lapis was most likely connected with her past in the priesthood, where few had any idea about mercenaries. To this, Lapis replied that she really had no opportunity to learn anything detailed about the mercenaries in the church, but she judged Rorin based on his appearance and behavior. Rorin calmly reminded everyone that being in the band was not a permanent commitment, but rather a one-time job, and so temporary inconveniences were entirely acceptable. Safe, sensing that the objections had weakened, expressed his desire for Rorin to officially join the group, after which he announced the nature of the upcoming mission. The point was to destroy the goblins that had settled in the forest near a village located 3 days' journey to the east. Nalan clarified that the village was called Ain, and suggested that they might be able to abandon the current request and try to get a more lucrative quest there. Okusi clarified that this could be a request to explore recently discovered ruins, but the guild usually only offers this type of task to proven and more experienced groups. Nalan regretfully noted that in that case, their group would always get only the cheapest and lowest paying jobs. Sifei, without losing confidence, stated that they would complete the tasks that were available and show a decent result, after which the guild would offer them more serious missions. Rorin, hearing this, inquired how many goblins there were in the forest and how big their gang was. Sif admitted that there is no exact data, as the villagers, having encountered goblins during hunting, immediately fled. He added that it does not matter how many goblins are in the forest, because, in his opinion, such opponents do not pose a serious threat. Seife concluded the discussion by saying that, if there were no questions left, the group should set out tomorrow. Rorin wanted to make sure they were sure of this decision, but Sif had already given the order to prepare for the journey, emphasizing that they were to assemble at the eastern gate the following morning. Rorin mentally calculated that he would need to stock up on food for 3 days and find a place to spend the night, but he didn't have enough money to buy medicine. The next day, he arrived at the eastern gate before the others and noted that none of his comrades had yet appeared. One of the guards, noticing him, asked if he had met him before and if he was connected with some local affairs. Rorin replied that he was simply waiting for his comrades, since they had to set out early in the morning. The guard noticed that he could no longer sleep and was tired of standing still, since he had been on guard duty since dawn. He noted that Rorin looked tired and asked if he had managed to get a good rest. He admitted that he had not been able to get a full rest. The guard expressed regret about this, adding that the day would be difficult, and suggested a little chat to somehow brighten up the wait, since he himself was bored. He clarified whether Rorin was in this city for the first time, calling it Cafe. Rorin, hearing this, asked if the city was really called that, which surprised the guard. He was surprised to see that Rorin had arrived here without even knowing the name of the city, which seemed strange to him. Rorin replied that certain events had simply happened to him that had brought him here suddenly. The guard took this with understanding, and added that although Kafi was not the capital, it was a very nice and warm city with good food and kind people. He called Kafi his hometown and asked where Rorin had spent the night before. He pointed to a building on the right around the corner. The guard said with a smile that it was an old but reliable establishment that really did good cooking, and suggested that they stop by there together after work. Rorin thought about the guard's words in his mind. He noted that he himself had never had a hometown. He had spent his entire life moving from one battlefield to another, and so he couldn't even imagine what it would be like to stay in one place and call it his own. He supposed that might be a good thing. Meanwhile, Sif approached the gate and noticed that Rorin was already there. The guard asked if they were comrades. Rorin explained that these people were his companions for one task only. The guard honestly admitted that he didn't think too much could be expected from a group whose leader was surrounded exclusively by girls, hinting at possible ulterior motives. Rorin chuckled to himself, realizing that there was more envy than reason in those words, but he generally agreed with the observation. Sif asked how long he had been waiting. Rorin replied that since everyone was gathered, they could set off, as it would take 3 days to reach the village. Sif suggested finding a cart to get there faster. Rorin was mentally horrified by the idea, realizing that all his training had been for a walk, and now, without even money, he would be forced to run after a cart. He wondered how fast he would have to move to keep up. Lapis approached him and sympathetically offered him 10 copper coins, saying that it would be enough for the journey to the village and back. She assured him that there was no need to doubt, because it was just a debt, and expressed hope that perhaps in the future he would be able to help her out too. She called it an investment in the future. Sif reported that they had managed to arrange a carriage for a driver who would take them directly to the village of Ain for 5 coins. Lapis confirmed her readiness to leave. Rorin, thinking again, noted to himself that he had unexpectedly found himself in debt, and he understood that it was unlikely that this would turn out to be anything good. Sif expressed gratitude that they were able to find transport and reach their destination, because without it, they would have had to waste energy and time on a tiring journey on foot. Nolan admitted with relief that they were incredibly lucky to have been given a lift, because going on foot really did seem like a waste of energy and valuable time. The driver smiled and waved off the praise, noting that he himself was returning home light, having just sold all his grain. He expressed interest when he learned that this was the group of adventurers who who had been tasked with eliminating the threat of goblins that had settled near his village. Convinced of this, he promised to deliver them to the place as soon as possible, not wanting to delay, since the well-being of his native land depended on it. Sif thanked him politely for his help. Rorin, without saying it out loud, mentally noted that in this case the reward for the ride could be symbolic, since the coachman was still returning empty-handed. Nalan assured them that they would deal with the goblins, and asked them not to worry about the outcome. Rorin was thinking that he would like to discuss the group's plan of action, but it was clear that the initiative in the discussion was perceived by those around him as unnecessary, and therefore the conversation in this direction seemed useless. The coachman said that they would stop here for the night, and set off again at dawn, to arrive in the village before noon. Having finished his explanations, he wished everyone a good night and went to rest. Sif also announced that the group should also rest before the journey. Nalan, rubbing her lower back, complained of fatigue, noting that the ride in the cart had not been the most comfortable. Sif, agreeing with her, reminded her that he and she would be on duty that night. Rorin was surprised to hear this and expressed confusion that 2 people from the group would not sleep all night. Sif explained that the duty would be taken in turns, since it was not easy to stay awake until the morning without a break. Rorin, however, once again clarified why there would only be 1 person on duty, since it would be logical for the guards to be on duty in pairs, especially considering that they were in the open, outside of walls or fortifications. He was inwardly indignant because mercenaries and soldiers usually acted exactly like that in groups or pairs, especially at night, when danger could creep up from any direction. In his opinion, in a situation where a group was sleeping in the open, it would be wiser if each of the members took part in the night watch. Nalan responded sharply that since the leader had made a decision, there was no point in discussing it further. Rorin agreed without further ado, and clarified that if he and Sif were to be on duty, it would be necessary to determine who would be first. Sif, clearly tired, suggested that Rorin take up his post first, as he himself wanted to get some rest early in the night. Rorin nodded and said that he would wake him in the middle of the night when it was time to change shifts. Late that night, sitting by the fire and peering into the darkness, Rorin heard quiet, muffled voices coming from the tent. He felt that his shift was likely to last longer than he had expected, since the sleepers clearly weren't going to get up. He also remembered that he had spent the previous night without sleep, since he had found it difficult to relax after losing his squad. Previously, he had always slept surrounded by his comrades, and their presence provided him with peace. Now he felt lonely and anxious, remembering his combat friends, hoping that they remained alive. Deep down, he believed that, despite the unlikely odds, fate might one day bring them together again. At that moment, Lapis appeared next to him. She approached silently, which slightly scared him, and immediately apologized, explaining that she did not mean to scare him. She explained that she couldn't sleep in the tent next to him, so she decided to sit next to him for a while. Rorin ironically admitted that it was a real problem. Insomnia before a mission. Lapis sadly reported that she wasn't sure if she would be able to sleep until it was over. She asked if she could sit with him a little longer. Rorin wondered if this happened often, since he thought that even those who worked nights had to maintain some discipline. He added that he understood the rush, of course, especially when a person doesn't know if tomorrow will come for them. Lapis smiled and admitted that she wanted to say that such things rarely happen, but in reality, things are different. Such situations happened all the time, and those who arranged them remained quite cheerful. She expressed regret that these people did not choose either the right time or place to indulge in desires. Although, according to the teachings of her faith, God commanded to be fruitful and multiply, so, strictly speaking, they acted in accordance with the divine commandments. Rorin, hearing this, was surprised at how frankly she reasoned about such things, because, according to his ideas, priests and priestesses should have been much stricter in such matters. He asked her what god she served, since he knew there were many gods. Lapis replied that her god was Kukula, the deity of knowledge, and that gods, unlike humans, could not be easily explained. She urged him to treat them as pillars, symbols of higher concepts, and not as living beings. She added that she herself did not feel fear, but warned that her views might not please others, so she advised him to be careful. Rorin thanked her for the warning and admitted that as a mercenary he had no formal education, so he might not be very knowledgeable about theology. Lapis, in turn, asked curiously why he decided to become an adventurer. Rorin, without hesitation, calmly and simply stated that his squad no longer existed. Lapis, slightly embarrassed, apologized, apparently sensing that she had touched on a personal topic. Rorin gently replied that nothing terrible had happened, since this was a usual thing for him. He calmly explained that in a warrior's life there are victories and defeats, and unfortunately his unit had just been unlucky that time. They had been defeated. He admitted that he could have tried to join another unit and continue his old life, but circumstances had developed in such a way that he had already found himself far from the battlefield and had fled, being left alone. In addition, he had no other place to go after arriving in this city, so joining the Adventurers Guild was the only way for him to earn money. Hearing this, Lapis expressed admiration, noting that he must be really strong. She compared the size of his sword with her waist in surprise and admitted that she was amazed to see such a huge weapon. Rorin calmly explained that it was a two-handed weapon, but it was not always possible to hold it with both hands. So he trains to wield the sword with both his right and left hands alternately, and even offered to compare sizes. Lapis agreed with interest. He asked her if she was sure of it, and she, slightly coquettishly, asked if she really was thinner. Rorin mentally confirmed that, without a doubt, she was indeed thinner than his sword. To her next surprised comment, he calmly confirmed that, undoubtedly, the sword was bigger. Lapis, in response, admitted, slightly embarrassed, that it was obvious. Rorin noted that it would be getting light soon. Lapis agreed that they had been so caught up in their conversation that they hadn't noticed how quickly time had passed. Rorin apologized for making her spend the entire night with him. He added that for a mercenary such night vigils were normal, but for a priestess it probably turned out to be boring. Lapis, on the contrary, said that she found the conversation with him very interesting. Rorin, nodding, suggested that they begin preparations for departure. Lapis agreed, supporting his proposal. Meanwhile, Sif woke up and, realizing that it was daylight, wondered why he had not been awakened for the changing of the guard. Rorin replied that everything had gone well, and there was no need to worry about it. The coachman announced that everyone was awake, and that as soon as they had breakfast they could set off. He said that it was only a short distance to the village. Rorin thought that once this task was completed, he would need to find another way to make a living. Soon the coachman announced that they had arrived and pointed to the village of Ain. Lapis, looking around the surroundings, noted that the village was surrounded by a fairly dense forest. Sif assumed that it was from this forest that the goblins came, who were now threatening the locals. Rorin mentally decided that he should first question the witnesses to narrow down the search and not waste time. However, Sif suggested that they head straight into the forest without delay. Rorin stopped him, pointing out that there were several important steps that needed to be taken before going into battle. He reminded him that this was a mission from the village, so it was only logical to visit the village chief first to get a better understanding of the situation. It seemed natural to him to gather information about the number of opponents and their approximate locations in order to formulate a strategy. He considered it strange and unwise to do the job without even meeting the person who hired them. Nalan, clearly irritated by his serious approach, responded sharply that the mission was clear. They needed to destroy the goblins. In her opinion, there was no point in further formalities, since even the coachman could have reported the group's arrival. She wondered how long it would take them to complete such a simple task. Rorin noted that it was precisely statements like these that underestimated the work itself. He remembered that even his former commander, despite his general disdain for mercenaries, always considered meeting with the employer a normal and obligatory part of any business. The coachman intervened in the conversation and, wanting to avoid an argument, said that he himself would talk to the village elder and the group was only required to destroy the goblins. Sif took charge of the formation and explained the arrangement. He would go in front, Nalan would take the center and cover the mages, Lapis and Akusi, and Rorin would be the last one and watch the rear. He urged everyone to complete the task and let the villagers breathe a sigh of relief. After these words, he led the group into the forest. Nalan, glancing at Rorin, said that they could manage without the ever-stressed mercenaries. Okusi, a little irritated, noted that someone had to act as a shield during battle, and they couldn't do without such a role in battle. Lapis kindly added that if someone was injured, she would use healing magic. Nalan immediately rushed to clarify that magic should only be used if Sif was the one wounded. Rorin mentally recorded that they had gone into the forest without receiving any information about the goblins. He realized that now they would have to wander around the forest at random, wasting time and effort. As they walked through the forest, Nilan noticed some berry bushes and happily exclaimed that they were raspberries. Sif enthusiastically suggested picking some berries, as they hadn't eaten fresh ones for a long time. Okusi noticed that there was a donkey grass growing here that could be used as a magical material. Lapis reminded them that they still had a main goal, extermination of goblins, and urged them to focus on that. Rorin mentally noted that everyone was doing their own thing, and no one was making any progress towards their goal. He thought that the goblins might find them themselves if this continued. Lapis noted ironically that Rorin seemed to have given up. He calmly asked if she hadn't given up yet. Lapis admitted that she felt awkward in the situation. Rorin dryly noted that she would have to cope. She, in turn, said that she felt uncomfortable when he spoke to her informally. Rorin tried calling her Mrs. Lapis. She said Lapis was fine and asked why he sounded so unsure. Rorin admitted that he had never addressed a girl by her first name. He suggested that she call him Rorin too. Lapis, in response, decided to continue calling him Mr. Rorin. She hastened to clarify that she did not mean to show the distance between them by addressing him this way. Rorin responded with restraint that she should address him as she felt most comfortable. Lapis, with a slight smile, confirmed her intention to continue calling him as she was accustomed to. At this time, Rorin noticed something unusual. Nilan stopped abruptly, reporting that she had picked up a sound in the forest. Rorin internally noted that someone was indeed approaching them, and the feeling was growing stronger. Sif turned to Nilan, expressing concern that if there was someone nearby, it could be monsters. Nilan responded that she wasn't sure what was approaching, but the sound was clear and definitely not random. The next second, the situation escalated. Okusi was injured, which was the signal for a surprise attack. They were attacked by goblins, and everything happened quickly. Rorin was indignant, noticing that the group members looked away from the enemy at the most inopportune moment. Lapis, in an effort to protect the party, suggested using a protection spell. Rorin firmly stopped her, deeming it inappropriate at the moment. He quickly analyzed the situation and noticed the direction from which the arrow had flown. The place turned out to be extremely inconvenient for close combat. He regretted that he did not have at least a short sword, and, despite this, threw a dagger at one of the enemies, but the wound was superficial. He mentally noted that the blow had not been deep enough. Sif shouted in rage that the goblins had taken advantage of the moment to retreat and were apparently planning to escape. He ordered them to be pursued, as he thought this was a chance to reach their lair. Rorin again mentally noted that his opinion was of no interest to anyone, although he still tried to express doubt. He considered that reckless pursuit could be dangerous and ineffective. Sif countered that their mission was to exterminate the goblins, and that now that they had a lead, they had to follow through, or the mission would be in vain. Nilan supported him, chiding Rorin for his caution, and reminding him that if a leader made a decision, it was worth listening to, not judging. Rorin, despite his inner resistance, noted to himself that the mission itself did not specify destroying the goblin lair. Meanwhile, the group moved forward, with Rorin and Lapis at the rear. Lapis noted that although Sif had gone forward with Okusi, she felt more comfortable staying with Rorin, as the priests and mages needed to be covered in battle. He asked her if she was sure of her decision, and she firmly confirmed her readiness. Rorin noted that there were clear traces of goblin blood on the ground, making it much easier to track enemies. Rorin approached Lapis, wanting to know her opinion on their group's fighting capabilities, specifically asking how strong Sif was as a swordsman. He reminded that goblins multiply quickly and pose a threat precisely by their numbers, even if individually they are weak. He emphasized that in the absence of the possibility of defeating them immediately, a clear strategy is needed. However, he observed that the group acted chaotically and slowly, which did not inspire confidence in success. He added that in such circumstances one can only rely on the strength of a swordsman, and he wanted to understand how good Sif was in this role. Lapis responded that as a former mercenary, he had probably heard of a fighter nicknamed the Demon Swordsman, a legendary figure known to many. Rorin confirmed that he had heard of the name. He remembered that enemies who faced this swordsman were met with certain death, while his allies always gained victory. This was the type of warrior that no one wanted to see as an opponent on the battlefield. He asked if Lapis really thought Sif could match up to such a hero. Lapis chuckled and said that even 10 million Sif wouldn't be enough to defeat the one called the Demon Swordsman. Rorin pointed out sharply that such self-confidence could border on madness. Lapis pointed out with a slight smile that he himself was in the same situation right now. He, realizing her words, sighed and admitted that perhaps he was acting crazy, because he had no money, and no matter where he turned, he would have to go into debt. Lapis said with gentle irony that he could only sympathize. Rorin was surprised by her intonation and mentally noted that it was strange to hear sympathy in the form of a statement spoken as a question. At this point, Sif reported that they had found a cave that might be a goblin lair. He pointed out that the blood trail led straight inside and added that even Nalan had confirmed that they were heading in the right direction. Rorin thought that the cave was a bit narrow and it would be very difficult to use his greatsword in it. He expressed doubts about going inside, since his weapon would be almost useless there. Nalan replied irritably that if he doubted he could return, but then he should not expect to share in the reward. Saife tried to calm him down, saying that the goblins were not such serious enemies and everything would be fine. He offered Rorin the use of a weapon he had picked up along the way, thinking it might come in handy. Rorin took the offered weapon, mentally acknowledging that even this was better than nothing at all. Sif gave orders. Okusi was to use magic to light the way ahead, and Nalan was to scan the surrounding area for traps or other dangers. If nothing suspicious was found, they were to enter the cave. Okusi immediately cast a magical incantation, calling upon a lighting spell to shed light into the dark depths ahead. Rorin wondered inwardly that such a simple task as lighting the way wasted limited and valuable magical energy. He wondered why they hadn't at least brought a simple torch or lamp, since that would have been much simpler and more efficient. He wondered what was in their luggage anyway. Nalan finished checking and reported that no traps or pitfalls were found. Sif suggested that there might be kidnapped people inside, and therefore they needed to hurry to rescue them as soon as possible. Rorin noted to himself that Sif's confidence seemed excessive, since the probability of an ambush inside remained high, and the traps could well be unnoticed. Sif, without hesitation, ordered them to move on, assuming that the goblins had retreated in a hurry and had not even left guards at the entrance. He considered this fortunate. Okusi added that goblins were primitive creatures, and if they were injured, they would hardly think of organizing security. Rorin wondered again if they were moving forward too quickly, with little analysis of the situation. Lapis, who was walking next to him, asked him to share her thoughts on what was happening. He expressed the opinion that it was precisely because there were no guards at the entrance that the situation was clearly a trap. Lapis asked if the goblins were really so cunning as to organize such a thing. Rorin replied that he didn't know any goblins personally, but even primates left someone on duty to keep an eye on their surroundings. He didn't think goblins were any dumber than monkeys. Lapis began to think out loud, wondering what the difference was between the intelligence levels of monkeys and goblins. She remembered that monkeys could form communities and even use primitive tools, which made them not so far removed from humans. Rorin mentally noted that she was currently somehow interested in such reasoning, and that her interest was probably dictated by her nature as a priestess of the god of knowledge. Lapis noticed that he was lost in thought and asked if everything was okay. At that moment, Sif said that there was a room ahead in which he saw lights. Rorin mentally noted that if they could see the light from the room, then the enemy was equally likely to see them. Nalan suggested that it might be an ambush set up by goblins. Okusi added that in that case, the danger was especially great if there were archers inside. Nalan and Okusi were to follow. Rorin shook his head again. Walking straight into a trap seemed reckless. Such courage caused both admiration and alarm, since such a decision essentially resembled suicide, especially considering that one of the 3 possible magics for the day had already been spent on a direct attack. Okusi still cast a defensive magic spell, trying to somehow balance the risk. Sif thanked her and said that he was relying on her magic. Lapis turned to Rorin, wondering if that would be enough. He responded vaguely, saying it was hard to predict. Lapis asked what he would do in a similar situation. Rorin didn't think twice, and said honestly that in his case, he would seal the entrance to the cave with fresh branches and dry grass, and then set it all on fire. Since the exit would be blocked by fire and heat and smoke would pour in, it would be the easiest and most effective way to deal with the ambush. Lapis pointed out that this method required oil. Rorin confirmed that without oil and flint, it was difficult to start a fire from raw wood. And since they didn't even have such basic supplies, there was nothing left to do but resign themselves and perhaps retreat. He sighed inwardly, noting how hard it was when you didn't have the money to buy even basic equipment. Lapis nodded briefly, expressing understanding. Sif announced that he would go inside with Rorin. Rorin, remaining calm, reminded that he had no protective magic cast on him. Okusi noted that he had a huge sword and could very well use it as a shield. Nalan agreed with this statement. Rorin mentally reacted that in such a narrow space of the cave, even drawing out a sword would be extremely difficult, and using it as a shield, considering its weight and dimensions, would only mean getting in his own way. Sif apologized, explaining that he couldn't cast a second protective spell because one had already been cast on him. Rorin replied calmly that it was just bad luck. He made a mental note that he would have to survive on his own now, no matter what the circumstances. Sif enthusiastically shouted the command to move forward. Rorin thought that with such a loud announcement they had certainly alerted all the enemies in the area. He noted wryly that it seemed to be a plan to announce his approach in advance. He also admitted that the magic was indeed convenient. It did not deflect arrows, but allowed them to bounce off the body. Sif, full of fighting spirit, proclaimed that they would now deal with all the enemies. However, before he could finish his speech, he stumbled and fell with a crash. Nalan immediately rushed forward to help him. Lapis also wanted to rush to him, but Rorin stopped her in time. Nalan persistently called Sif, asking him to get up. Lapis noticed that there were depressions in the ground, perhaps a trap. Rorin said tensely that they should be especially careful, because there was clearly someone in this cave who could think and knew how to set up ambushes. Sif, his eyes shining, held a tattered but obviously beloved book in his hands, and with admiration in his voice, said that the hero in it was simply magnificent. He was sure that before him was a true example to follow, a real hero, worthy of admiration and respect. Sif had a dream of becoming a man like him, traveling the world, performing valiant deeds, and one day earning the right to be called a hero. He firmly promised himself that he would become an adventurer who would be honored as a hero. But in reality, things were far from romantic. Nalan screamed in pain and anger as they were attacked. The goblins appeared suddenly, attacking from ambush. Sif, in shock, could hardly comprehend what was happening. Only one thought was spinning in his head. This shouldn't have happened. These were just goblins, not an army of demons. He couldn't believe that something so serious was happening. Rorin watched the situation carefully and quickly determined that one of the goblins was distinctly different from the others. It was noticeably larger and more imposing. He assumed that it might be their leader, perhaps a higher form. Lapis explained at this point that special individuals are sometimes born among goblins. Such individuals may start their lives as ordinary goblins, but over time, as they gain experience and strength, they change and become many times more dangerous. According to her, since this goblin holds a staff in his hands and wears clothes that are different from the others, then most likely they are dealing with a goblin mage, one of the most dangerous representatives of higher forms. Such an opponent is capable of using magic and has knowledge that makes him deadly. Rorin coldly considered that fighting such an enemy without preparation was extremely reckless. It would be better not to even approach him. However, things had already gotten out of hand, as Sif and the rest of the group were already involved in the fight. Rorin turned sharply when he noticed movement behind him. Enemies were also approaching from the rear. He concluded that retreat was becoming impossible. Okusi cast a spell with determination, Loose Sand, designed to put her enemies to sleep. However, at that very moment, the goblin mage also activated magic, causing a flash of bright light. Rorin tried to figure out what kind of magic it was as he watched Lapis fall to her knees. Weak, he approached her and asked her with concern if she could no longer move and what exactly had happened to her. Rorin realized that she had lost almost all her strength. Okusi screamed in panic that her spell had somehow failed. No one had fallen asleep, despite the magic. She begged the enemies not to come closer. Safe, trying to protect his companions, rushed forward with a shout, ordering the goblins not to touch the girls. However, his defense was unsuccessful. He was wounded right in the battle. A desperate phrase was running through his thoughts. This can't be, because he was supposed to be a hero. Okusi, captured, cried out in despair for help, but it was too late. Rorin realized that the situation was hopeless. There was no way to save them, and the escape route was blocked. He turned to Lapis, seeing her lying there exhausted. He asked if she really couldn't move anymore, and if she had no strength left. An alarming thought flashed through his mind. The enemy was surrounding them on both sides, and soon they would be completely surrounded. Lapis, looking at him with difficulty, said that he should leave her. She considered herself a burden and said that he could still get out alone. Rorin, hearing her cold and doomed speech, mentally noted that her manner of speaking about herself was strangely calm, almost detached. Lapis continued, explaining that women would likely not be killed outright, unlike men, who would be killed without a second thought by their opponents. So she insisted that he leave without her. Rorin curtly told her to shut up, adding that she would bite her tongue if she continued to say such things. He remembered how not long ago she herself had said that her place was next to him, that she wanted to be next to him because she thought it was right, and that she had lent him money, hoping that one day he would be able to help her. He whispered softly for her to be patient, warning her that they were about to be shaken. The decision had been made. He couldn't wait any longer. Grabbing Lapis, he rushed forward, ignoring the arrows flying after them. He realized that the way back was closed to them. The only way was to go forward. He saw that behind the goblin mage there was a narrow passage, and only through it could they slip through. The goblin mage did not remain indifferent. He attacked with fire bullets, aiming at the running man. Rorin realized that there was not enough time. He leapt forward and, with a furious lunge, chopped off the goblin's head, eliminating the main threat. Rorin knew it was a miracle he had managed to get through, but that didn't mean the fight was over. It was unclear when they would be pursued. So their only chance for survival was to get away as quickly as possible. However, with every step he took, he felt them getting further and further away from the exit. He wondered if this was a good thing, as they were going deeper and deeper into dangerous and unknown caves. The only hope that sounded in his head was that somewhere ahead there was a detour. But for now he saw only solid darkness, and he thought sadly that the debt he had once gotten into had turned out to be damn expensive. Lapis, despite her fatigue and stress, noticed that Rorin was moving surprisingly nimbly and quickly in the complete darkness, as if this was not a new situation for him, but a familiar environment. Rorin abruptly cut her off, ordering her to be quiet because her voice was distracting and preventing him from concentrating. Lapis responded by expressing irritation, comparing herself to a bag being dragged around, and remarking that it was tiring to be treated like that. Rorin, without losing his cool, responded that it was tiring for him, since he was the one carrying her, not the other way around, and added that if she really wanted to survive, it would be better for her to keep quiet. Lapis agreed and promised not to interfere anymore. But then, with a softer voice, she said that she deserved at least a little better treatment. She explained that she was not asking to be treated like a princess, but she wanted to be treated less like a shapeless piece of baggage. Rorin carried her onto his back, and sensing the change, she thanked him for saving her. Rorin noted to himself that she had returned to her usual tone of speech. Lapis asked the question that had been brewing in her head for a long time. Why did he save her when he left the others? Rorin did not go into further thoughts. He calmly said that it was his decision. He just wanted to, because she was lucky, because he owed her money. He asked her to choose any of these reasons, as any of them could be considered correct. Lapis was not satisfied with this answer, and added that perhaps he did it because he was a kind person. Rorin replied that if that were the case, he would not have abandoned the others. Lapis firmly stated that no matter what, she was the one he had saved, and she would consider it an act of kindness. Rorin brushed off the discussion, allowing her to believe what was closest to her. He changed the subject, returning to the strange moments of the fight. He was interested in why her speech had suddenly changed, and why she had lost the ability to move. Lapis realized that there was no point in hiding it any longer, and admitted that since he had already seen it, he would tell everything. She started by asking if he knew what demons were. Rorin replied that he knew of their existence. He explained that in addition to humans, there were representatives of various races in the world, including half-beasts and demons. Demons were usually treated with caution. They had a developed body, wielded magic, and were almost uninterested in other races. They interact with others only for their own benefit. They have a bad reputation and are rarely found among humans. Their mentality is different from that of humans, and even in his mercenary squad it was believed that it was better to stay away from demons. The church considers them apostates because they do not believe in a supreme god and are considered an abomination. You can tell a demon by their bright purple eyes. There is also a legendary figure, the Demon Lord, before whom the entire world trembles, despite the fact that he does not seek to conquer. Lapis calmly said that she was a demon. Rorin didn't believe it at first. He reminded himself that she was a priestess, and she didn't even look like a demon, since her eyes weren't purple. Lapis explained that she does not believe in a supreme god or a mother goddess, as is common among humans. Demons tend to worship the god of knowledge. This god teaches us to strive for new discoveries and knowledge. And for demons, it is knowledge, including magic, that is sacred. She said that she could use both divine spells and regular magic. Other gods don't have that. Usually, if you serve one, you're limited in your choice of means. Rorin understood where she got this unusual ability from. It was the one that explained the light magic he had seen her use before. It turned out that she was both a mage and a priestess. He asked if human priests of the god of knowledge could also use magic. Lapis replied that perhaps someone could do it, but it was unlikely that there would be a person equal to her in capabilities. After all, she was a demon, which meant that her abilities were higher than those of humans from birth. Rorin mentally confirmed that if it were possible to combine both magic and divine spells, everyone would become a priest of this particular god. He then asked why she, a demon, decided to become an adventurer, since demons, as he had heard, had little contact with other races and lived in the inaccessible mountains in the center of the continent. Lapis replied that this was a common misconception. In fact, many demons live in the human world. They just skillfully disguise themselves, behave cautiously, and do not use their power to the fullest. People just don't notice them. Rorin asked if they really limit their abilities on purpose. Lapis confirmed and said that it explains her current state. She added that her body is not quite normal. Rorin noticed that she could move her hand again. Lapis explained that her limbs and even her eyes were delicate magical instruments. They were controlled by mana, and each movement required a significant amount of energy. She reminded him that he himself had seen how Okusi failed to activate magic, most likely caused by the mana drain effect imposed by the goblin mage. Such an effect is too complex for a simple goblin to perform, so it is likely that he used a magical tool rather than a personal spell. Rorin took out the pendant and showed it off, guessing that perhaps it was the magical tool the goblin had used. Lapis looked at the pendant and assumed that this was most likely the device. She didn't know how the goblin had gotten such an artifact, but she noted that, fortunately, it wouldn't be used all the time. It would take her some time to fully regain her ability to move, but she had at least retained control over her eyes. Rorin mentally understood why she had asked him to get rid of the thing earlier, but since the device was currently offline and inactive, he could keep it for now. He asked what had happened to her speech and why it had suddenly changed. Lapis explained that the strange speech was not a local dialect. It was her natural way of speaking. Due to the depletion of magical energy, she could not move her arms or legs, and when she found herself in a critical situation, her consciousness instinctively switched to combat mode. She explained that her speech and behavior differed depending on her psychological state, in peacetime and in battle. Rorin took this information in and said he understood it all, but he noted again that the strangeness around her was growing. Lapis returned to the topic of the recent fight and admitted that when she asked him to leave her, it was the optimal and logical decision. She thanked him for not following her words and continuing to carry her no matter what. She added that although demons are given a bad reputation, they do not forget good deeds. Rorin just nodded and said that she could repay him later. In the meantime, they needed to find a way out of these damned caves. He added that he still had a feeling that something was wrong with this cave. Lapis agreed and said that they had probably traveled far from where the goblins first attacked them, but there was still no end in sight. Her initial belief that the goblins were living in a natural cave had been proven wrong. This place was clearly something more. Rorin confirmed her words. He mentally noted that they had encountered many rooms along the way that were apparently used by goblins. If they had indeed passed through these areas before, then the worst-case scenario would be that they would be stuck in these same corridors forever. He hoped that they would reach the end and then find a way back. But the very appearance of the corridors suggested that this place was not created by nature. They were all too uniform and even, as if someone had deliberately formed them that way. Rorin suggested that they should go back. Lapis reminded them that if they did, they would have to go through the dangerous room again. Rorin quietly noted that it would be better if there was an exit on the other side. Lapis replied that if a way out were indeed found, then Rorin would be a very lucky man. Rorin did not bet on luck and told her not to count on his luck too much. Lapis responded by admitting that she herself would hardly be able to live up to his expectations. She said that when she left her homeland, the demon territory, her parents gave her these artificial limbs and eyes instead of her real ones. So she was able to blend in, become an adventurer, and join the group. Rorin, hearing this, said that she was probably even unluckier than he was. Lapis agreed that she was lucky only in that she was surrounded by frivolous and inconsiderate people who were unable to understand who she really was. Rorin suggested that she not continue if she was having a hard time, but she continued, saying that her real arms, legs, and eyes were hidden by her parents somewhere in the human lands. Her goal was to study the human world, and she couldn't return home until she found her missing parts. Rorin noted that he had no intention of holding a competition for the title of the most unfortunate. Lapis did add that if she managed to get her lost body parts back, she would be able to reconnect with them and become whole again. Rorin then recommended that she return to her homeland and directly ask her parents about everything. At that moment, Lapis saw a dead end ahead and pointed to it. Rorin said with certainty that there was no light in a real dead end. Lapis guessed that it could be a light at the end of the tunnel, but also considered the possibility that there could be goblins ahead again. Rorin reported that he saw no trace of goblins and told her to dim the magical lights. He then asked if she could stand up. Lapis apologized, noting that she was truly a hassle. Rorin said it was okay, but if there was any serious danger, he would have to throw her off, and asked her to be prepared for that. Lapis agreed with understanding, knowing that in a fight she could prevent him from even drawing his weapon. Rorin hoped he wouldn't have to fight. He saw a dead end, but noticed a faint light coming through a crack in the wall. Lapis suggested that she could crawl in there on all fours, but immediately admitted that her arms and legs barely worked, and besides, she wouldn't dare go into the unknown alone. Rorin wondered if she would get stuck with her backside in that gap. He suggested breaking down the wall and widening the passage, saying that they would have to make some noise. He asked Lapis to keep an eye out for anyone. Lapis promised to be careful. Rorin wondered again if he could finish the job before any possible pursuers showed up. He assessed the strength of the wall and decided he could handle it. Soon he had widened the passage to the point where he could crawl through. Lapis praised him, noting that although it took a long time, he did a great job. Rorin said that the main thing was that no one had time to come after them. He ordered that he would climb first, and then drag her along with him. He apologized for the inconvenience. Lapis replied that everything was fine, because they were in the same boat. Rorin, feeling tired, nevertheless gathered his strength and moved forward. He asked what she saw because it was important for him to hear her opinion. Lapis, looking at the walls around her with interest, noted with genuine admiration that they were made of an amazing material, which was a construction compound created from mana. Rorin clarified what exactly they were talking about, pointing to a strange glow. Lapis explained that it was a special building material used by an ancient civilization. The process of its production is still unknown, but it is known that it can absorb mana directly from the air and convert it into light. Rorin, having heard about the ancient civilization, froze in thought, mentally scrolling through the meaning of these words. Lapis told in more detail. In the distant past, there was a state that had reached incredible prosperity. This country was distinguished by a high level of magical development. Its inhabitants mastered witchcraft and ruled most of the world. It is said that not only humans lived there then, but also half-breeds, beastmen, demons. All races coexisted together. Based on the ruins found, it can be argued that almost all influential figures in that civilization were magicians. Their cities rose into the air and literally hovered above the ground. But one day this country disappeared, and its people scattered around the world. Perhaps they founded new states in different parts of the world. Rorin concluded that if these were indeed the ruins of an ancient civilization, everything here could be worth a fortune. Lapis confirmed that the place would eventually be plundered by an adventurer's guild or ordinary treasure hunters. Rorin expressed regret that it didn't look too rosy. Lapis looked around and suggested scraping some of the material off the wall. Although the light from it was weak, it would still be suitable as a light source. Besides, it was a very valuable object for research. Rorin noticed that there were already shards on the floor and pointed them out. Lapis approved of his find, pointing out that one of the pieces was absolutely magnificent. Rorin remembered again that if they really were inside the ruins of an ancient civilization, then this did not bode well at all. Lapis asked him why he thought that. She said that such places could be described in one word: contradictory. Rorin asked if she could stand up yet. Lapis replied that she couldn't yet. She explained that, as he had said earlier, such places were indeed dangerous, but at the same time, there were also completely safe areas, without traps or threats. Rorin added that the most amazing place of all the ruins he knew was a room that resembled a toilet. Everything there was top-notch, a sewage treatment system, no smell, no security mechanisms or magical traps. Lapis chuckled, noting that it was funny how no one thought of protection in such a secluded place, despite its vulnerability. Rorin agreed that, indeed, no one thought of it. Lapis came to the conclusion that perhaps these ruins were the ones that weren't dangerous, and that there were far fewer truly dangerous places here. Rorin wondered in his mind what kind of ruins these were. Lapis wondered the same thing. Rorin said he hoped they were safe, but warned Lapis to stay alert, just like he did. Lapis promised to be attentive, to try to detect magical signals or detect traps. In return, she asked that he take care of repelling attacks if enemies appeared. Rorin, with a slight chuckle, pointed to the sword and said that this is what the weapon was for. At worst, they could go back the same way, through the hole in the goblin cave. He didn't think they were that much of a threat. Although, of course, the best option would be to avoid fighting and calmly get to the surface. Lapis wasn't sure that everything would go so smoothly. Rorin agreed with her. He said that he didn't really believe in God and wasn't eager to take communion. Then he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, listening intently. Lapis winced inwardly. His abrupt gesture scared her. She called to him, asking what had happened. Rorin, straining his ears, said that someone was approaching. Lapis assessed her powers and assumed that she could use magic to stop the intruders, and asked to give her a signal at the right moment. Voices came from the side. People were discussing someone in front of them, a suspicious guy with a girl on his back. They were wondering how these two ended up in unexplored ruins. One of them suggested that it might be an illusion, but another quickly refuted this, saying that they could feel the heat coming from them, which meant they were real. In their opinion, it was not the best place to go for a walk. 4 people appeared in front of Rorin and Lapis. Rorin immediately noticed that they all had silver tokens hanging on their chests. These were silver-ranked adventurers. The first man spoke with a slight grin, saying that if they had escaped from the goblins and were now lost in the ruins, then it was an unfortunate series of events, to say the least. The second member of the group added that since their squad died, and these 2 survived, it meant that luck was on their side after all. At that moment, a girl from their group grabbed the first man by the ear, causing him to scream loudly. He called her by her name, Nim, and begged her not to pull so hard, as she could tear off his ear. Nim calmly stated that if he was not going to listen, then she didn't think he needed his ears. In the dusty gloom of the ancient ruins, 4 new adventurers appeared before Rorin and Lapis. They were Chuck, a thieving fighter and a silver-ranked adventurer; Nim, an archer with a sharp tongue and an equally sharp gaze, also a silver-ranked adventurer; Ritz, a reserved swordsman with the bearing of a commander; and finally Colts, an older mage dressed in worn but well-kept clothes. Colts, noticing Rorin staring at Nim, smirked and asked if it was the first time he had seen an elf. Rorin looked embarrassed and admitted that it was. He apologized for his impoliteness, realizing that it had been rude to stare like that. Colts jokingly said that such attention was understandable, because she was a real beauty. Nim did not appreciate the magician's comment, threatening that if he did not stop, she could lose her eyes. Colt, smiling, admitted that despite his age, he really didn't want to lose his sight. Nim, with steely calm, said that this time she could get by with just one eye. Ritz, tired of their verbal sparring, asked everyone to calm down, noting that they were too much trouble. He cut to the chase, saying that they understood Rorin and Lapis's situation, and under other circumstances, they could have escorted them to the exit but were currently busy with their mission. Nim added that their current mission was to investigate the ruins located near Ain village, and asked if they had heard about it. Rorin remembered Melon mentioning this task, the one they had neglected in search of something more profitable, and he realized that this was where fate had led them, to these newly discovered, potentially dangerous ruins. Chuck noted that such unexplored ruins often pose a danger, but at the same time, they can earn good money. Their group tried to be the first to get the task, but soon entered into competition with other adventurers. Colt explained that there was an unspoken competition going on between them and their competitors, whose results would be more useful to the guild, would receive a bigger reward. Therefore, they could not waste time. Rorin assured them that he had no intention of interfering with their work and asked only one thing, to point them in the direction in which they could get out of the ruins. Ritz was unable to answer immediately, admitting that at the moment they themselves did not know the exact route. Rorin commented reservedly that it was indeed bad luck. Ritz was quick to point out that they had not lost their heads and had been writing down the route the whole time. Rorin chuckled to himself. Did he really look like he thought they had failed? He turned to Lapis to check on her. She noticed that she was being stared at rather openly. Ritz commented that while he had never heard of a person being paralyzed by fear, the eyes of someone who had to be carried on their back should not be that heavy. Rorin cut to the chase and asked why they couldn't find their way back. Ritz sighed and admitted that it was all Chuck's fault for not noticing the trap. The entire group fell into the hole. They were lucky that there were no deadly spikes or poison blades at the bottom, but the fall was from a height that was clearly higher than the floor. Chuck added that if there had been someone left at the top, they could have been pulled out. But unfortunately, everyone fell through. Ritz said, offended, that he would never forgive Chuck for falling on him. Chuck waved it off, saying that it made little difference whether he fell on him or on the floor. Nim, looking at them, said that if Chuck wanted to express his last wish, he should say it before she punished him. Chuck added with a grin that he hadn't lied. Ritz, returning to the topic, explained that despite all their thinking, they hadn't been able to find a way out. Rorin nodded, indicating that he understood everything. Ritz said that they were hurt after the fall, but they had potions with them so they were able to recover somehow. That's why he had a question. Lapis, assessing the situation, said that she had one chance left to use a healing spell. It was much more effective than any potion. If she waited a little, she could use it again. Apparently, these adventurers would rather not waste their potions and were counting on her magic. Rorin immediately understood the point. He realized that they might want to leave him and take only Lapis. Lapis explained that Rorin was able to defend himself and fight, while she herself could not even move. Someone would have to carry her. If it was one of the new companions, their combat power would be reduced. If they decided to abandon her, it would happen so quickly and quietly that no one would even notice. Ritz interjected, noting that he had heard everything, and asked if they really thought he and his comrades were capable of such a thing. Rorin and Lapis responded in unison that this was exactly how it looked. Ritz gave in, admitting that they did look like villains, and therefore could not object. Nim firmly said that if any of them dared to suggest leaving a man and taking only a girl, then she would personally save such a person from life. Ritz summed it up. If something dangerous happens, let Lapis cast a healing spell at their request. In exchange, he offers to join their group until they leave the ruins. Lapis agrees and says she will rely on them. Ritz thanked him and confirmed that they were now working together. Rorin agreed guardedly. Ritz announced that it was time to continue searching for a way out. Rorin thought to himself that he really wished that nothing bad had happened and that they had gotten to the surface safely. However, his heart told him that he shouldn't count on such an ending. Lapis asked Mr. Rorin about the condition of the burn he received on his shoulder during one of the previous clashes. Rorin responded by assuring that the pain and discomfort no longer bothered him, as he was offered a special healing potion and the injured area was carefully bandaged. Lapis did not show complete satisfaction and warned that if his condition worsened, he should immediately inform her. Because of the 2 remaining spells, she had specifically saved one for his treatment. In his thoughts, Rorin noted that Lapis had told everyone that she only had 1 divine spell left, meaning she had deliberately lied out of caution. He didn't know how to take the fact that Lapis had lied, despite the fact that they had previously agreed to be frank. However, he concluded that until they got out, they would have to share the same fate with this silver-ranked group. Chuck expressed the opinion that these ruins seemed very strange, since, as far as he knew, in unexplored places left over from an ancient civilization, usually only undead creatures were encountered among the enemies, such as golems or representatives of the undead. However, he said that none of these enemies had appeared in these ruins, which seemed suspicious to him. Rorin noted that this state of affairs only made their task easier. Chuck, on the other hand, suggested that if someone was going to show up, it would definitely be later, although so far they had only encountered goblins. Lapis hypothesized that the goblins could have come from the outside, perhaps through other cracks, similar to the one their group had crawled through. Chuck reminded that until recently the entrance to the ruins remained tightly sealed, and only a few days ago it was opened by a group of mages hired by the man who found the ruins. He added that only a few mages were able to remove the powerful seal, and since the entrance was so securely protected, there must have been some kind of guard or protector inside, but they only found traces of goblins. Colt suggested that perhaps the defenders had died of old age or fallen in battle with the goblins, since so much time had passed. He noted that in any case, there should have been at least remains in such a place, but other than the goblins, they found nothing. Colts also added that if these ruins were haunted, as is the case with the undead, then everything would look completely different. He reminded everyone that each ruin has its own characteristics, and suggested that it was worth considering what exactly these ruins could have been used for. In his mind, Rorin admitted that these ruins were indeed too confusing. Chuck suggested that they leave their purpose for later and focus on the more practical task of getting out. Ritz reported that goblins had been spotted up ahead again. Rorin asked Lapis to go down. Nim confidently replied that she could do it without any difficulty, and advised them to be careful of possible attacks from the rear. Rorin confirmed that he understood the order. Ritz pointed out that there were 7 goblins in all, so they had the advantage in numbers. Colts offered to provide magical support if needed. Nim refused, saying that they could handle the situation on their own. The group of adventurers successfully destroyed all the goblins. Chuck breathed a sigh of relief after the fight. Rorin expressed genuine admiration for the skill level of his temporary allies. Ritz calmly replied that there was nothing to brag about, since they were silver ranked. Rorin regretfully admitted that he seemed to have been rude again. He internally noted that although they were all adventurers, there was a significant difference between him and this group. Ritz reminded Rorin that he was there to exterminate the monsters, and said that even if he failed to destroy their nest, he could still get a reward for the goblins he defeated if he could collect evidence in the form of ears. Rorin asked if he was sure about that. Ritz confirmed that it made no sense for their group, so they could give the ears to Rorin. Nim quipped that Ritz was usually stingy and reluctant to share. Chuck joked that now Rorin would have a chance to brag to the other adventurers. Nim added sarcastically that the sky would probably fall tomorrow if Ritz had actually given anything away. Ritz, irritated, asked them to stop chatting, explaining that he was simply worried about his less experienced comrades. Lapis suggested collecting goblin ears, noting that it might be useful. Rorin agreed with her suggestion. He mentally noted that he had taken too many ears, the bag was soaked in blood, and began to smell bad. Chuck added that there was no end in sight to the goblins. Ritz handed Rorin more ears. Rorin thanked him, but said he thought he had more than enough. He thought the others seemed completely oblivious to the smell. Lapis abruptly stated that she didn't care, but the stench made it impossible to breathe through her nose. Rorin noted that she didn't have to say it out loud, since it was obvious. Nim suddenly stopped and said that she smelled something unusual, explaining that the smell in the air had changed and was no longer the smell of goblins, but the smell of blood. Chuck added that the smell Nim was talking about was not coming from here, but from the far side of the ruins, so they should move on. Lapis wondered if it was really possible to tell the difference between human and goblin blood, since both smelled like rust. Ritz noted that Nim's senses of sight, hearing, and smell were much sharper than theirs. Chuck jokingly added that she had a straight, needle-like character. Nim hit him in response. Ritz told them to stop being ridiculous. Chuck tried to justify himself by saying that everyone was tense and maybe they should relax a little. Ritz ordered them to proceed more carefully and asked if the young lady could continue moving. Lapis apologized and said that she needed a little more time. Ritz said that no matter how long they had known each other, it would be best for her to return to the temple when it was possible. Rorin replied that it was her decision to make, and that he had no say in the matter. Chuck suddenly called the others over and pointed to something terrifying. Nim noticed that the leather armor was soaked in blood. Ritz noted how much blood there was around, and added that it was still bright red, ruling out the possibility that it was old. Colt said that their competitors had gone to these ruins, and suggested that perhaps they had ended up in this place too, and that there was someone in leather armor among them. Nim said with irritation that Ritz and Chuck were acting too carelessly, and that Colts was acting like an idiot. Colts exclaimed that he was not an idiot. Nim said she wanted to hear Rorin's opinion. Rorin was surprised that she didn't ask her comrades for their opinion. Nim explained that they could puzzle over it themselves, but she wanted to know what he thought about the owner of the armor. Rorin reasoned that given the amount of blood, it was highly likely that the owner was dead, or even that he had been torn apart right there. Nim said that the armor belonged to their rival, a female burglar named Vora. Lapis reminded them that they had only encountered goblins in these ruins so far, and that the one they found was a woman. Nim asked her what she thought about that. Lapis stated that it was very strange, since if the armor belonged to a woman and she was killed by goblins, then this was unusual behavior, because normal goblins do not act like that. Nim agreed and added that there must be something other than just goblins hiding in these ruins. Lapis noted that they had only encountered goblins in these ruins so far, and emphasized that normal goblins generally did not kill women, as they knew what to do with them if they were captured. She reasoned that if the armor found earlier really did belong to a woman, and she was still killed, then something abnormal was definitely happening to these goblins. She added that if the victim remained alive, then the ordinary goblins first thought about having fun and then dragging it to their nest. Rorin had come to the conclusion that there was likely more than just goblins living in these ruins, and he figured that was the way it should be thought now. Nim approached Rorin, reminding him of the hole they had used to enter the ruins, and wanted to know if he remembered its location. Rorin replied that the road essentially only went in one direction, making it easier to navigate. Nim, having considered this, agreed and told Ritsu that she felt something strange about the area, which she thought was why they should go to the surface and regroup. Ritz asked for a moment's wait and explained that he understood that something was wrong with the ruins, but he did not consider a single piece of bloody armor to be sufficient grounds for retreat. He pointed out that he needed a more compelling reason to justify a retreat, as turning back for one piece of equipment would be unconvincing. Chuck suggested that they at least try to find the competitors' dog tags to justify a possible return. Ritz agreed with the idea and ordered them to be extremely vigilant, adding that a return was out of the question for now, and that it was clear from the start that this was not an easy task. He also pointed out that if they did find the tokens of the competitors that Chuck had mentioned, then they could talk about another solution. Nim agreed with the stated position. Ritz ordered to continue moving forward and be fully prepared. Lapis approached Rorin and addressed him by name. Rorin asked if she was feeling better. Lapis confirmed that she was feeling better and thanked him for his help. Ritz asked if she could walk normally again. Lapis replied that she felt quite well, and added that she enjoyed being on Mr. Rorin's back so much that she even wanted to continue it, but she understood that she shouldn't burden him any further. Ritz curiously asked if they had any special relationship. Rorin immediately replied that they did not have such a relationship. Lapis added with a smile that they were working on it. Chuck exclaimed with delight that Rorin had managed to win the heart of a real beauty, and that he was a good boy. Nim hit Chuck and sharply said that if he was going to attract attention to himself, then he should do it alone. Chuck sarcastically noted that he would most likely die at the hands of Nim than at the claws of some monster. Ritz turned to Rorin and asked if he would participate in the battle, then ordered him to watch the rear, adding that the young lady would go with him. Lapis said that they could rely on them, adding that she thought it had been a difficult experience for Rorin. She noted that they had been entrusted with investigating the ruins of an ancient civilization, and reminded them that such work was not usually entrusted to copper-ranked adventurers. Rorin reminded her that she should understand the situation they were in now. Lapis admitted that she was indeed scared. Rorin responded that it was too much and asked her to leave. He noted in his mind that no one around her had paid attention to her behavior. He explained that he understood her enthusiasm, but asked her to exercise more restraint. Lapis agreed and moved on to the next question, asking what their goal was now. Nim explained that their main task was to explore the ruins, but it was also important to try to understand the fate of their competitors, and both of these areas were important priorities. Lapis agreed and suggested going back to the hole they fell through. Ritz asked to explain why this was necessary. Lapis suggested that the pit might have been a trap meant to catch outsiders, and since it wasn't lethal, it was likely that the entire level served a similar purpose. She suggested that the monsters might have been left there specifically to deal with intruders, and added that despite the complexity of such a device, at different times and in different countries, it was always obvious how to deal with fools who invaded someone else's territory. She suggested postponing such sensitive topics for now, and expressed the opinion that there was nothing really important at this level. In her opinion, there was no point in exploring it if their real goal was the ruins themselves. Ritz asked why they would return to that same pit. Lapis responded that she thought there might be a hidden passage for servicing the trap, where all those who had fallen through might gather, and perhaps that was where the way up was. Nim said that it was worth considering, especially since there were no other ideas. Chuck recalled that he hadn't noticed anything suspicious there, but added that if the trap really wasn't deadly, then the exit was most likely well camouflaged, and perhaps he simply didn't see it. Ritz grinned and reminded them that it was Chuck. Chuck sighed and admitted that he had no argument, and agreed to go back and explore the place where they had fallen through. Colts, having consulted the map he had drawn up, pointed out the direction in which they should move. Later, he reported that they had arrived at the place. Rorin noted that the ceiling in this room was quite high, and suggested that the pit closed like a lid, since at first glance there was nothing remarkable here. He expressed doubt whether there really was a passage up here. Chuck confirmed his doubts, and added that he was a silver-ranked thief, and if something was hidden, he would definitely notice it. At that moment, the passage suddenly opened. Rorin asked in surprise what exactly Lapis had done. She explained that the control panel was located among the mana materials, and was indeed difficult to notice. Chuck reproachfully reminded him that his older comrade should have noticed such a detail. Colts called Chuck a fool and added that the thief, at the very least, should have discovered the trap itself in advance. Rorin admitted that he doesn't fully understand such subtleties. Nim quietly said that there was a staircase in front of them. Ritz confirmed that it was indeed the staircase, and suggested that they all go up. Nim turned to the others, expressing readiness for further action. Chuck carefully examined the sturdy ladder, and noted that it was safe to climb up. He expressed his intention to climb first, and reasoned that even if a monster met him at the top, there was a chance that he would hold on and not fall down. Chuck's arguments and understanding the seriousness of the situation expressed her determination to go to the end, as if on her last journey, and urged him to fight. Chuck, slightly doubting, expressed uncertainty and asked if Nim was confusing anything in what was happening. Rorin, watching their dialogue, concluded that everything they had done had somehow been useless, as if the efforts they had expended had brought no benefit. Lapis, reflecting on what had happened, came to the conclusion that if these people had found their way back and managed to rise, then their paths would most likely not have crossed, and this circumstance could be called luck. Chuck reported that everything was calm up there and assured them that there was no one there. He suggested that the others go up one by one and asked who would dare to follow. Lapis, having assessed the situation, suggested that they could wait a little. Rorin, not sharing her optimism, urged caution and noted that it was too early to rejoice. He reminded them that, most likely, after the ascent, they would be ordered to go back, because they would find themselves at the same level from which Ritz and the others had once fallen. Therefore, they already have knowledge of a possible way out. Lapis admitted that she did not take this turn of events into account. She expressed regret because she had a unique opportunity to explore the mysterious ruins, but to do this, she had to climb up. Lapis added that perhaps there really was nothing important left on this level. In his mind, Rorin frankly admitted to himself that he wanted nothing more than to leave these dangerous ruins immediately. However, his duty and circumstances kept him there. Rorin thought about it and said out loud what they could offer that would be useful in this situation. Lapis thought about it and replied that, other than divine spells, it was a difficult question. Ritz admitted that it was hard to climb. Lapis added that if he suddenly declared his ability to use magic, it might raise suspicions. Rorin suggested thinking about possible knowledge or skills that could be useful. Lapis said that if she could figure out what this place was, she could at least make a rough map of the area. His surprise was noticeable, and he expressed genuine admiration for how she could do this. Lapis enthusiastically explained that all guild buildings, no matter what part of the world a person goes to, are almost completely identical in their architecture. She specified that, of course, there are differences related to the individual decisions of the workers, but in general, the guild buildings have a unified structure. She noted that the same rule applies to ancient ruins, because past civilizations built buildings for specific purposes and followed repetitive architectural patterns. Rorin was intrigued by possible exceptions to this rule. Lapis admitted that, as in any system, there are exceptions here too. Sometimes you come across truly unusual ruins that differ from typical buildings. At this point, Ritz had already started to speak, when suddenly Chuck jumped down and announced that the situation had changed dramatically for the worse. He warned everyone that the goblins were attacking and urged the others to jump immediately. Rorin, trying to understand what was happening, expressed alarm about what was happening. Nim, realizing with horror what was happening, exclaimed that they were still looking at the same ruins, and expressed bewilderment at how such a large number of goblins had been able to hide here unnoticed all this time. Ritz admitted that he himself did not know what was happening, and said that the goblins appeared suddenly, as if from nowhere. He could not understand what kind of attack this was. Chuck, not hiding his fear, said that he did not want to die at the hands of the goblins. Nim, taking the initiative into her own hands, ordered him to shut up and run, explaining that now they had no other choice but to flee. Rorin thought with despair that they were once again in a very dangerous situation. He calculated that with so many enemies, one wrong turn could lead to them getting lost, and then the goblin horde would immediately overtake them. This would lead to an inevitable end, and such an outcome seemed to him completely unfair. Colts managed to say that he couldn't move anymore. Lapis added that her strength was gone too. Nim called out to Colts and Lapis in concern, hoping they were okay. Chuck warned them not to stop, as stopping could result in death. Rorin noted in his mind that his comrades no longer had any strength, and worried that Lapis had not managed to restore enough mana to run for long. He walked up to them, picked up both of them, Colts and Lapis, in his arms and started running without slowing down. Chuck asked him how he was feeling, concerned. Rorin replied that he was used to this sort of thing. He explained that it was common for a mercenary to carry wounded comrades, though he admitted that he hadn't slept much in the last few days. He added in his mind that it was really hard. Colts, barely able to speak, apologized to Rorin and promised that he would definitely repay him for helping him. Lapis, barely able to breathe, apologized for causing him trouble again. Rorin said that instead of wasting their last strength on running, they should think about how to get out of the situation with the least losses. He emphasized that if he got tired, they would be caught. Lapis approached Colts with a proposal to use mass destruction with a fireball. Colts, assessing the situation, noted that against such a huge number of opponents, this spell would be ineffective as a drop in the ocean, and he cannot recommend its use. Lapis suggested creating a stone wall to stop the enemies. Colts doubted that it would be possible to block the entire passage with a wall, but added that he could try, although he noted that there were too many enemies and it would not hold them off for long. Lapis then suggested using Firestorm. Colts said he could use the spell, but only twice, and questioned whether that would be enough. Lapis admitted that it wouldn't be enough, but she still praised Colts for his magical abilities, calling him a truly skilled wizard. Colts responded by noting that Mrs. Lapis also had insight into magic. Rorin abruptly cut off their dialogue and ordered them to stop their useless chatter. Inwardly, he hoped that they would be able to find some way to escape the impending threat. Rorin turned to the others and expressed hope that one of them already had an idea on how to get out of this situation. Lapis replied that, unfortunately, they lacked both the physical strength and the means available to effectively fight against such a huge number of goblins, and therefore, there was no hope of a fight. Chuck exclaimed in despair, suggesting that they would all just be eaten if that happened. Lapis, horrified, said that she and Lady Nim would most likely be captured and used as breeding stock. Colts, thinking darkly, added that the woman from the other group had apparently been killed and subsequently eaten, confirming her fears. Ritz expressed his displeasure sharply, reminding the others of the need to maintain composure and behave with at least some dignity, as the current critical situation required. Nim said in a weakening voice that she was feeling worse and worse, and it was becoming clear that she could not hold out much longer. Chuck offered to help her, promising to carry her himself if it would allow him to buy at least a little time and increase the chances of rescue. Nim thanked him and said that if things got really bad, she would rely on him completely. Chuck, looking at her, admitted that everything that was happening had already become really bad. Rorin's mind was desperately searching for some kind of emergency exit, and he came to the conclusion that perhaps salvation lay in the very stairs they had started their journey from. He realized that he had no clear solution. Everyone's strength was running out, and at any moment one of them could lose touch with reality. He mused that if they just continued running without a plan, they would most likely die, and while he wasn't entirely confident in his proposal, doing nothing was definitely worse. Rorin admitted out loud that he couldn't say for sure that he knew the exact way out, but despite that, he had some concrete suggestions. He reminded the others of the road they had run along earlier. Ritz tried to remember the route, but realized he had forgotten the way, and supposed that perhaps Chuck should have remembered it. He wondered if they could get back to the hatch where the goblins had come pouring out. Chuck noted that they wouldn't be able to go back the same way, and would have to find alternate routes through other passages. He then asked what Rorin was planning to do once he got there. Rorin expressed confidence that if so many goblins had come down from there were probably almost none left above. He assumed that the entire mass had jumped down, and they would not be able to return the same way, as this would require using the ladder. This meant that the enemies would not be able to attack all at once. Chuck noticed that the goblins weren't stupid enough to just wait for them to start climbing, and he figured that if they cornered them in the narrow passage, that would be the end. Rorin asked if the Colts could use magic to buy some time. Colts, concentrating, decided that they could try to burn the front opponents with a firestorm, and then block the way with a stone wall. He expressed his readiness and said that they could rely on him. Ritz, after listening to him, suggested that it was unlikely that it would stop such a crowd anyway. Rorin confidently noted that as long as the stone wall did not collapse, they would be able to climb up. He added that if they did not make it in time, he himself would become their shield. After all, it was his idea. Ritz was surprised and objected, doubting Rorin's ability to single-handedly face such a mass of opponents. Rorin replied that the firestorm in the stone wall would already create a barrier, and he didn't think there would be too many enemies at once. He urged the others to get up as quickly as possible to prevent the worst from happening. Ritz agreed and told Chuck to lead everyone to that very hole. Chuck confirmed and pointed in the direction where they needed to go. Ritz warned Colts to begin preparing to use magic. Colts responded that he was ready. Ritz specified that once they got to the place, Chuck would be the first to climb up, followed by support, and he, as the leader of the group, would remain to protect the others. Rorin, hearing this, calmly said that he was pleased with such recognition, but he would be the one to carry out this task. Ritz disagreed, explaining that Rorin was too slow because of his things, and by the time he climbed up, the goblins would have time to gut him. He added that he himself, with support from above, could jump up quickly. Rorin reminded him that the adventurer profession was new to him, but he had worked as a mercenary in the past. He added that he was tired of having someone else cover for him on the battlefield, and suggested that he rely on him. Chuck reported that no one else was falling out of the hole. Ritz took this as a good sign and urged everyone to get up as quickly as possible, because the goblins were already catching up with them. He gave the command to Colts to use magic. Colts began the spell by calling upon a raging maelstrom of fire, summoning a firestorm, and then summoning a massive barrier from the ground, a stone wall. Ritz gave the command that we needed to climb now. Rorin mentally noted that this was exactly how a silver-ranked mage acted, quickly, powerfully, and precisely. Ritz, watching what was happening, expressed irritation, because the actions of the goblins seemed completely inadequate. Rorin noted thoughtfully that while the magic had only lasted for a short time, the flames were powerful enough to leave behind heat. He added that goblins were not usually known for their intelligence, but he had never seen them pursue their prey so fiercely before. Ritz, realizing that there was no more time for discussion, shouted at Rorin to stop arguing and get up immediately. Meanwhile, the goblins broke through the stone wall. Rorin stayed below and joined the fight to hold them back. Ritz, looking up, yelled at Colts to move faster. Colts, concentrating, said he was trying. Rorin realized in his mind that he wouldn't be able to avoid the fight. Chuck looked around and noticed that there were no enemies nearby. He extended his hand to Nim, helping her up, and was pleased to see that it had worked. Nim, smiling weakly, thanked Chuck for his help. Chuck tried to cheer her up by telling her not to worry because they were going to move now. Rorin, looking up, exclaimed why the others hadn't climbed up yet, since time was against them. Ritz, trying to remain calm, replied that it was only a short distance away, and they were almost there. Nim, noticing Chuck, called out to him, pointing out his position. Chuck reacted nervously to her words and reported that the goblins were approaching again. He turned to Lapis, asking for Ritz's help, and asked Colts about the readiness of magic. Colts, breathing heavily, said he only had one more chance to use magic. Chuck suggested staying and holding off the goblins until Ritz and Rorin could get to the upper level. Rorin, fighting off his opponents, mentally noted that he was killing goblins one after another, and their number was not decreasing. He tried not to slip in the pools of blood and not to fall, tripping over the bodies. However, he was struck by one oddity. There were far fewer corpses on the ground than there should have been. According to his observations, when the goblins fell from above, they crushed each other in a crowd, and many individuals should have died in the process. But when he arrived at this place, there were almost no bodies left. He began to wonder what this could mean. Perhaps the goblins were carrying away the bodies of their fallen comrades, but for what purpose remained unclear. Lapis called out loudly to Mr. Rorin, getting his attention. He asked if everyone had managed to get up there. Lapis confirmed that everyone had, but warned that there were goblins up there too. There were several of them, and these individuals seemed unusual to her. She added that the group is holding off the onslaught for now, but the situation is getting worse by the minute, and they could soon be cornered from both sides. Rorin, upon hearing this, reacted sharply, expressing irritation at the fact that goblins were appearing everywhere, as if someone was deliberately attracting them here. In his mind, he realized that he needed to get to the top as quickly as possible, otherwise it would be too late. Reaching the level of the others, he immediately destroyed the ladder they were climbing. Rorin asked what the situation was like up there and what was going on. Lapis replied that Chuck was injured, Ritz was fighting the enemy, but she suddenly noticed Nim's condition and became worried. Rorin wondered internally who the black goblin was that he had seen. Nim, concentrating mentally, noted that the enemy was not afraid at all, and that was alarming. Rorin struck the goblin, saving Nim from being attacked. In his mind, he noted that he would have dealt with an ordinary goblin long ago, but this one was different. His skin was so tough that it seemed impossible. Nim took advantage of the moment and struck the goblin straight in the eyes. Rorin thought that even if the skin was tough, the eyes were much more vulnerable. He stated that if he failed to kill him with one blow, he would hit him again and again until he fell. Lapis warned that another goblin had appeared from the other side. Ritz screamed in pain as the enemy grabbed him, squeezing his bones. Rorin turned to Colts and asked how things were going with his magic. Colts admitted that his magical powers were completely exhausted. He said that he would not be able to use even basic spells for some time. Then Rorin attacked the second goblin in order to save Ritz. Together they were able to destroy their opponents. Colts, breathing heavily, explained that the black goblins had appeared suddenly. He noted that arrows had been ineffective against them, and that Chuck had been wounded while trying to protect Nim. Ritz said that was when he had managed to get upstairs. Nim, with concern in her voice, apologized to Chuck, believing that it was her fault for what had happened. Chuck interrupted her, saying that she shouldn't be so modest because it didn't suit her. He added that it was more important to take care of the wound now. Rorin asked Lapis if she had figured out anything important. She replied that she had a hunch, but if it was true, then it was much more serious than it seemed. In her opinion, they were in extremely dangerous and ominous ruins. Rorin repeated her words, confirming that they were talking about such nasty ruins. Lapis asked Mr. Ritz to let her check something. Rorin was surprised and asked if she wanted to stay here. Lapis shook her head, but explained that these ruins needed to be explored. She added that if they were left active, the consequences could be catastrophic. However, first they needed to leave the area immediately, or they would be attacked again. Ritz agreed with her reasoning, emphasizing that he really didn't want to run into those black goblins again. Lapis suggested casting a spell. Chuck reacted calmly and said that it was not necessary. The medicine was already working. He explained that he was just dizzy from the blow. Lapis advised that he should definitely see a doctor after returning, because blows to the head can be dangerous. Chuck agreed and promised to take her advice as soon as they returned. Ritz asked if Chuck could walk on his own. Chuck responded with a challenge, saying that it was not worth asking such nonsense. He suggested that they simply give the order if they needed him to move. Nim intervened and gently pointed out that there was no need to force everything, and Chuck confidently replied that he was fine and not to worry. He added that he had been hit on the head and briefly lost consciousness, but was now able to move normally. Colts admitted that he was in a worse situation. He had used up all his magical energy and could no longer fight. Chuck noted that no one blamed him for that. Ritz confirmed that if Colts had not destroyed that black goblin, the consequences could have been unpredictable, and thanked him. He then suggested leaving the place as soon as possible. Rorin watched Lapis and thought that he moved as if he knew exactly where to go. He turned to Lapis and asked what these creatures were, since they had unusually hard skin and strong bones. He wondered if they were a higher species of goblin. Lapis suggested that they might be hobgoblin-like creatures, but they were even larger in size. Rorin disagreed, saying that simply growing taller wouldn't explain the change. Lapis turned to him and asked if he had noticed anything else unusual. Rorin remembered seeing these goblins collecting the bodies of their dead kin. He doubted they did it for food. He was alarmed by the behavior of the local goblins, as it was clearly different from the usual, and their numbers seemed too large. Lapis approved of his observation and confirmed that these goblins were indeed unusual. Rorin added that such individuals were found, in his opinion, only in these ruins. Lapis suddenly changed her tone and asked an unexpected question, whether he was interested in pharmaceuticals and alchemy. Rorin replied that he had heard these words, but among his acquaintances, there were no people who were interested in these sciences. Lapis said that it was enough that he simply knew of their existence. She specified that pharmacists and alchemists experimented on living beings. Rorin noted that new drugs were usually tested on laboratory rats. Lapis asked if he knew why rats were used in such experiments. Rorin said that such knowledge was unlikely to be available to a mere mercenary. Lapis explained that the reason is quite banal. Rats grow quickly, reproduce quickly, and produce large offspring, which makes them a convenient subject for research. Rorin echoed these characteristics: rapid reproduction, growth, and numerous offspring, and noted that they were very reminiscent of goblins. Lapis confidently confirmed his thought and suggested that in front of them there could be a real research laboratory in which experiments were conducted specifically on goblins. Lapis explained that goblins were easy to raise, as they were unpretentious and did not require special conditions. She emphasized that using these creatures in experiments did not cause remorse, as goblins were quite primitive and at the same time had traits similar to humans. This, in her opinion, made the goblins ideal candidates for experiments. She asked rhetorically if there were more suitable creatures for experiments, but she herself made it clear that such simply did not exist. Based on how the goblins were used in this place, Lapis concluded that they were in a real laboratory. Rorin repeated the word laboratory and was surprised to note their simplicity. Lapis elaborated, adding that goblins were indeed amazingly omnivorous, consuming literally everything from garbage and trash to dead bodies. According to the ancient civilization's records, goblins had reduced the amount of waste by as much as 80%, which was an astonishing result in itself. Rorin agreed that goblins were indeed very unpretentious. Lapis continued her reasoning by reminding that for the representatives of the ancient civilization, no matter how many goblins there were, they were still considered just scum. She also noticed that, during breeding, different species began to appear among them, apparently the result of experiments. Rorin thought about it, wondering if the different species were the same ones they had encountered. Lapis confirmed that these ancient ruins were indeed a goblin breeding ground. It was at this point that the group was attacked by a new wave of goblins. Lapis stated that it was something worse than just breeding, because in this place, goblins were not just bred, but also subjected to much deeper manipulation. Rorin was confused as to what exactly she was talking about. Lapis returned to their conversation and explained that this was not an ordinary farm, but a place where modifications were being carried out on purpose, and possibly processes related to evolution. Rorin asked her to explain what she meant. Lapis explained that, in a simplified form, the gist of it was that they were studying methods to strengthen the goblins. She noted that they were being pursued by many goblins, but no evolved form was seen among them, which she found suspicious. She theorized that the goblins here had been modified to not produce higher forms, such as hobgoblins or goblin mages. The researchers had deliberately eliminated the possibility of their appearance, deeming it useless. Rorin expressed concern at their size, as the goblins they had seen were very large. Lapis calmly noted that even the larger ones were still just goblins. Rorin guessed that the goblins they met outside were able to escape through the cracks, and there was even a goblin mage among them. Lapis clarified that within the ruins, the goblins' changes were limited. However, once they got outside, they began to undergo transformations. She added that she believed that the ruins had been dormant for a long time, but at some point, they were rebooted. The reason for this could have been either someone from outside who activated the system, or an open passage that served as a catalyst for the resumption of processes. Rorin wanted to know why it would be bad to leave things as they were. Lapis explained that the large, black goblins were upgraded versions created at the facility. However, what worried her most was their behavior. Rorin asked what exactly was causing her concern. Lapis continued the discussion and guessed that the goblins in this place did not need to reproduce in the usual way. She assumed that somewhere in the ruins there was a device specifically designed to breed new specimens, and that was where the goblins most likely spawned. Because of this, there was no point in raising the young naturally, and so the female adventurers they caught were simply killed. However, she recalled one disturbing episode, how a goblin attacked Mrs. Nim and tried to rip off her clothes. Lapis emphasized that this act could not be explained by the biological need to reproduce. She expressed the opinion that this particular goblin could be a hybrid with human traits. It could be the result of a crossbreeding, possibly related to one of the competitors of Mr. Ritz and his group. Rorin, hearing this, was indignant, and said that in that case the creature should not be called a goblin. Lapis countered, explaining that it was still a goblin at its core. Even if its mother was human, no one would call such creatures half-goblins. She added that even if they had a human component, they were still goblins. The most frightening thing was that the process of strengthening and improving the goblins was underway here. The local specimens had a level of intelligence comparable to humans, and there was the possibility of learning. Rorin fell silent, comprehending what he had heard. Lapis continued and reminded that they had already discussed the strange behavior of the goblins who were collecting the bodies of their fallen comrades. She hypothesized that these bodies were probably used as material to create new individuals. Moreover, from the bodies of more experienced goblins, one could obtain even stronger ones than the previous ones. If this process were to continue over and over again, in a closed loop, the result could be a goblin that could surpass even a dragon in strength. Such a goblin would not only have physical strength, but also vast knowledge and rich combat experience. And considering the presence of all these factors, Lapis asked an almost rhetorical question: what, in Rorin's opinion, could happen in such a case? Rorin, without thinking, asked how to turn off these ruins. Lapis admitted that she no longer had an answer to that question. Rorin, hearing this, felt an inner disappointment. He realized that he had placed too much hope in her, sincerely hoping that she would be the one to know the way to stop the ruins. Lapis added that all the ruins were different from each other, and therefore there was no universal, unambiguous way to turn it off. According to her, it was not at all a matter of her lack of knowledge. Rorin, slightly stunned, quietly uttered something, trying to express his state. Lapis noticed his reaction and stated that she didn't like the look on his face. Rorin paused, wondering in his mind what he must have looked like at that moment. He wondered where exactly they were going next. Lapis replied that they would first head to the private rooms that once belonged to the inhabitants of the ancient civilization. In her opinion, some of the furnishings could have belonged to those who ruled this place, which meant that there could be instructions or documents there that could shed light on what was happening. Rorin was surprised to hear this. Could people really live here? Lapis explained that there was teleportation magic that could connect cities and research centers. However, it required a huge amount of magical energy to activate it, and she doubted whether it was worth spending such resources at all. Rorin admitted that he wasn't sure if the effort was worth it. Lapis added that if the ancients did use teleportation, they likely created a full-fledged residential complex that would allow them to stay there for long periods of time. Rorin expressed doubt, but Lapis insisted that the living quarters had to exist, since researchers and other staff could have lived there. She said that she was going to look for materials there in order to find a way to turn off the ruins. And if there was anything useful among the finds, she would gladly take it for herself. Rorin warned her against making too many bold statements, especially about theft. Lapis replied that all the owners of this place had been dead for centuries, so the concept of theft did not apply in this situation. Rorin shrugged and noted that in that case it would be wise to gather everything of value. Lapis agreed and specified that she would do just that. She assumed that if this place had once been turned off, then it was the ancient civilization itself that did it. And it was entirely possible that all the documentation regarding these ruins was not collected in one place. Rorin asked what to do in such a case. Lapis briefly replied that she herself did not know what to do if this was indeed the case. Rorin mentally noted that the situation was still difficult. They could run into the goblins again at any moment, and Chuck was wounded. Colts had completely exhausted his magical reserves and could no longer fight. Ritz and Nim were still strong, but as for Rorin himself, he could feel exhaustion approaching. He noted with concern that his weapon was close to its limit. If he cut through another 2 or 3 goblins, it would most likely break. Lapis, hearing this, became concerned and advised him to consider replacing it. Rorin admitted that he would make a decision later, when the weapon was completely out of commission, but for now it was more important to get the information. Lapis supported him, saying that the information was indeed important. They finally reached the living quarters. She announced mockingly that they would now begin rob. Rorin was wary and asked if it was okay to do this, as there could be traps. Lapis assured him that she had some knowledge in the field of such ruins, and therefore there was no need to worry. Ritz asked doubtfully if this was acceptable. Lapis opened one of the rooms, looked around it, and reported with disappointment that there was nothing useful there. She suggested going to the next one. Rorin, looking at her, said that she was doing it better than them, and therefore it was worth relying on her. Nim, quietly looking at the premises, noted that they were in the dwellings of representatives of an ancient civilization. Ritz added that everything around was the legacy of these people. He suggested that they simply take what they found and leave, since their mission was to check the ruins, and the information they received could be considered sufficient. Lapis didn't object and said that no one was stopping them from going back. Ritz suggested that they go together, because the group itself didn't fully understand what they were facing, and therefore it was necessary to convey the information to the management so that they could make their own decisions. Lapis chuckled and noted that they would have to call people of gold and mithril rank, and it would not be easy to gather them. In his mind, Ritz admitted that there were only a few hundred gold-ranked people in the entire world, only a few dozen mithril-ranked people, and fewer than 10 possessors of the highest scarlet gold. He realized that this was truly not an easy task. Lapis said that if they wanted to leave, she wouldn't stop them. She promised to pray for their safety, but there was nothing good waiting for them in these ruins. Rorin noticed that her words sounded rude. Lapis explained that you can't force anyone to come with you. Rorin chuckled and asked if that meant he should follow her. Lapis was a little confused and asked if he really wasn't going. Rorin said that they were in the same boat now, and he couldn't leave. Lapis sighed in relief and admitted that she couldn't have done it alone. She thanked him and said that she had good news. Rorin asked him to tell her what the news was. Lapis happily reported that she had managed to find records regarding these ruins, and they also contained information on how to disable it. Rorin was surprised by her abilities and exclaimed that she could read the ancient language. Lapis proudly reminded her that she was a priestess of the god of knowledge. Rorin asked with a smile if all the priestesses of this god were so smart. Lapis replied that there were plenty of smart people in the world, but people like her were special. Rorin got down to business and asked what they should do next. Lapis explained that she believed there was some sort of control room there. There, she found a panel that could be used to shut down all processes. She suggested heading there immediately. Ritz overheard the conversation and asked if they had really found anything. Lapis confirmed it and said they were lucky. She then turned to Mr. Ritz and asked what he would decide. Ritz firmly stated that they would go together. Chuck added that they would have a better chance of survival that way. Lapis, hearing this, approved and suggested that they hurry to the control room. According to her, once they were there, they would be able to put an end to everything that was happening. One of the men recalled a moment from his past when he, as a newcomer, first came to the guild. It was then, on that very day, and in the same branch, that a man named Ritz also registered. He and Ritz started their journey at the same time, and although they hardly crossed paths after that and did not maintain any communication, he he still accidentally heard Ritz's name and remembered it. Over time, Ritz became a figure that was constantly being talked about. The man, without wanting to, heard these rumors. Whether it was because Ritz was valued more than him, or something significant happened on some research assignment. In any case, their paths diverged, and although they started out the same, Ritz advanced faster. He became a silver rank before the man himself. He had to accept it and admit it. Ritz had become his eternal rival. The man's comrades, noticing his thoughtfulness, began to tease him, commenting on his thoughts about Mr. Ritz, and teasing him for his phrase that he had heard about him, whether he wanted to or not. The man abruptly ordered them to be silent. He admitted to himself that he was grateful for this unexpected opportunity to prove something not only to others, but also to himself. Later, one of the girls from the administrative staff explained that it was necessary to conduct a survey of the ruins near the village Vine, and in order to increase efficiency, they decided to issue the task to 2 silver-ranked groups at once. She added that payment would depend on the quantity and quality of information received. The man mentally noted that this was a great chance to find out which of the 2 was better. When Ritz introduced himself as the leader of his group, the man reacted immediately. He felt irritated by Ritz's confident and calm tone and realized that he had to show himself to be no worse. Inwardly, he was ready to respond with something worthy so as not to give in. One of the girls from his team, with genuine delight, loudly acknowledged that the real Mr. Ritz was standing before them. She was glad to meet him. Another comrade noted that this was an amazing coincidence. The same girl immediately turned to Nim and expressed admiration for her beauty, noting that all elves are beautiful. Chuck, who was standing nearby, commented on her words, noting that the girl was called beautiful. Another team member said he had heard of Mr. Coltz's skillful magic. Ritz, frowning slightly, demanded an explanation, wanting to understand how they knew all this. The man's comrades admitted that rumors about Ritz's group were circulating everywhere, and added that their leader was a true fan of Ritz. The man tried to justify himself with irritation. He categorically refused to admit that he was a fan and said that he simply remembered how they started at the same time. He reminded that he had already declared Ritz his rival for this mission. Then he added that since he had a chance to talk, he shouldn't miss the opportunity to get acquainted. He spoke loudly to Ritz, informing him that they had become adventurers on the same day, and that Ritz had since moved ahead. The man admitted that he admired him, at least a little. That's why he's throwing down a challenge. If their group proves better at exploring the ruins, Ritz will definitely remember his name as the name of his rival. Then he called his comrades and led them forward. One of the man's companions asked if he was going to introduce himself properly. Someone else noted that Ritz actually looked impressed. The man spoke quietly, wondering if he could get past them. The companions answered confidently that they would definitely win. They promised that the moment when the rival would recognize him would definitely come. One of them said that they would be there that day. The man expressed his confidence in victory out loud, declaring that they would be the ones to prevail. Chuck, who had been watching the proceedings, quietly repeated the word, rivals, and Ritz nodded in response. With the competitors gone, Ritz's team discussed how to respond to the challenge. It was decided that the most important factors in exploring the ruins would remain speed and quality of work. Whoever did the best would receive not only a greater reward, but also recognition. The conditions, in essence, remained unchanged. Ritz, thinking aloud, said that perhaps he should find out the name of the person who had challenged him. Later, when the situation changed, Nim sadly suggested trying to find the tokens of that group, so that, if necessary, they could at least bury them. Lapis stated that they had finally received instructions regarding the construction of these ruins, and so now was the time to act without delay. She insisted that everyone hurry because the faster they got to the so-called control room, the faster they could put an end to what was happening around them. According to her, the person who previously served as the administrator of this facility turned out to be a decent, responsible, and reasonable person. He left no strange secrets behind, no locks with incomprehensible activation conditions. Lapis added that if he were different, more secretive and cunning, she would have to think about who he really was and how to shake the whole truth out of him. At this point, Rorin, without saying a word out loud, wondered in his mind with surprise where Lapis had managed to learn so many details about the structure and purpose of such ruins. He admitted that it was indeed interesting, but at the same time he intuitively felt that he might not like the answer he heard, and so he decided not to ask unnecessary questions. However, Lapis, as if reading his mood, calmly said that all this information was gleaned from books. Ritz looked around and reminded everyone that no one knew when the goblins would show up again. He expressed his dissatisfaction with how dirty and unpleasant the job was that they had to do. Rorin couldn't help but agree with him. He thought to himself that they had been sent out for nothing more than a routine exploration. But instead, they had ended up in such a truly nasty ruin that everything turned out to be far more dangerous than anyone could have expected. Lapis looked at Rorin and guessed that he probably thought their group was unlucky for getting lost in these ruins. Rorin was surprised by the accuracy of her guess and asked in response if she could read minds. Lapis replied that Mr. Rorin had it all written right on his face, so it certainly wouldn't hurt for him to be more careful with his expressions. She added that it was probably not them who had the worst of it, but Mr. Ritz's competitors. And Rorin reluctantly agreed with her words, nodding as if acknowledging that perhaps that was true. Lapis then commanded that the chatter stop as they had already arrived at the place. She invited everyone inside. Rorin looked around and noticed how simple it all looked. Lapis warned that it was too early to rejoice, because there was still one important task left. She pointed to the panel and said that in front of them was a control console, from which the entire structure of the ruins could be controlled. Rorin asked if she could figure out how to use the device. Lapis nodded confidently and assured that, of course, she could handle it. At that moment, Chuck loudly noted that the doors slid open. Lapis, with the same confidence, said that everything was under her control and that she could be relied on, but then froze, noticing that strange red symbols appeared on the display. She explained that for some reason the command to stop was not accepted by the system. In order for the command to be executed, it was necessary to activate the control function. However, according to her, there were no errors in the command structure, and therefore everything that was happening seemed especially strange. Rorin asked if she could explain why the command hadn't worked, if it had been correct. Lapis admitted that if she had known the exact reason, she would have fixed it long ago. She suggested that perhaps the device had become unstable over the centuries. And if this is the reason, then she definitely won't be able to fix the device. Ritz noted with alarm that the entire screen was now covered in those red symbols. Rorin, feeling threatened, demanded to know what exactly was going on. Lapis finally came to the conclusion that they really were looking at a laboratory, which meant that it must have office space for the staff. Rorin, though hesitantly, admitted that it was entirely possible. Lapis added that all employees who had access to the controls had to be registered in the laboratory system. Rorin looked at her and asked her to explain what she was getting at. At that moment, Ritz shouted loudly, indicating that 2 doors had opened at once. Chuck responded with alarm, saying that he didn't understand what was going on. Lapis explained in a low voice that there had been a biometric authentication error. Initially, access to this object was restricted exclusively to researchers. All unregistered users, such as herself, could not enter stop commands. The red symbols that appeared were notifications of biometric verification failure. She warned that if they ignored these messages and continued entering commands, after 3 unsuccessful attempts, the system would lock all control. That was exactly what had happened. Now they could do nothing. Moreover, the system recognized them as violators and activated the internal interception protocol. This meant that from now on the object would eliminate them as a threat. Ritz exclaimed that this was extremely dangerous and demanded a clear plan. Rorin asked for a simpler explanation because it was still unclear to him. Lapis explained in simplified form. The system perceived them as outsiders, and now it was going to get rid of them with the help of goblins. The exit was already blocked, and this control room was directly connected to the room where the goblins were created. She was sure that very soon they would burst in here in a crowd, and they would have to hold back the onslaught. Ritz growled in irritation but agreed. Lapis apologized and said that she would try to cheat the system. If she succeeded, the goblin threat would disappear. However, while she was working, she was completely defenseless. Ritz, suspiciously, asked why she even thought she could do it. Lapis calmly stated that she was a priestess of the god of knowledge, and therefore she had reason to believe in her strength. Rorin asked if she really had an explanation for everything that was happening. Lapis said with dignity that she had not uttered a single word of lies. Rorin nodded, acknowledging that that might be the case, and told her to continue working, and he himself promised that they would hold back the onslaught of the enemies. Lapis thanked them and said that she completely relied on them. Nim reported that the goblins were already approaching. Ritz confirmed that they had no other choice. He noted that at least the door was not that wide. He ordered Nim to stay close to the device and cover Lapis while she worked. He then turned to Chuck and asked if he was ready. Chuck, gritting his teeth, said that he could handle it, even though everything that was happening was infuriating him. Ritz looked at Rorin and declared that it was now up to him. Rorin confidently confirmed his readiness. They began to fight the influx of goblins, repelling them one by one. Then a black goblin appeared, more dangerous than the others. Chuck turned to Colts and told him to stay close to Lapis, as he was no longer in any condition to fight. Colts, hanging his head, apologized for his helplessness. Rorin, looking at the black goblin, firmly stated that he would take him on. He continued his desperate battle with the black goblin, putting the last of his strength into each blow. Rorin felt like his sword was about to fall apart from the strain and the repeated impacts with the enemy's thick, dense hide. That blade wouldn't survive another serious clash. He called out to Lapis, loudly demanding to know how much longer she would work. Lapis, without looking up from the panel, said that she would complete her task as quickly as possible. But she also emphasized that she was not just fighting a system now. She was dealing with technology left behind by an ancient kingdom, and such a complex structure could not be overcome in a couple of minutes. Despite all this, she expected to complete the operation no later than an hour later. Nim cried out in alarm that she was almost out of arrows, and they simply wouldn't be able to last that long. Colts admitted that he only had one spell charge left, after which he would no longer be able to use magic. Chuck, hitting another goblin, shouted furiously that their number seemed endless. Inside, he felt a growing sense of unease, and noted that these creatures were becoming stronger with each new wave, surpassing in strength even those they had fought before. Rorin noticed that even in the midst of battle, the goblins continued to carry the bodies of their fallen kin away from the battlefield. He noted this disturbing pattern with disgust. Lapis, hearing this, explained that fallen goblins were considered vital resources to them. She added that allowing goblins to take bodies was extremely dangerous, even if it was only for a few seconds. Chuck, breathing heavily, admitted that if they really could stop it, they would have done so long ago. Ritz confirmed that they are doing their best to stop the enemy and hold their position. Rorin wanted to know if this was really that important, but Lapis reminded him that they had already discussed this point. She explained that the goblins use the dead bodies of their allies not just as meat or trophies, but as carriers of experience. Each fallen goblin accumulated combat data, tactics, defense, maneuvers, striking power. All this was transferred to new creations. This was the meaning of their rapid evolution. According to the information in the found manual, the process of transferring this data to a new body took only a few seconds. Moreover, she explained that the room they were in was directly connected to the center where new goblins were produced. Rorin confirmed that he now understood that the longer they fought, the stronger the goblins would appear. All their enemies' efforts were aimed at turning the experience of the dead into the strength of new fighters. Lapis added that when the accumulated information became enough, the system created a new, more advanced version of the goblin. These new enemies were much more dangerous than the previous ones. Soon, Chuck let out a cry of surprise as one of the goblins managed to block the arrow with his shield. He noted that the goblins were using their weapons differently than before, another worrying sign of their adaptation. Ritz, with alarm in his voice, urged everyone to speed up before the next, even stronger enemy was created. Rorin immediately reported that such an opponent had already appeared. A new creature, different from the others, appeared before him. He immediately entered into battle with it. The battle became more fierce. Rorin cursed in his mind as he realized how much superior this new goblin was to the others. His skin was so thick that any attacks barely left a mark. Rorin noticed the goblin seemed to smile, a look that seemed like a mockery, but it made him furious. He felt like his opponent was mocking him, seeing weakness in him. Rorin screamed inwardly that he would not allow himself to be judged, would not tolerate ridicule, and would not admit defeat. Rorin continued to fight, despite his fatigue and outdated weapons. The battle was merciless, becoming more brutal with each passing moment. Chuck, looking around, said that the rumors about the mercenary were probably true. Rorin was truly becoming the legendary mercenary that had previously only been whispered about. Nim, despite her fatigue, warned against relaxing. She urged Rorin to act in a manner worthy of his rank, because the situation was becoming critical. She added that the sword he fought with would soon fail. Soon Ritz, looking at the panel, called out to Lapis with alarm, noticing strange activity in the system. Lapis, without looking up from the console, explained that she had already entered the commands to shut down the facility and stop goblin production. All she had to do was complete the process, but the system refused to accept the final command. Ritz was outraged and demanded an explanation. Lapis said that the problem was simple. The system was not shutting down. If she could shut it down completely, then the previous commands would work, and the entire structure of the ruins would begin to collapse, and goblin production would cease forever. Ritz shouted out that if stopping the system wasn't possible through the console, maybe it would be worthwhile to simply destroy it physically. Lapis replied with a heavy voice that if he was able to do it, then he shouldn't waste time. She acknowledged that the system was remarkably resilient. It had functioned for hundreds of years without maintenance and was still in perfect condition. But if someone could physically destroy the mechanism, it would certainly work. Ritz silently approached, ordered Lapis to step aside, and struck the system with his sword with all his might. However, the result was disastrous. Ritz's sword broke without causing any damage to the device. He screamed in rage as he realized how strong the defense was. Lapis explained that the system was covered in a magical protective spell, and normal physical attacks would not work. To destroy it, a special magical weapon was required. Without it, it was impossible to break the device. At that very moment, Rorin's sword could not withstand the load, and finally collapsed. Rorin thought about it. He went over everything that had been said in his head. His thoughts were caught by Lapis's words about the magical protective coating. He sighed heavily, realizing that he had one more try. He ordered Lapis to step away from the console, quickly took out the pendant that once belonged to the goblin mage, and threw it into the heart of the device. A thought flashed through Lapis's head. In front of her was a necklace that once belonged to that very goblin magician. She recognized it as an artifact known as a mana drain necklace. It was an item that could absorb magical energy over time, storing it within itself to be released at the right moment. Meanwhile, a memory flashed through Rorin's mind. He remembered that quite a bit of time had passed since the necklace had been in their hands after the events in the goblin lair. He came to the conclusion that it could well have accumulated a sufficient amount of magical energy during this time. If that was indeed the case, then the moment for its use could not have been better. Suddenly, a loud and powerful sound pierced the air, as if a discharge had passed through the entire structure, shaking the stone walls. Colts, feeling the magical shift, was surprised to hear that the protective barrier had disappeared. It no longer felt like it had dissolved into thin air. Chuck looked around and noticed more goblins approaching. He cursed furiously, cursing the endless stream of them. At that moment, Rorin, without wasting any time, threw his broken sword straight at the central part of the control system. His action was accompanied by a sharp surge of magic from the necklace he had used before, which he now put into the attack. The system, once protected, was completely destroyed. The mechanisms inside it sparked and then froze, and a powerful energy pulse ran through the room. As if on cue, the goblins began to fall one after another. Their bodies went limp, their movements ceased, the flow ceased. Those who were approaching collapsed unconscious, as if an invisible thread had snapped that connected them to the source of life. Ritz, looking at this, barely managed to say that the goblins had actually stopped. Thoughts flashed through Lapis's mind. She wondered if it was really over. She felt like she could move, her body wasn't paralyzed, and that was a good sign. She concluded that the necklace probably didn't have that much mana stored, and that was why the effect's radius was smaller last time. And yet, now the result was enough to turn the tide of the battle. They had miraculously survived. She was amazed that Rorin could come up with such an idea in such an extreme situation. It was unexpected, even for her. But along with the admiration came concern. She screamed at Rorin, accusing him of how dangerous this was, but her tone quickly turned to alarm when she noticed he wasn't responding. Running closer, she saw that Rorin had lost consciousness and had fallen lifelessly to the floor. Nim noticed something strange on the goblin's body, and she turned to Ritz. Later, the moment came when Rorin slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness after the events that happened earlier. Seeing this, Lapis, with a look of relief on her face, reported that, To her great joy, he had finally woken up and expressed gratitude to fate for his return to consciousness. Rorin's reaction was mild irritation as he flicked Lapis on the head, expressing his displeasure with her actions and pointing out that she shouldn't have been so reckless and spontaneous in mounting men without permission or reason. In response, Lapis explained with slight resentment that, in the place where they were, there were no accessible and comfortable places to sit, except for what she decided to do. To this, Rorin, trying to remain calm, noted that even in this situation, she still had the opportunity to choose an empty spot on the bed that was quite suitable for sitting. Lapis, however, stated with obvious displeasure that the bed was so hard and uncomfortable that, according to her butt would simply fall off if she tried to sit on it for a long time. Continuing the conversation, Rorin decided to clarify their current location and assumed that, judging by the environment, they were in a hospital or medical facility. Lapis confirmed his guess, saying that they were indeed in a hospital, and offered to tell him what happened after he passed out, after asking him to remember the last moment he remembered before passing out. To this, Rorin stated that the last thing he remembered was throwing a long sword straight at the device that was the center of the ongoing conflict. Lapis then noted with satisfaction that he showed no signs of memory loss or cognitive impairment, and added that his berserker state ended up being considerably milder and less destructive than what others had experienced in similar situations. Rorin responded to this statement with irony, pointing out that her words sounded as if there were both good and bad berserker states in nature, which in itself seemed strange. Lapis confirmed with a hint of surprise that she thought it was indeed obvious, and emphasized that what was more important was what happened after the moment he threw his longsword into the device. The events moved to the guild, where the guild representative expressed gratitude for the provided report on the investigation and study of the ruins, and also expressed joy that the entire team returned from a dangerous place, safe and sound. After that, he informed the participants that they could receive their well-deserved reward from the next administrator, who was nearby. It was also reported that the tokens that the team had brought back from the ruins showed no signs of doubt regarding their authenticity, and it was determined that these tokens actually belonged to the silver-ranked team members who had also previously taken part in this quest. The guild representative added that they already knew the name of the leader of that other group, and they would organize an additional search of the ruins to find any remaining relics and lost artifacts that might have remained inside. At the end of the conversation, he assured that this issue would be resolved in the future and asked the participants not to worry, as he would personally take control of it. Outside, Ritz, one of the participants, admitted that he had only heard the name of the mysterious man once and that it would be much preferable if he could hear it directly from the owner of the name. Ritz also noted that after receiving a request to investigate the ruins, they had a hard time finding even one treasure or artifact worth mentioning. He also added that after deducting all the expenses for preparing for the mission, as well as paying for medical recovery after the mission, their financial situation was dire, and they were practically broke. Nim, wanting to emphasize the positive outcome, noted that despite everything, they all remained alive and returned safely, which, in her opinion, is the main achievement. The Colts expressed sincere gratitude for the opportunity to cross paths with two unknowns who proved to be very useful allies in the situation. Chuck, reflecting on the events, admitted that the guy in the control room had shown himself to be an unusually outstanding person, and at that moment he even thought that the mercenary from the rumors could really be standing in front of him. He recalled that, according to the stories, this man had a body like the wind, and when this wind swept past, everything that was in its path was torn to pieces with terrifying force. Ritz assumed that it was the mercenary known as Windcutter, and expressed confidence that it could not be him, as such a figure was too famous to be a regular bronze-ranked adventurer. However, Chuck countered that even if it wasn't him, it was still hard to imagine that actions like what they had seen could have been carried out by 2 or even 3 other people at the same time. He recalled that the young man had once mentioned that he had actually been a mercenary in the past, and that was what had sparked Ritz's genuine interest in him. Ritz responded by advising Chuck that if he really had so much free time to fantasize, he'd better hurry up with his treatment and get back to work. Meanwhile, Lapis continued to explain that after the device was destroyed, the protective magic lock was released. She explained that this is why the cancel and sleep commands embedded in the relic were activated, and all the effects came into effect. Lapis concluded that, as a result, these ruins became completely useless and lost their original meaning. She also added that the main device in these ruins was completely destroyed, and it was because of a certain necklace that was in the structure of the device that all the internal magic circles were scattered and lost their power. According to her, no mage with the current level of magical knowledge and technology would be able to restore or repair this device. Unfortunately for Ritz and his comrades, as Lapis admitted, the reward they received for the task was very modest, and therefore they were dissatisfied with her group. It occurred to Lapis that about half of what she said was actually meant as a joke and shouldn't be taken too seriously. Rorin, on the other hand, expressed the opinion that, considering the fact that their research hadn't turned up anything useful, it wasn't all that surprising. He added that, despite the investigation being deemed a failure, it was not entirely without meaning. In his observation, the team was still able to receive a fairly large reward in the end. Even so, Lapis admitted that she had done something she should not have done under any circumstances. Rorin wondered if he should apologize for what had happened after all. Lapis's thoughts were elsewhere. She thought that there might be trouble if any strange or awkward connections were to be made between them, Ritz, and the other participants. Lapis mentioned out loud that she had overheard discussions about sealing the deactivated ruins later, after a reconnaissance team had been sent there for further study. From her perspective, the place was no longer fit for further use, but she believed it was better to be cautious than to regret being short-sighted. To this, Rorin calmly noted that everything was clear, and then asked who exactly brought him to this place and where exactly their current hospital was located. Lapis replied, in a reserved manner, that it was she who carried him when he lost consciousness. According to her, she couldn't leave it to Ritz and the others, even though they offered to help, because there were wounded among them as well. As for the location, they were currently in a city called Cafe. Rorin said with annoyance that he seemed to have caused a lot of trouble. Lapis, trying to calm him down, said that it wasn't worth his trouble and wasn't a serious problem. Incidentally, she added that their mission to eliminate the goblins ended up being a failure. Since 3 of their comrades had not returned, they had failed to destroy the goblin nest and had no proof that they had defeated even one goblin. All this made failure inevitable and natural. After these words, Rorin remembered and asked about the fate of that bag with ears. Lapis noted with regret that, apparently, the bag was lost during the last battle. Rorin responded to this emotionally, expressing annoyance at what was happening. Lapis's thoughts returned to the moment when Ritz, immediately after Rorin fainted, expressed a desire to leave, because at that time there was still no complete certainty that the danger had completely passed. As a result, she was unable to collect any materials from the goblins' bodies to use as evidence later. However, she did not want to become a burden to others, so she gave up on the idea. Rorin, still feeling a sense of disappointment inside, remarked that it was all really a shame. He added that at least he managed to get out of that situation alive, and despite all their efforts, they ended up getting nothing. He admitted that while those guys were reckless, they weren't inherently bad people. He also emphasized that Lapis wasn't that bad either. Lapis thanked him for these words with restraint. She expressed hope that the reconnaissance squad would still be able to find and save those girls, since they had only encountered ordinary goblins. This meant that the team had not received any reward for their current request, and had also incurred some expenses during the trip. The girl added that she had already spent money from his wallet to pay for transportation. However, the cost of treatment and accommodation in the hospital was a separate issue. She said she paid for it all out of her own pocket, hoping that Rorin would pay her back one day. Rorin then asked how long he had been unconscious. Lapis replied that he had been out for about 3 days, including the day spent traveling. So if you add the cost of treatment and accommodation for 2 days and 1 night, it came to about 5 silver coins. She asked him not to worry, and said he would only have to pay her back the amount he owed her, without any additional interest. Rorin admitted with some hesitation that even then he would not be able to afford that amount. To this, Lapis calmly explained that she was not going to force him to pay it all at once, and was willing to give him the opportunity to repay the debt in parts. Rorin, holding back his skepticism, noted that the conditions she proposed sounded too good to be true. Lapis's inner thoughts at that moment focused on the fact that she had done all of this deliberately. She had courted him specifically and had spent almost all of her resources, ending up without money. Lapis knew that doing something like this to keep him in his debt was somewhat cruel, but at the same time, she felt like she didn't care. Finally, she openly stated that in exchange for all this effort and resources spent, she wanted Rorin to agree to travel with her. Lapis's inner thoughts focused on one important conclusion. If she traveled together with this swordsman, they would be able to meet the minimum requirements for party size, which was especially important for receiving quests. Such a partnership, in her opinion, would be an effective way to keep intrusive and annoying fellow travelers, whom she viewed as parasites, at a respectful distance. Thanks to this, they would have a chance to prove themselves as a full-fledged and effective group, demonstrating their abilities and fighting potential to others. It was also obvious to her that, despite the power she carried as a member of the demonic race of kin, traveling alone, especially under the guise of a priestess, came with certain and very tangible difficulties, both practical and social. In addition, she acknowledged that Rorin, who possessed the power of a warrior, despite knowing her true origin and belonging to a race that aroused hatred in people, did not change his attitude towards her, either in behavior or in his gaze. This proved not only his strength of spirit, but also his reliability as a person. In her mind, he had already taken the place of not only a combat partner, but also a savior, to whom she felt deep gratitude. Deciding that now was not the time to discuss financial difficulties, Lapis spoke in favor of their possible alliance, noting that traveling together with the priestess could be very beneficial for Rorin himself. She added that the agreement seemed fair and balanced and, in her opinion, was a good deal. Rorin responded with a slight resignation, admitting that the situation was developing in such a way that he simply had no choice but to accept this offer, especially in his current situation. Hearing this, Lapis asked whether his words could be considered consent, because it was important to her. Rorin agreed, but set one condition. He wanted their union to last only until he paid off her debt, which had accumulated due to the costs of his treatment, accommodation, and transportation. Lapis readily accepted his conditions and promised that everything would be exactly as he wanted. At the same time, she sincerely expressed hope for productive and interesting collaboration with him in the future. To this, Rorin restrainedly confirmed that he too was counting on it. However, he reminded her a little embarrassedly that it would be nice if she finally stopped sitting on him. At this time, another thought flashed through Lapis's mind, which she kept secret. By her own admission, this request still turned out to be a plus for her. While they were in the room looking for instructions and a manual, she discreetly pocketed several valuables. Her actions were so stealthy and precise that even a professional thief, if he were nearby, would not have noticed it. Most of the items she had appropriated were enchanted with some kind of magic. She concluded that the medallion they had in their hands most likely came from that room as well. Because of this, she was sure that the money issue was not an issue for her at the moment. However, she felt a little sorry for Rorin, as his debt to her would only grow from now on, and she was going to take advantage of that. Despite this, Lapis felt a real sense of anticipation for the adventure ahead. Inwardly, she promised herself that she would be there for Rorin and share his journey, no matter how difficult it might be. Two men stood to the side, talking among themselves, discussing the alarming news. One of them, with a worried expression on his face, reported that another village had been destroyed. The other, not particularly surprised, commented that this had happened before. Clarifying that he was talking about a pioneer village located in the north, he added that this event was not something new or unexpected. The two of them came to the conclusion that everything that was happening was directly related to the expansion of agricultural land and the ability to collect even more taxes, a measure that benefits exclusively the rich people. These same rich people, in their opinion, are the ones implementing such plans aimed at seizing new lands. In such a situation, as they noted, it becomes necessary to provide the peasants with at least minimal protection if they are sent to such dangerous places. One of the men concluded gloomily that, in the end, even if the peasants were completely squeezed out, their homes destroyed, and they themselves died, no one would care much. They came to the mutual conclusion that in this world, money rules everything. Rorin, watching their conversation, mentally agreed with this statement. He noted to himself that indeed, people never voluntarily give up money, regardless of their background. Whether simple peasants, kings, aristocrats, mercenaries, or even adventurers, they all strive for material well-being. Rorin's sudden outburst of money caused Lapis to react. She looked at him in surprise and noted with a hint of mockery that he seemed to have been drinking since the morning. However, knowing that he had been in hospital for 2 days, she expressed understanding for his desire to drink, although she doubted whether he had the means to do so. Rorin, not hiding his fatigue, admitted that his mercenary squad had been destroyed. After that, he had no choice but to become an adventurer. The first mission he had accepted had been an unpleasant ordeal. Now that mission was over, and although he did not specify whether it had been successful, he noted that he now had a comrade. Lapis, holding back her reproach, said that drinking alcohol on an empty stomach, especially after an illness, is extremely harmful and can lead to problems. To this, Rorin reminded her that he simply had no money and therefore discussing drinking was pointless. Lapis, not losing her cheerfulness, cheerfully declared that of course she would pay herself. She immediately turned to the waitress to place an order. For herself, she asked for an egg sandwich without mustard, and for Rorin, with ham. Rorin mentally noted that despite Lapis serving the deity of knowledge as a priestess, she had a very high level of intelligence. He even thought that perhaps she was too intelligent for someone who was only supposed to be a spiritual servant. When Lapis asked the waitress to add everything to the total bill, Rorin thought again. He knew that she could use both divine spells and demon magic. He had originally started working with her, thinking that it would be a solid start for a newbie like him. However, now it seemed to him that everything was turning out much more complicated than he had expected, and the only thing he could do was sigh heavily. When Rorin asked how much a ham sandwich cost, she told him it was the same price as an egg sandwich, 5 copper coins. He noticed with sadness that his debt to her continued to grow. Lapis, without losing her optimism, noted that, in such a case, one cannot just sit around doing nothing. Rorin mentally confirmed that it was because of the constant financial difficulties that he became an adventurer. From the moment he met Lapis, he accepted his first mission, found himself in the ruins of an ancient civilization, and almost died. The battle was incredibly tough, and despite surviving, he was left with nothing. Now all the expenses fell on Lapis's shoulders, and he decided to work with her until he got everything back to the last coin. Lapis, trying the food, noted that it turned out to be surprisingly tasty. At this moment, Rorin again wondered, when will he finally be able to pay off his debts? He reached for the food, saying he would try some too. Lapis politely invited him to begin. She then reminded him that even though they were going to work, Rorin was still without a weapon. He sighed and said that the tasks he could take on without a sword were as simple as cleaning ditches. Lapis protested, saying that she wouldn't allow that. That kind of assignment would leave a smell, and as the person who now works with him, she doesn't want him to smell bad. She said that she had a remedy that would help get rid of the unpleasant smell, and if he used it, she would not object to such tasks. Rorin wondered if she would deduct the cost of the item from his reward later. He asked if she had any assignments in mind that he could take on in his current state. Lapis suggested they discuss the difficult topics later and focus on food for now. Rorin, with slight skepticism, noted that these topics were not that difficult. Rorin with envy. One of them noticed how clever he was, because even being only a copper-ranked adventurer, he had already found a woman who would feed him. They envied him and dreamed of the same. Rorin looked at their tokens and mentally noted that they were iron rank. Lapis, noticing that he was paying attention to the two, advised him to simply not react to their words. But Rorin said that if such people are allowed to behave with impunity even once, they are bound to continue. Lapis tried to understand his position, noting that it was probably the principles of a mercenary, although she still didn't think it was wise to pounce on everyone who said something rude. In her opinion, those men were hardly worth paying attention to, since they didn't even have women who would do such things for them. These words, spoken out loud by her, were heard by those same two. One of them reacted rudely, asking what exactly she had just said. Rorin's reaction was a tense expression and a clear intent to fight. He decided that since it had come to this, he would fight them, and, if necessary, kill them. Lapis then stated that there was no point in killing anyone, as it would immediately turn them into criminals in the eyes of the law and the guild. She reminded that 90% of misunderstandings between adventurers lead to tragic victims, and it is better to avoid escalation. She also categorically insisted that no one should pick pockets because the last thing they needed was to be caught stealing in a public place. In response to her remark, Rorin only called out to her briefly, perhaps to contain his anger. Lapis continued, more reservedly, adding that if there was a fight, they would have to pay for the damage to the establishment's property. At the same time, she quite calmly stated that she was ready to take on all the expenses, and if Rorin decided to destroy everything, then she would pay for the damage without any problems. Meanwhile, the two men who were watching them began to speak rudely. One of them said in a harsh and humiliating manner that he was ready to forgive them only if she knelt before him, because she was only a woman. They suggested that she, as a priestess, could be useful in many ways. One of them also suggested that Rorin had already had his fun with her, and declared that it was their turn, expressing their readiness to begin violence. Lapis, upon hearing such words, expressed indignation, noting how unacceptable it was to say such things in front of an innocent girl. She described them as real rude people. Lapis mentally admitted to herself that, in the end, it all ended with her getting into a fight. Later, when the situation calmed down a bit, Lapis suggested collecting medicinal herbs, noting that this was a fairly simple and accessible way to earn at least some money. Rorin supported the idea, saying that the quest was to collect medicinal herbs in the forest near the city. He noted that there were no dangerous monsters in the area, so the quest could be completed even without weapons. Lapis clarified that the guild pays 2 copper coins for each herb. She did the math and said that to pay off the debt in full, Rorin would have to collect at least 705 plants. Rorin, hearing this, asked not to aggravate his already painful situation. Lapis replied that everything seemed quite simple. Then Rorin asked why she took up collecting herbs herself. Lapis explained that she was also hoping to make money this way, as it would be a shame if one day she couldn't lend Rorin another loan. Then, in a half-joking tone, she chided him for seeming to relax too often and overlooking possible herbs. Rorin admitted that he wasn't particularly good at it, adding that if it had been a battle, he would have paid off the entire debt long ago. Lapis immediately reminded him that he didn't even have a weapon to fight with. Rorin acknowledged the truth of her words and said that he most likely would not be able to collect too much. Lapis philosophically noted that nothing could be done, because it was a common, constantly put forward request that always got someone, and suggested going back. Rorin agreed grudgingly, confirming that it was time to return. Lapis then reminded them that the guild's recommended price for a hotel room was 30 copper coins. Food cost between 5 and 7 copper coins, and a glass of drink cost 2 copper coins. That meant the minimum daily expenses were between 45 and 53 copper coins. Based on this, even after completing the current request, Rorin would still be in the red. She offered to give him some more money and buy the necessary things to at least improve his situation. Rorin thought out loud and noted that in such a situation, it was questionable how copper-ranked adventurers could survive at all. He expressed doubts as to whether they could really manage it. Lapis answered honestly that most of them really do live in debt, do stupid things, take on risky missions for profit, and if they make a mistake, they simply say goodbye to life. In her opinion, the smartest way would be to raise their rank to iron as soon as possible, and find a reliable, strong team. Rorin concluded that the world they lived in was indeed cruel. He mentally noted that, in terms of money, the mercenaries seemed to be doing not so badly. He added that this was most likely achieved thanks to the efforts of the commander and the competent work of the accountant. Lapis said that no matter how the circumstances turned out, one still had to live somehow, and asked if she needed to carry her things. Rorin stopped her abruptly, asking her to be quiet because he heard someone nearby. Lapis tensed up and suggested that perhaps in this situation they should run away to avoid danger. Rorin agreed that such a thought might be reasonable, but he had a strange and disturbing premonition. Soon he noticed the girl and called her. Lapis noted with surprise that it was unclear how she could have ended up in this place. Rorin suggested that perhaps she was simply lost. Lapis analyzed her appearance and noticed that the girl was barefoot, but there were no wounds on her feet and her clothes were clean. She concluded that the girl was unlikely to have come here on her own. She did not have developed muscles, and the skin on her hands and feet was soft and not rough. All this indicated that the girl was well taken care of, which meant that she most likely came from a noble family. Rorin looked around warily when he saw the girl. and noted that he didn't like what was happening at all. He felt that there was something strange and disturbing about her presence. Lapis suddenly noticed movement in the trees and screamed, warning that timber wolves were attacking them. Rorin volunteered to deal with the threat without hesitation and expressed his intention to protect the girl, clearly considering it a matter of honor. He made it clear that he intended to deal with the wolves personally and free the child from danger. Lapis didn't object, but she worriedly reminded him that he didn't have a weapon, and without one the battle might be much more difficult. Rorin, however, said with confidence that this would not cause any difficulties. He declared that he could deal with such opponents, whom he simply called dogs, even without a sword. A vague thought flashed through Lapis's mind at his words, and she wondered if he had really just called these predators dogs. After defeating the wolves, Rorin asked with interest if they were edible. Lapis calmly replied that the meat of these creatures was not fit for food, but their skins could be sold, and from this one could get some money. Rorin, hearing about the skins, noted that, unfortunately, he did not have a knife, and this certainly interfered with the matter. He expressed regret about this and then looked at the girl, who was still unconscious, and asked how she was feeling. Lapis examined her and was relieved to report that there were no visible wounds on the girl's body. She concluded that the baby seemed to be fine. Lapis noted that they were lucky to find her before the wolves got to her, which saved her life. Rorin thoughtfully agreed that everything in life had to be balanced. If someone was very unlucky, then someone else, on the contrary, was on the lucky side, like this girl. Lapis, reasoning in the same vein, added that, based on that logic, somewhere there must be someone who was extremely unlucky right now. She even wondered if they had someone in mind who would have had a particularly hard time at this time. Rorin then asked himself a practical question, wondering what they should do with the girl they had found. Lapis replied that they could not leave her alone under any circumstances. Rorin, although reluctant, admitted that he didn't want to drag the girl into town. It could cause additional complications and suspicions. Lapis, however, suggested a reasonable solution. Once they returned to the city, they would simply hand the girl over to the guild's care, where the appropriate people could take care of her. Rorin then walked up to the girl and carefully picked her up in his arms. Lapis, noticing his movement, asked what happened. Rorin replied that nothing special had happened, it was just that the girl was unexpectedly light, even for a child. Lapis, slightly surprised, noticed that she looked a little plump, and wondered who she could be if she looked like that and weighed so little. Rorin said in a reserved tone that perhaps when the girl woke up, she would tell everything herself. He noted, however, that they would not want anyone to perceive their actions as kidnapping. Lapis playfully suggested how it would sound from the outside. Two suspicious individuals taking away an innocent girl. Rorin irritably asked her to at least not include him among these most suspicious villains. In his mind, he summed up what had happened, realizing that it was with this meeting with the mysterious girl that their new adventure, full of uncertainty and trials, began. Rorin and Lapis walked into the city calmly, without encountering the slightest resistance or suspicion from those around them. Lapis noted that the situation would have been completely different if they had really been criminals. Since then, it would have been much more difficult to pass through the gates without obstacles. But thanks to the priestess's accompaniment, they could walk confidently and without fear. Rorin remarked with some admiration how wonderful it must be to be a priestess who commanded such respect. Lapis then commented that in such circumstances, they were given an incredible amount of credibility from other people's perspectives, something that was not available to ordinary travelers. They arrived in Kaffa City and headed straight to the Adventurers Guild, where a staff member was already waiting for them. The guild representative looked at them and asked if they had rescued the man in the forest, which he had probably already been informed about. Rorin confirmed that this was exactly how it happened, while inviting the girl to see for herself. She, in turn, stated that the guild would take responsibility for what was found, and asked if they objected to such a decision. Rorin replied that he had no objections, since he himself had no intention of accompanying this girl forever. Then the guild representative said that she would like to have a conversation with them in the guest room to discuss certain circumstances. Rorin immediately wanted to clarify an important detail and stated that what had happened was not a kidnapping. The guild representative responded that she understood this perfectly well, because the kidnappers in their right minds would not have brought the victim to the guild itself. At the same time, she noted that she wanted to talk about something else and immediately got to the point. She expressed discomfort in saying this, but stated that the guild would like to impose temporary restrictions on Rorin and Lapis's movements. Rorin reacted with surprise, clearly not expecting this. Lapis tried to clarify what exactly this meant, and whether such measures were connected with suspicions against them. The guild representative hastened to assure that there was nothing of the sort, and that no charges were brought against them. She explained that the guild simply wanted to find out the girl's identity, and until the results were in, it would be undesirable for Rorin and Lapis to take any independent action. Lapis anxiously asked if something had happened to the girl that would cause such an approach. The guild representative admitted that she couldn't say anything definitive at the moment. Rorin wanted to know what kind of restrictions were being discussed, and how long they would last. The interlocutor replied that if they needed a specific time frame, then it was a matter of a few days, during which the first results should appear. The guild asked that they not leave the city and, if possible, stay at a certain hotel. Rorin noted that this conversation did not make him feel any calmer or easier. The guild representative clarified that the hotel was located on the main street and was called Mnogotsvitye. Rorin admitted that the name meant nothing to him. Lapis noted with interest that the Mnogotsvitye Hotel was fighting for the title of the best in the city, was distinguished by its high class of service, and was also expensive. The guild representative added that all living expenses and any amenities would be covered by the guild, and if they needed anything extra, they could simply name the guild and it would be paid for. Rorin asked suspiciously if the guild really thought that an adventurer could be bribed with such treatment, since treating him too well could cause mistrust. He added that no mercenary would accept a mission just because of the promise of mountains of gold. Lapis guessed that they were just supposed to pretend they didn't notice. Rorin reminded them that it was against Lapis's moral principles. Lapis confirmed that he was against that kind of attitude. Rorin asked again what exactly was going on with the girl they had brought to the city. Lapis said that they would not allow their actions to be restricted without explanation, and asked for at least a brief explanation of the matter, and wondered if it could somehow have a detrimental effect on them. The guild representative responded that the likelihood of this happening was extremely low. She explained that the girl was known only to a few people within the guild, and to clarify the situation, they would have to wait until she woke up, which could take several days. Lapis concluded that the guild wanted to confirm the girl's identity, and until it was proven that Rorin and he had nothing to do with it, they were going to keep them nearby. In his opinion, once the guild was convinced that they had only accidentally found the girl in the forest, the suspicions would disappear. Until then, they could stay at the inn at the guild's expense. Rorin asked to clarify whether the guild would really take care of the inn and money. The guild representative confirmed that everything would be done and asked if they needed a double room. Rorin responded sharply that they needed separate rooms, otherwise there would be no agreement. He demanded that this be made clear. Lapis expressed her agreement with this decision. Rorin, addressing the priestess, emphasized that he was personally against communal living. After some time, Rorin suggested that the girl they found in the forest was most likely not a local resident of this city, but, on the contrary, came from far away and perhaps belonged to some noble family. Lapis remarked that it was surprising how she ended up alone in the middle of a forest with no villages or safe roads, and expressed interest in what could have really happened to her. He added that for now, they could only enjoy the comforts of an expensive inn and patiently wait for the guild representatives to contact them. He also asked if she was tired. Satellite. Rorin, instead of giving a direct answer, shared that he didn't like what was happening at all, and besides, the feeling in his body wasn't pleasing either, like he couldn't even really tense up. He added that he didn't think it was a matter of too much tension, but at the same time, his whole body felt kind of sluggish and uncontrollable. Lapis, hearing this, suggested that although Rorin's mental state had already returned to normal, he was still physically recovered from the recent events. Rorin briefly expressed doubt, unsure whether to agree with this. 2 days passed. A girl from the guild approached them and informed them that since the guild had established their innocence, all restrictions previously placed on their movements were lifted. She thanked them for their cooperation and said that they could now proceed as they saw fit. Lapis was surprised by such brevity and expressed bewilderment that they were not being told what exactly had happened. The guild representative explained that the issue of providing information was decided directly by the guild, and that such information was only passed on to select adventurers of iron rank and above. Lapis countered, reminding her that they were the ones who brought the girl to the guild, and regardless of the nature of the information, they deserved an explanation. At that moment, Rorin stopped his companion, thus interrupting her attempt to insist. Lapis reacted with surprise to his intervention. Rorin explained that his companions served the god of knowledge and, by nature, sought to know even that which was usually hidden. The guild representative was a little embarrassed and admitted that she had heard of such people who were obsessed with finding the truth, but reminded him that the final decision belonged to the guild. Rorin calmly acknowledged that he understood that she couldn't tell him anything, and since she couldn't, there was no point in insisting. He also asked if the information had already been passed on to those who needed to receive it, and if there was any way to find out at least that. The guild representative confirmed that the guild had already identified a circle of people who could be trusted with this information, and the information had been passed on. Rorin then concluded that if they were found innocent, they were now free to leave, and announced that they would be moving out of the hotel today. Lapis tried to stop him. The guild representative thanked him for his cooperation, officially ending their involvement in the case. Lapis, clearly worried, wanted to know what exactly he was planning. Rorin explained that he shouldn't put pressure on the girl, because even under pressure she would still keep the secret, and if she suddenly let it slip, she would be in a very bad way. He added that it was much more of a hassle to try to talk to someone who had been ordered to remain silent, so it was worth turning to someone who had the right to share information. Lapis asked if Rorin knew who exactly to turn to. Rorin confidently stated that he knew the name and face of the person he needed, so they would figure it out quickly. Lapis grabbed Rorin's hand, not hiding his excitement. Rorin tried to object, but Lapis, looking straight at him, explained that she didn't know where to go, so he would have to lead her himself. She urged him not to hesitate and to act quickly. Rorin entered one of the city's establishments and began to question the local visitors, collecting the necessary information. After a while, turning to a familiar man, Rorin noted that he had not seen him for a long time, although not much time had passed. He suggested that they sit down and continue the conversation. The man named Chuck was surprised to see them and asked how they found this place. Rorin replied that they had to ask around before getting here. Lapis added that it cost them 30 coppers, but it was a necessary expense, so she paid for it herself. She then greeted Chuck, emphasizing that she hadn't seen him in a long time. Chuck, recognizing his interlocutors, expressed understanding and asked his sister to bring 2 more mugs of ale. Rorin declined the treat, although he noted that he was still grateful for the offer. Chuck insisted, explaining that they had been a great help, and that he wanted to at least treat them to something as a token of his appreciation. Lapis responded that they hadn't really done much, and that all their previous work had gone down the drain. Chuck retorted, telling them not to talk nonsense, because while the money had indeed gone wrong, that was just how it happened. He noted that the main thing was that they were alive, and that was good. He added that he couldn't say he wasn't annoyed, but it was all in the past, so there was no point in worrying. He then proposed a toast to the meeting. Rorin apologized, presumably for the situation or for not being able to share the toast. Chuck replied that everything was fine and he wasn't offended. He noted that they didn't seem to have come to just talk about trivial things and asked why they actually found him. Rorin explained that they had found a girl in the woods a couple of days ago and taken her in. Chuck, surprised, learned that it was them and remembered that this story had been discussed in the guild, but only among those of iron rank and above. He realized that this was the reason they had come to him. Rorin explained that his partner wanted to at least get some information about the girl. Chuck responded with understanding, reminding her that he was a silver-ranked adventurer and, according to him, no one should expect him to just go and tell her what he knows. He added that second-rate adventurers who tend to talk about their work usually do not rise to the silver rank. Rorin clarified that he had not expected such frankness at all, but after consulting with his partner, they decided that if anyone could sell them such information, it would be Chuck. Chuck, hearing this, reminded them that Rorin had saved his life and offered a compromise. He was willing to tell if they promised not to reveal the source. Rorin promised that he wouldn't cause any problems for Chuck. Lapis also confirmed that she keeps her word and thanked him, calling him Sir. Chuck approved of their attitude and warned them in advance that he could not vouch for the veracity of the information, and suggested that they decide for themselves what to do with it. He then shared what he knew. According to his information, the girl they had brought was named Sena Lombartia, and she was from the city-state of Hansa. Rorin noted the name Hansa, trying to process what was said. Lapis explained that the city-state of Hansa was located about 3 days' journey south of the city of Kaffa. It was a small country with a capital of the same name. Although she was unfamiliar with the name Senna, the family name Lombardia belonged to the ruling family of that country. Rorin was surprised by Lapis's knowledge. Lapis chuckled cheerfully and asked if he wanted to compliment her as well. Chuck continued and said that Senna was the only daughter of the ruling family. He added that their position was not exactly brilliant, but he still felt that being rude would be inappropriate. Rorin decided to find out why they had been restricted from moving when they first brought the girl in. Chuck explained that the reason was simple. The guild didn't want them to spill the beans too soon. A lonely noble girl found in the middle of the forest would immediately attract attention and cause a wave of rumors. He added that usually, when helping people, you can count on a reward, but in this case they will get nothing. Firstly, because no one asked for help, and secondly, because there is no one to confirm whether this girl is really Senna. Lapis assumed that in 2 days it would be possible to find out her identity. Chuck said that no one had reported anything to him, but he knew that the guild suspected that the girl was real. However, the messenger sent to Hansa had not returned yet. Rorin suggested that perhaps he had not yet arrived, since it had only been 2 days. Lapis recalled that messengers from the organization were usually equipped with magical tools that allowed them to communicate their location, and suggested that contact with him had probably been cut off. Chuck concluded that the guild had obviously decided that Hansa was not a partner to whom they should pay too much attention, but they also did not want to anger him. Therefore, they had gathered several groups of iron-ranked adventurers and intended to send the girl back with these groups. The guild had already made an official request for her return to Hansa. He added that the fee for the job was modest, so silver-ranked adventurers declined to participate. Rorin commented that he felt there was nothing particularly sensitive about the information. Chuck agreed, but noted that despite this, such information was considered an internal request that was not usually shared. The guild did not tell them everything just because they were copper-ranked adventurers. Lapis wondered what it would take to gain access to such information. Chuck expressed doubt, hinting that it might be more than just a rank issue. Lapis noted with a slight smile that her interest was caused solely by ordinary human curiosity, because indeed, there is something quite natural in the desire to know how a representative of an aristocratic family who lived in abundance and, it would seem, protected from all troubles, ended up all alone in the middle of a wild forest located 3 days' journey from her home. She enthusiastically added that it was not surprising to want to clarify everything down to the smallest detail. Rorin noted that at their current bronze rank, no one in the guild leadership would invite them to discuss such matters. Lapis suggested that perhaps there was a way around this limitation, Rorin countered, claiming that it was impossible to do. However, Chuck, overhearing their conversation, interjected that such a method actually did exist. Lapis expressed interest, wanting to know what the method was. Chuck explained that in exceptional cases, when a silver-ranked adventurer gives an official recommendation, a copper-ranked adventurer may be temporarily considered as an iron-ranked participant. In particular, if Ritz were to send such a request on his own behalf and add a personal recommendation from Chuck and his comrades, then Rorin and Lapis's participation in this matter would be entirely possible. Lapis enthusiastically began to say that this was a wonderful opportunity, but Rorin interrupted her. He wanted to make sure that Chuck was really confident in this decision, because if it failed, both their and his reputation could suffer. Chuck responded with ease, assuring him that there would be no problem, and added that Ritz would most likely give the same answer. He emphasized that it was voluntary, and if Rorin did not want to, then no one was forcing him to participate. But if he did decide to, Chuck would like him to get a good weapon first. Rorin began to make excuses, saying that he wanted to sort out the weapons first and then come back to discussing the proposal. He asked Chuck for a little time to try to settle the matter in 1 day. Chuck chuckled and said that Rorin was a real weakling and was acting like a hen-pecked husband. Rorin muttered that he knew everything perfectly well. Chuck concluded that if Rorin actually came up with something in a day, they could return to the conversation. He assured him that the Silver Adventurers were not going on this mission, and that there should be no problem with their recommendation. Rorin stated that he trusted him and immediately approached Lapis to ask for some money. Lapis, surprised, asked if he was going to buy a weapon, and wondered if he was going to buy something like a large sword. Rorin replied that if he was, he wouldn't bother Chuck or the others. Lapis, switching to a business-like tone, asked Chuck about the time of sending this work. Chuck said that he did not have exact information, but, according to his information, the sending would depend on the condition of the girl herself. He also mentioned that he heard about the approximate date, in 3 days. Lapis, having understood what she heard, apologized to Rorin and said that she could lend him some money, but asked him to wait a little, as she was afraid that she herself would not have enough cash and would need to get more funds. Rorin replied that he would take care of the matter later, and since she needed time, he would wait. Lapis expressed her willingness to get down to business immediately. Chuck jokingly noted that Rorin had no urgent business, so he could stay, because it was hard for both of them, because they both fell in love with very unusual women. Rorin asked reservedly what this assumption was based on. Chuck, with a slight wave of his hand, said that he understood everything perfectly well, because he himself was in a similar situation. He admitted that Nim always pushed him around, knowing how he felt, but, upon reflection, he came to the conclusion that being henpecked by this grumpy, flat-bottomed woman was not so bad. Even her bad temper had become part of her charm. Rorin noted with a grin that if she heard that, he would quickly be turned into a hedgehog. The next day, Lapis entered the room and was surprised to see that they had apparently spent the entire night there. Nim appeared next to them and asked where Chuck was. Lapis greeted her and noted that it had been quite a while since they had seen each other. Nim responded that it hadn't really been that long. Lapis apologized for completely forgetting about finding a new place to live after they broke up. She said that she had already rented a suitable place and moved all her belongings, so there was no reason to worry. She also added that Mr. Rorin didn't have much stuff, so she quickly dealt with the move. Rorin thanked her, but wondered how she got into his room in the first place. Lapis explained that she said they were partners, and was immediately let in. Rorin wondered internally how normal that was, and suggested that perhaps they were let in specifically because they were on behalf of the guild. Nim, meanwhile, turned to Chuck to wake him up. Lapis, noticing this, asked if she had come specifically for Chuck. Nim confirmed that she had come specifically for this, to take this, as she put it, worthless man. Rorin explained that they were just sitting there together. He also noted to himself that he had actually spent most of his time just listening to Chuck's love story. Nim, turning to Rorin, said that he was a good person and suggested that Lapis follow his example. Lapis, frowning, asked if that meant she was bad. Nim left it to her discretion and added that there was no reason to worry, as she herself would explain to Ritz that Chuck was simply bragging to his less experienced comrades. She promised to pay for everything that was needed, and said goodbye. Rorin, watching her go, said that perhaps they should apologize later. Lapis, slightly embarrassed, reminded her that she had already said that everything was fine, and then added that she wanted to know, "Is she really that bad?" Rorin replied that he did not take it upon himself to judge, and did not consider it necessary to discuss it. Lapis, after looking around and assessing the situation, suggested that Rorin head to the weapon shop, emphasizing that they needed to purchase both weapons and armor. According to her, no adventurer can function properly without reliable equipment, and the current state of his equipment left much to be desired. The armor was already noticeably battered and worn out, and it was time to replace it with new ones. Rorin noted with a slight wistfulness in his voice that he had been using his equipment since his days as a mercenary, and it had served him well ever since. Lapis assured him that they would find the right equipment for him, and asked him to trust her completely in this matter. Once in the weapons shop, Lapis immediately took the initiative and addressed Rorin, reminding him that his specialty was offensive actions. Therefore, in her opinion, he should think about more reliable and strong armor than simple leather. She immediately pointed out one of the items. "I recommend it for purchase." Rorin glanced at the said item and was surprised to notice that it didn't look like armor at all. Lapis explained that it looked like an ordinary cloak, but it was actually a magical artifact. It was made from fabric woven from the web of a black widow, which gave it exceptional strength and unique properties. She added that the item had the enchantments of protection and self-recovery applied to it, and its cost was only 5 gold coins, which was 10 times cheaper than its actual market price. According to Lapis, wearing this cloak over the standard leather armor would greatly increase the level of protection. She confidently concluded that they should definitely buy it. Rorin asked incredulously if the item was really worth 10 times more, if it was an exaggeration, and if the shop assistant had said so. Lapis explained that the main problem was that the shop assistants themselves often did not know the true value of some items. She added that perhaps even the owner doesn't realize how valuable the item is, and even if it is revealed later, the main thing is to buy it before someone decides to revise the price, because the price tag is still in place. Lapis continued speaking, but suddenly stopped when she noticed that one of the items she had seen earlier had suddenly disappeared. She turned to the shop owner and asked where the item she was interested in had gone, assuming that it had probably already been purchased. The store owner quickly dissuaded her, saying that no one had purchased the item yet. According to him, the item was too large to keep on the sales floor, so he moved it inside, to the back room. Lapis, slightly surprised, noted that he was able to do this, to which the owner, waving his hand wearily, admitted that several people had helped with this, because it would have been impossible for one to cope with such a task. Lapis, hearing this, expressed her willingness to pull the object back. However, the owner stopped her, warning that it was not so easy to handle such equipment, and that the process was not quick. Meanwhile, Rorin noted to himself that, despite the rather modest size of the store, there really was a good selection of goods here. He thought that once he had some extra money, he might consider buying an auxiliary weapon, although he knew that it was unknown when such an opportunity would arise. His gaze fell on a long sword that seemed quite good to him. And at that moment, a man with a confident gait entered the room, attracting the attention of everyone present with his appearance. He, appearing in the store, sharply called out to Rorin and demanded that he take his hands off the sword, because he himself had long had his eye on this weapon. The man arrogantly admitted that Rorin had a sense for quality, but pointed out that such a weapon was not suitable for a simple, muscular simpleton. He advised Rorin to first study his own fighting abilities before attempting such equipment. He then declared that he would take the sword for himself. The shop owner politely thanked him for his patronage and expressed his gratitude for the visit. Meanwhile, Rorin, internally admitting that he didn't have enough money to buy it anyway, wondered who was standing in front of him. Lapis approached him and, noticing his sullenness, asked if something had happened. Rorin waved her off and said that everything was fine. Lapis, noticing the absence of the sword that had just been on display, was surprised and concluded that it seemed the longsword had already been purchased. She noted that while it was a fine sword, she had already prepared something much more suitable for him. She held out another example and added that she thought it was impressive, but still seriously inferior to the one she had chosen for Rorin. At this moment, Rorin couldn't help but be surprised. When he saw the sword, he was amazed that Lapis had managed to find such a rare specimen. It was truly an amazing weapon, worthy of the highest adventurers. Lapis calmly listed the expenses. The new leather armor cost 50 silver coins, the magic coat cost 5 gold coins, and the sword itself cost 15 gold coins. In addition to this, potions, a spare dagger, and other useful things were bought. Altogether, the debt amounted to 23 gold coins and 80 silver coins. Rorin thought to himself that at least Lapis had forgiven him for the bronze coin, which was already good. He joked that it seemed that now, in addition to his equipment and his own property, he himself was beginning to become her property little by little. Lapis replied that an adventurer's equipment always belonged to the adventurer himself, so he shouldn't worry. She then reminded them that they had a new request tomorrow, so tonight would be a good night's rest. She said good night. Rorin showed her where her room was. Lapis noted with slight annoyance that she should have booked a double room after all. In her opinion, she shouldn't have followed Rorin's suggestion. He responded dryly that she shouldn't start talking about being afraid of something, and suggested that she just go to bed. Rorin, thinking before going to sleep, noted that this would be his second mission as an adventurer. He was sure that such a request would attract many experienced fighters. They might not be on the level of Ritz's group, but there would definitely be some iron rank adventurers among them. He hoped that the team would have a good team. The next morning at the Adventurers Guild, one of the girls invited Rorin to come to the main hall to confirm his participation and register. In the hall, he immediately noticed the arrogant guy from the gun store from yesterday. He, recognizing Rorin, indignantly called out to him, calling him yesterday's idiot. Rorin noted to himself at that moment that his hopes for a calm and professional team seemed to have been destroyed. The guy commented sarcastically that now, apparently, iron-ranked adventurers have become completely devalued, since they take just anyone. He looked at the bronze-ranked pendant on Rorin's neck and expressed surprise, because this request was intended for participants with a rank no lower than iron. The guild member standing nearby calmly explained that Rorin and Lapis had an official recommendation from a silver-ranked adventurer. The guy couldn't contain his surprise when he heard this. The guild member continued, explaining that according to the guild rules, such a recommendation would equate a copper rank to an iron rank. Thus, Rorin and Lapis had every legal right to participate in this request. Rorin, still thinking to himself, thought that the guy would hardly make claims for having connections. However, he still stated that, as he had said earlier, Rorin should know his place. He admitted that he did not understand how he had gotten so lucky, but advised him to be careful and try not to disturb others. Rorin calmly agreed, assuring that he would try not to interfere and stay out of the way. The guy expressed bewilderment at such a reaction, expecting more. A guild member intervened and asked everyone to remain calm, reminding them that the task required teamwork. The guy was outraged that he was equated with someone like Rorin. Representative intervened, noting that the least he could do was not interfere. She warned that if his actions interfered with the request, the guild would impose a fine on him. She also reminded that the guild does not see any problems with the participation of Rorin and Lapis, because their abilities were confirmed by silver-ranked adventurers. If they were an obstacle, they would be punished. But if rank was so important to him, then the opinion of a silver rank should matter to him. Rorin, after hearing all this, calmly confirmed that he understood. The guild representative added that participating in such a request was a special case, and warned against causing problems. Rorin reiterated his awareness of responsibility. Representative looked at him and noted that at first she thought he was just well-connected, but now she felt like he was truly worthy of the title of Iron-Ranked Adventurer. She expressed joy at this. Then she announced that the briefing would begin soon, but first she needed to make sure that all participants were present. Rorin turned to Lapis and expressed surprise that she had remained silent the entire time. "Hayakaim." Lapis responded with a slight grin that she considered arguing with such people a waste of time and simply stuck to her style. Rorin briefly agreed with her. Representative announced the total number of participants, 23 people. She thanked everyone for their participation and announced that this request was an official assignment from the Adventurers Guild. The purpose of the request was to escort a girl named Senna Lundbardia to the city-state of Hansa. Representative officially announced that the girl named Sina was the daughter of the ruler of the city-state of Hansa. In connection with this circumstance, she emphasized that each participant in the request must treat her with due respect and reverence. The guild had taken into account the distance in advance, 3 days' journey to Hansa, so transportation was organized by horse-drawn carriages to ensure speed and safety. The main task of the escort members was to guarantee protection along the way. After that, she reported that the guild had previously sent messengers to Hansa to warn of Sina's approach, but unfortunately, none of them returned or established contact. Due to this fact, special instructions were given to be extremely careful when passing the route. Due to the increased risk, the guild has set a payment of 12 silver coins for each participant in the quest. One of the adventurers expressed doubt about the adequacy of the proposed amount, implying that in the conditions of danger, the payment seemed too low. Representative calmly replied that the threat level had not been officially confirmed at the moment, and therefore the amount was preliminary. She assured that if the actual danger turned out to be higher than expected, the reward would be reviewed and increased. Thus, participants do not need to worry about payment. It will correspond to the degree of risk. Rorin, thinking to himself, noted that even though the adventurers sent out earlier had not returned, the guild still did not provide guarantees. He also thought that they might have to provide proof to get the extra bonus. In his opinion, these were very difficult and unfavorable conditions. The guild representative continued the briefing, reminding that the current request had the status of an official guild order. She warned that participants have the right to refuse it, but this will entail a fine. At the same time, if the task is successfully completed, then in addition to the designated reward, everyone will receive special privileges from the guild. She called for the assignment to be taken seriously and with full responsibility. Sina herself, visibly agitated, stepped forward and, with a pleading voice, asked the escort members to take her home. She admitted that she could not make any promises right now, but she would definitely tell her father about what had happened and ask him to additionally reward the escorts. After that, she bowed low, expressing sincere gratitude and hope. Lapis, without hesitation, asked for the contract. Rorin thought that this mission looked extremely risky, but being sent here on a personal recommendation, he no longer had the opportunity to refuse. The next morning, the day of departure began. Rorin, looking at the preparations, was surprised that they too would be riding in carriages. Lapis explained that they wouldn't have made it in 3 days on foot, and besides, she had never taken part in escort missions before. She was amazed that the guild had managed to organize horse carriages in just 1 day, calling it a display of powerful administrative resources. She also expressed admiration for Rorin's physical fitness and how easily he carried his heavy sword. Rorin replied that he had long since gotten used to the weight of the weapon. Lapis reminded him that he had a lot of other equipment. Rorin agreed and asked what the general layout was for placement. Lapis replied that there were 3 carriages in total, since 23 adventurers had taken part in the mission. The first carriage carried 8 fighters. The second carried Sina herself and 7 adventurers. The third, where she and Rorin had gone, carried the remaining 8 participants. The guild member in charge of the dispatch shouted for everyone to board quickly, as there was already a delay. Rorin agreed without arguing. He noted to himself that perhaps his weight was too great for the cart. The coachman, noticing the list, shouted that the cart was overloaded on one side, and he could not drive in that condition. Lapis looked at the situation carefully and said that there was nothing to be done. They would have to move from this side to the opposite one. One of the adventurers was indignant, unhappy that they had to squeeze together because of this. Rorin bowed and apologized, admitting that he had nothing to say in his defense. Several adventurers reacted calmly. One said he couldn't do anything about it. Another offered to help move the luggage. One of them admitted that his gear was too heavy, so he moved too. Thanks to their actions, the carriage was leveled. Rorin thanked everyone with sincerity. One of the fighters said that they are all on the same team and should help each other as much as they can. This is the basis of teamwork. Rorin noted to himself with surprise that there really were good people among them. The brief feeling of relaxation, however, did not last long. After a few hours on the road, Rorin, noticing something alarming, turned to Lapis and asked what was going on. Lapis, having examined the situation, bitterly concluded that she could not make an exact diagnosis, but she was sure that they had a dead person in front of them. What seemed like such a simple escort mission suddenly turned into an ominous and frightening event, full of disturbing forebodings. Rorin asked himself a heavy, disturbing question inside. Why had this happened? Why had it all gone this way? His memories took him back to a few hours ago, when events had just begun to unfold. Rorin then politely apologized for the inconvenience caused, hoping that his apology would help smooth things over. However, one of the men sitting nearby turned to him sharply. He was indignant that Rorin could not get comfortable in the carriage, which was causing trouble for the others. There was irritation in his voice, and he did not hold back, accusing Rorin of deliberately putting a spoke in the wheels of the others. Rorin sighed internally, realizing that he was in an unpleasant situation again, and thought with irritation why this man was picking on him again. He was about to respond, but just as he began to speak, another adventurer interrupted him, rudely ordering him to shut up. He emphasized that the guild had already explained everything and ordered him to go to his carriage without continuing the conversation. Rorin mentally noted that this guy, surrounded exclusively by girls, gave the impression of being a typical popular type, somehow fashionable and in demand. At this point, Lapis thanked one of the participants for helping her and addressed him by calling him Bros. Rorin repeated the name to himself. Bros, not hiding his displeasure, said that he simply did not like those who talked too much. Rorin was surprised how Lapis knew his name. Lapis quickly explained that the guild had provided a list of all the participants in the quest in advance, and she had memorized everyone's names. She added that Bros was an iron-ranked adventurer who had been active in the field for 20 years. Bros asked ironically if she was trying to hurt him. Lapis, remaining polite, assured him that she had no such intention. She emphasized that among the many adventurers, only a few managed to break through to the silver rank. However, despite a 20-year career, Bros has not suffered any serious injuries, which means his skill and experience deserve deep respect. After finishing her speech, she asked him with a smile if he felt embarrassed by her praise. Bros said irritably that she was being too loud and suggested that she sit more quietly. At this point, the guild representative gave the order to the coachman to prepare for departure. One of the coachmen loudly announced that they had a 3-day journey to Hansa. A short wish of good luck on the road went through the adventurers, and the party set off. Later, as the sun was setting, Rorin noticed the gathering darkness. Bros noted that it might be dangerous to continue in the dark, and that they would soon need to find a place to set up camp. However, the cart in front suddenly stopped. Bros expressed doubt that it was an ambush, since everything that was happening did not look like an attack. He suggested that perhaps something technical had happened to the cart. Rorin noticed a strange, tense atmosphere ahead and decided to check what was going on. He approached the coachman and tried to find out what was going on. At first, the coachman replied that everything was fine, but then he admitted that he felt very nauseous and had some kind of internal discomfort. Rorin asked worriedly if the passengers in the carriage were okay. The driver assured him that they should be fine. At this point, Bros came closer and called out to Rorin, asking what was going on. Rorin reported that the coachman had become ill. Bros, alert, turned to the coachman himself and demanded an explanation. A voice came asking for help. It also pointed out that before setting up camp, one should not forget to lay out the mats. Rorin, still unsure of what was happening, turned to the people inside the carriage, asking if they were okay. He asked for someone to answer, and when he heard no clear answer, he began to open the door to see for himself. Rorin called out to Lapis with a sharp concern in his voice, urging her to come over immediately. Lapis, having approached the scene of the incident, immediately began to examine. She noticed the victim's irregular pulse and heavy, ragged breathing. She quickly came to the conclusion that it was necessary to remove the people from the wagon immediately, otherwise their condition could worsen. As for Miss Senna, Lapis said she appears to be simply in a state of deep sleep and shows no signs of deteriorating health. At this point, one of the adventurers, Kraz, aggressively intervened in the proceedings. He sharply demanded an explanation, accusing Rorin of holding up the entire group's progress. He did not hide his displeasure and demanded an immediate answer. Rorin, keeping his focus, apologized briefly and firmly, saying he had no time to talk and advised Crassus to get the camp ready. He then called out to Brosis and asked for his help. Crassus, confused, wondered what was going on. Bros, approaching, tried to understand the nature of the panic. Crass, in response, rudely waved him away. Bros, having clarified whether the priest had been trained in medical skills, turned his gaze to Lapis. Rorin, wasting no time, confirmed that the question was serious. Meanwhile, Lapis gave her preliminary medical analysis. She stated that one of the men began to experience a sudden loss of strength, accompanied by difficulty breathing. At the same time, there were no signs of illness or visible injuries. The symptoms indicated an abnormal, unusual form of exhaustion that could not be explained by ordinary fatigue. As for the two victims, Lapis bitterly admitted that she could not establish the exact cause of their death. These people had their heartbeat and breathing stopped at the same time, without any prior signs of illness or external damage. In essence, they simply died for no apparent reason. The assembled adventurers reacted to her words with indignation. They could not believe that the bodies were really dead. According to them, in the morning, everyone was perfectly fine, and the dead were simply riding in a carriage, no different from the others. Bros, seeing the reaction, could not contain his anger, and loudly expressed bewilderment at what was happening. Lapis, remaining calm, suggested that Bros verify her words himself. Bros walked over to the bodies, examined one of them, and confirmed that the man was indeed dead. Lapis nodded, confirming that both bodies were in a state of terminal death. Rorin, watching what was happening, thought to himself that he should now act with extreme caution. Lapis wasted no time in making her recommendation that the bodies be burned immediately. Bros was surprised, not understanding why they couldn't just bury the dead. Lapis explained that burial was not an acceptable option under the current circumstances. If the participants are categorically against cremation, then, according to her, the only alternative may be an immediate return to the city of Kaffa. Rose asked why such extreme measures were needed. Lapis explained that there was a high probability that the dead would soon turn into the undead. Rorin, hearing this, exclaimed with shock in his voice that this was impossible, because turning into an undead was usually the result of necromancy or an imposed curse. Lapis elaborated that in some cases the dead do indeed rise as undead, not because of outside interference, but as a result of so-called attachment to a previous life. She added that now it is not the cause of death that should be considered, but how to properly dispose of the bodies. If the participants doubt her words, then, at her suggestion, they can turn to another priest. She pointed to a group of adventurers, which included Cross, a knight named Layla, a mage named Angie, and a priestess of the water god named Loru. Lapis admitted that she doesn't know all of Loru's abilities, but just by her appearance, one can tell that she is a real priest who can say something about this. Crass, keeping his cool, said that Lapis could do whatever she wanted, but she shouldn't interfere with their group. Loru, hearing what was happening, calmly reminded that the priests are obliged to see off human souls and have no right to leave them without a ritual. She turned to her god of water, asking him to show the way and open the way for the dead. Rorin, looking at her, noticed that she really gave the impression of being a real priest. Lapis, hearing this, asked with a grin if she herself didn't look like a priest. Bros, without responding to this comment, asked what her conclusions were. Loru examined the bodies carefully and reported that they were already desecrated and would soon indeed turn into undead. Rorin was shocked by what he heard and thought with alarm about the seriousness of what was happening. Bros, looking at those gathered, gloomily stated that the situation was extremely grave, but it was already impossible to change it. He proposed first to set up camp before dark, and then to start cremating the bodies. Rorin, taking the initiative, said that it was necessary to carry the bodies aside and asked for help. He reminded them that these were the comrades and friends of the dead, and, at least out of respect for their memory, they should perform this last duty. Later, one of the adventurers, barely containing his emotions, remarked that what was happening was incomprehensible. He emphasized that there was no battle, no one was hurt in the fight, and therefore he could not understand why their comrades would suddenly turn into undead. He expressed confidence that the reason lay in the carriage itself, since the deceased were riding in the second carriage, which was provided by the guild. The adventurer added that the only one who felt good after the ride in this carriage was Sena. With the rest, everything went wrong. The situation was gradually becoming more and more tense, and Lapis, looking around carefully, said with firmness in her voice that being here was becoming truly dangerous. Several adventurers could not hide their fear as they looked towards the Sen. Their voices were filled with anxiety and inner uncertainty. They said that they felt real terror and asked each other not to look in her direction, as her gaze seemed frightening and sinister to them. Lapis, hearing this, calmly and confidently stated that everyone is free to do as they see fit. Rorin, slightly hesitantly, wanted to clarify if she was sure about this. Lapis looked at him with warmth and said that she had no reason to stop him or interfere. She admitted that her only sincere desire was to be by his side and walk along his adventures together. She expressed hope that someday he would make the same confession to her. According to Lapis, she has never tried to restrain his initiative or interfere with what he considers right, and so now she asks him to continue to follow his own choice. Rorin, hearing this, calmed down. He realized that it was no longer possible to go back, and to some extent it was not even worth it. With a slight smile, he turned to Sena and said hello. Then, trying to be friendly, he invited her to join them for a meal, noting that food always tasted less good when eaten alone. Sena, looking down a little embarrassedly, refused, saying that she had no appetite. Rorin quickly apologized, trying not to hurt her feelings, and gently added that she should still eat at least a little, because they still had another difficult day ahead that would require strength. Sena nodded and agreed, but with concern in her voice, she asked if her presence would be a burden to them. Rorin, trying to calm her down, said that there was no need to worry about it, because his friend had already expressed full consent and had no objections. Sena relaxed a little and expressed her gratitude, saying that she would then allow herself to move over a little and keep them company. It was at this point that Crassus, with a sarcastic tone in his voice, intervened in the conversation. He expressed his guess as to how exactly Rorin managed to get close to the silver-ranked adventurer, making a hint of sycophancy. In his opinion, such behavior is to be expected from those who are trying to beg for a good recommendation, or to curry favor for an additional reward. He mockingly stated that it was obvious to everyone why Rorin was doing this. Rorin cursed silently. He noted that he was once again being forced to endure Crassus's nagging, and no matter how many times he tried to reason with words, nothing changed. He could already feel irritation building up inside him, and the desire to just throw something heavy at him to stop the flow of senseless malice. He didn't care at all what Cross was saying about him personally, but he absolutely didn't want Senna to hear even one harsh word from his lips. Crassus continued, saying that there was no reason why Rorin should come any closer. Rorin, not letting him finish his sentence, calmly covered Sina's eyes with his hand and, to distract the situation, went to get some logs for the fire. However, Lapis, not hiding her irritation, seized the initiative. She threw a log with force right at Cras, not allowing him to continue his speech. At that moment, Rorin internally noted that the blow had landed right on his head. Layla, Cras's friend and comrade, turned to them indignantly, not understanding what was happening and why it was necessary to do this. Rorin turned to Lapis with a half-smile and said that he wanted to know if he could look at her now. Lapis answered affirmatively and with complete self-confidence. She explained that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Then, with a firm voice, she asked Rorin not to delay and to bring Miss Senna to them as soon as possible. Bros, as the person responsible for organizing the group, gave a brief report to the assembled adventurers. He reported that a general council had been held, and, based on the consensus reached, a decision had been made to continue moving toward the city of Hansa with the same group, without returning back to Kaffa. There was a murmur among the adventurers. One of them, with philosophical calm, said that he had understood the risk all along, and now he had simply gotten what he had prepared for. He noted that those who were already dead would receive no reward. He himself does not object to continuing the mission, but categorically stated that he does not intend to ride next to a girl named Sena. Bros acknowledged with mild irritation that this was a problem. Rorin, watching the scene, thought he could understand the reaction, though he did not welcome it. Lapis suggested an alternative solution. She and Rorin could ride in the carriage with Sena. She explained that the previous night had been peaceful. She and Rorin had deliberately positioned themselves next to Sena's tent so that she wouldn't feel lonely, and had been by her side the entire time. According to Lapis, they had spent a good amount of time together, and Rorin had shown no signs of being unwell. Rorin confirmed that he felt absolutely fine. Bros, hearing this, asked if they were ready to ride with her in the carriage. Rorin replied that they had spent the whole night together, and if there was something wrong with her, it would have already shown up. Bros expressed his gratitude for this decision. He emphasized that it would be a great service to the entire group, since leaving a client unaccompanied is highly undesirable. He then asked if the remaining carriages would be enough for the remaining adventurers, but added that he still wouldn't have anyone willing to ride in the dark carriage after recent events. He asked that if any change in condition or incident occurred, they should report immediately, emphasizing that if trouble happened to them, it would not make things any easier for the others. Lapis was the first to greet Sena. Sena looked at them and addressed them with restraint but warmth, calling them brother and sister. Rorin approached her with an offer to go together. He also turned to the coachman, asking if he was feeling all right. The coachman hesitantly confirmed that he was feeling acceptable. Rorin, thinking to himself, realized that the driver still looked unwell. Even though it was only the second day of travel, many problems had already arisen. He also noticed that most of the adventurers were in a state of demoralization and despondency. He felt that something serious would surely happen in the future. Bros gave the order to take their places. He turned to Rorin and Lapis, sternly warning them to remain on guard and maintain heightened vigilance from now on. Sena, with a slight worry in her voice, tried to find reassurance and asked if everything would be okay. Lapis assured her that everything would indeed be fine, because their group had a very strong mercenary. Rorin asked in surprise if this was him. Lapis replied with a grin that, of course, it was about him, because in their squad there was no other gentleman who would be called the Wind Cutter. Rorin was slightly embarrassed and said that there was no need to deceive himself, because he was not the person called by that nickname. He added that he was often confused with him, but he himself did not have a nickname. Lapis asked with interest if he knew the real Wind Cutter. Rorin explained in a low voice that he did not know him personally, because anyone who encountered the man on the battlefield did not survive. He, for his part, was always careful not to be among those who engaged him in combat. Lapis asked, not hiding a hint of mockery, if he was often called slow-witted. Rorin honestly admitted that it happened. Lapis nodded, calmly concluding that he probably was slow-witted. A few more hours passed. Lapis, starting to get bored, noticed that nothing interesting had happened in that long time. The driver announced that they would soon be looking for a place to stop and rest. Rorin, looking at the road, noted to himself how quickly the time had flown. Suddenly, the coachman noticed out loud that someone was standing ahead on the road. He assumed that they might be ordinary travelers. Rorin expressed his willingness to come and check the situation. Bros, following behind, clarified what had happened. He saw that people were indeed standing right in the middle of the road and blocking the way. However, there was something strange in their behavior and appearance. Rorin, looking more closely, noticed that at first glance they looked like ordinary townspeople. But there was something alarming about it. He noted that there should be no villages or towns in this area. One of the adventurers, indignant at the delay, loudly addressed those standing, demanding that the way be cleared. He loudly reminded them that their actions were hindering progress. Rorin, looking at what was happening, felt alarmed and warned everyone that there was clearly something wrong with these people. He asked them to be especially careful, and at that moment the irreparable happened. One of the people standing on the road suddenly bit the adventurer. When the road suddenly became a commotion, the adventurers anxiously tried to react. One of them screamed, demanding that the attacker let go of their comrade. Panic grew. No one could understand why someone who looked like an ordinary person was clinging with such force and anger. Bros immediately pitched in to help free the bitten man, but even he had to put in a fair amount of effort. He looked at the scene in confusion, admitting that there was something wrong with these people, and began to doubt whether they were really alive. At that moment, Loru, the servant of the god of water, clearly and confidently said that the ones in front of them were undead. Bros recoiled in surprise and amazement. He noted that it was daytime and the sun was shining brightly, so this shouldn't be happening. Then he ordered everyone to take up fighting positions. Crass, full of confidence, said that zombies are no match for him. Layla, standing nearby, quickly warned him not to go too far ahead. Angie, reserved and calculating, reminded him that her magical energy was limited and asked if Crass was sure he would not need help. Bros nodded, allowing him to go, but at the same time pointed out to Lore that Crass might still need treatment. Crass concentrated, mentally deciding that he needed to cut off the attacker's limb as quickly as possible. He noted to himself that it was unusual to fight what looked like normal people, but he reminded himself that these creatures had long since ceased to be human. He struck with cold determination and finished the attack with a short phrase. Meanwhile, Layla noticed that these opponents were behaving differently. They weren't just zombies. Loru agreed and added that they were most likely revenants. Lapis, holding a sword in her hands, turned to Rorin and offered him to join the fight. She brought his weapon specially. Rorin looked at the situation and replied that it seemed like everything was under control, and his help was not needed right now. Lapis, trying to lift the sword, complained that it was too heavy, and admitted that only Rorin was capable of carrying such a weapon. Rorin looked at her and said that there was no need to bother so much, and added that at the moment his participation in the battle was really unnecessary. He, observing Cross, noted that he looked like a man who would only be hindered by help. This is the sign of an iron-ranked adventurer. He then turned the conversation to revenants, asking what exactly was known about them. Lapis explained that a revenant was a more dangerous type of undead than a zombie or a normal human. The name comes from the word returned. They arise for the same reasons as zombies, due to attachment to the world of the living, either by the will of a higher undead or as a result of living magic. Such creatures are more dangerous than zombies, but do not surpass a living person in strength. Over time, as the body rots, their power weakens. However, if a revenant has been strengthened by a higher undead, or has received support through magical means, then it can not only retain the remnants of its mind, but also surpass the abilities it possessed in life. She briefly summarized that revenants are more dangerous than zombies and, if outnumbered, can pose a serious threat even to iron-ranked adventurers. Rorin, thinking about what he had heard, was amazed. He noted to himself that if this was indeed the case, it was unclear how more than a dozen such creatures could have appeared here, in the middle of the road. He remembered that there were no cemeteries or traces of a battle in the area. This gave him the idea that perhaps there were greater undead lurking nearby. And when it came to greater undead, the situation was as confusing and complicated as it was with living people. Of the greater undead he knew, the only ones he could think of were vampires. The revenants themselves weren't the ones to worry about first. Bros asked what he meant. Rorin explained that he had seen one of the creatures bite an adventurer. Bros explained that the bite was not deep, thanks to his protective gear, but fragments of teeth were still lodged in his hand. He added that there was one last enemy left. Crass, looking at him, rushed forward with ease. Bros, watching this, exclaimed in amazement, asking what had just happened. Crass, having finished the fight, calmly said that it was all over. Angie, indignantly, asked him again what he meant by such words. Layla, irritated, said that Crass had decided to show off again. Angie, in her heart, called him a complete idiot. Layla reminded him that she had asked him not to use this skill for trifles, especially without permission. Crass disagreed with their reproaches, stating that he saw nothing wrong with it. Loru, trying to restrain him, reminded him that they did not know who could be watching his actions, and that they should not reveal their abilities without necessity. Angie called him a fool again, reminding him that he had won without it. Crass wanted to say something, but remained silent. Bros, confused, wondered out loud why Crassus had suddenly lit up and vanished like lightning. He added that he couldn't help but notice. Rorin admitted that he had, well, noticed. He mentally noted that if this had been his first encounter with such an attack, he probably wouldn't have been able to parry it. Crassus's speed was astounding, and the force of the blow was enough to cut the revenant in half. Rorin wondered out loud again what exactly it was. Lapis understood what he meant and turned to Bros. Bros asked curiously if she knew what that ability was. Lapis nodded affirmatively and explained that as a servant of the god of knowledge, she knew it was most likely a technique called reinforcement. Bros asked if it was magic. Lapis explained that while enhancement was similar to support magic, it was different. Support magic temporarily increased abilities, while enhancement was an innate gift that enhanced the user, as well as the objects or creatures it was applied to. Bros admitted that it sounded very convenient. Lapis added that it was an extremely rare gift, and people who possessed it often became what the people called brave and heroic. Rorin thought, trying to understand the difference between a brave man and a hero. Lapis concluded that Crass was most likely connected to the Adventurers Guild, and was possibly supervised by government agencies. Rorin sighed and added that such a gift was perfect for a smug dandy, and stated that he didn't care, because after this job was finished, they would most likely not cross paths again. Lapis asked, surprised, what he was going to do. Rorin, looking calmly ahead, said that nothing drastic was going to happen yet, but that they needed to take care of the bodies. He noted that leaving them like that would be barbaric. Lapis agreed with him, admitting that he was right. Tension began to build among the adventurers, escalating into panic. One of them voiced what many were already thinking. Perhaps it was time to turn back and return to Kaffa. He argued that things were happening on this mission that were out of the ordinary. People were dying for no reason, as if at the snap of a finger, undead were attacking in broad daylight, and the general feeling of the surroundings was deeply unsettling. In his opinion, this task had become too strange, which most likely explains the disappearance of the envoys from the previous guilds. He suggested not to run away, but to return to the guild to reconvene and think it over again. However, he reminded that, it seemed, everyone had previously agreed to continue the task. To this, another adventurer countered that the decision had been made before the arrival of those very returnees. Now the situation had changed, and the consequences of refusing the mission in the form of fines seemed less important than the real threat. He recalled with pain in his voice how many comrades they had already lost, and wondered if anyone would compensate them for the losses they had suffered. Bros, trying to maintain order, asked everyone to calm down. He reminded everyone that everyone had voluntarily agreed to participate in this dangerous business and understood the possible consequences. According to him, at the moment they are much closer to the city of Hansa than to Kaffa, and therefore it is more logical to move forward. He promised that upon arrival they will receive the promised reward, and if someone still does not agree with the current decision, then a second discussion can be held and another vote can be held. One of the adventurers said he had no intention of retreating. He said he had not joined the group to return empty-handed, and certainly not to become fodder for the rebels. He admitted that this mission was the most terrifying in his life, and that he was now going to receive a huge reward, including for those who had already died. In response, someone noted that brave words are worth nothing if a person is injured. He retorted that his left arm was fine, and he was still in the ranks. Another participant said that he would not go back either, not so much for the reward, but so that the death of his friends would not be in vain. Bros summed it up. If there are no more objections, then they continue moving. Rorin, lost in thought, voiced his concerns. He noted that he was particularly concerned about the origins of the rebels. He had examined their belongings before burial, but had found nothing that could provide a clue. All they had with them were ordinary wallets, simple accessories, and other small items typical for ordinary people. Bros, hearing this, concluded that perhaps these creatures were the most ordinary people from some normal settlement before they became undead. Rorin agreed, but reminded them that there were no villages or towns nearby where they could come from, and without understanding where these creatures come from, it was impossible to choose a safe route. In his opinion, the best option was to proceed with extreme caution. One of the adventurers, turning to Croesus, expressed admiration. He admitted that he now saw him in a completely new light. He dealt with the undead in an instant, and his presence now instilled confidence in the safety of the party. Rorin sarcastically noted to himself that he was looking at a typical idiot. Bros gathered the group's attention and asked if there were any more objections. Since no one responded, he ordered them to continue on their way. He reminded them that there was only one day left to the city of Hansa. Everyone should be on their guard. At the same time, he himself realized with surprise that he was already acting as the leader of this mission. Rorin, with a slight grin, commented that it was a little late for such revelations. Lapis, noticing his efforts, expressed gratitude for his hard work. Rorin apologized to the coachman for the delay. The coachman responded with restraint that everything was fine. Rorin, thinking to himself, admitted to himself that if he had known in advance what he would have to go through, perhaps he would have seriously considered returning to Kaffa. Suddenly, one of the adventurers screamed. He was in shock, refusing to believe what was happening. He screamed that he didn't want to become food for these creatures. His voice broke in despair as the revenants attacked and began to tear him apart. Thus began the second night in the camp. Rorin, analyzing the situation, declared that it was not only a matter of caution. The problem was that there were too many enemies. The camp was attacked by revenants again. Crassus, finding himself in the thick of the battle, exclaimed that there were too many of them and he could not deal with them alone. Rorin, turning to Lapis, tried to clarify whether all the enemies were rebels. Lapis, after carefully examining the battlefield, said that most of them were zombies. Rorin took note and turned to the others, asking them to stay behind. He stepped forward. Sina, looking at him with fear, said his name with concern. Lapis quickly reassured her, promising that he would be fine. Rorin, raising his huge sword, noted with tired irony that it was hard to believe that he was about to cut through rotting flesh with this blade. But, gripping the weapon tighter, he began to crush the zombies with force and precision, cutting a path through the darkness of the second night. Rorin, feeling the weight of the sword become a part of his body, looked at his weapon with sincere admiration and admitted that it was a damn magnificent sword, as if it was created just for him. Bros, watching how easily he wielded the huge blade, could not contain his surprise. He exclaimed, noting how easily Rorin swung the huge metal monster. Rorin, dismissing the praise, remarked that one could get used to this. He inquired about Bros' condition, concerned that he had received any injuries. Bros, having gathered his courage, confirmed that he was fine. However, he immediately turned the conversation to something more important. He wondered what they were going to do next, because the undead appeared literally out of nowhere, and it was completely inexplicable. Lapis, listening to the conversation, suggested that everything that was happening was connected to the fact that they were the only living creatures in the area. Rorin picked up on her thought and expressed the opinion that the dead flocked to them like moths to a flame. He said he didn't want to force a decision, but he asked Bros whether he was going to move forward or turn back. Bros, as if feeling the weight of responsibility, muttered that he did not consider himself a leader. Rorin noted reservedly that he himself did not intend to take upon himself the final decision. Bros, having gathered his will, expressed confidence that they should continue on their way to Hansa. Everything they had already been through left them no right to retreat. Rorin agreed, noting that since Hansa was closer than Kaffa, they would have a better chance of survival if they went there. Bros expressed doubt that the entire city could fall. Rorin turned to Lapis, wanting to know her opinion. Lapis responded that she had no specific objections. Rorin summed it up. If there were no other opinions, then so be it. He asked if there was a single wagon left that was fit for the journey ahead. Lapis confirmed that they had managed to find one survivor, but the problem was that there was only one empty seat. Rorin clarified that this was caused by the zombies. Lapis explained that zombies and revenants do not attack horses. They only attack those that resemble their former, living selves. Bros added regretfully that the rest of the horses had been taken away. The drivers of the first and third carriages had taken them and disappeared. He had tried to stop them, but he had failed. Rorin admitted that in this situation it was inevitable. He declared that he would personally eliminate the nearest undead and instructed Bros to harness the remaining horses to the cart. He asked Lapis to take Sen and prepare to move. After that, he asked if the driver of the second cart was still alive. Sana, with concern in her voice, said that she had recently seen him nearby, among the trees. They approached, and she pointed at him. Lapis, looking more closely, said with sorrow in her voice that the coachman had already begun to turn into an undead. Rorin, clenching his teeth, mentally reproached himself. He knew that he was not well, but he did not pay due attention. He thought sadly that now he would not be able to give this man a decent send-off. Bros reported that the cart was ready, but none of the remaining men knew how to drive it. He admitted that he had never done it himself. Lapis took a step forward and said with a slight smile that now was the time for the priestess of the god of knowledge to intervene. Bros was amazed and noted with respect that she was a woman with many talents, if she was also capable of driving a cart. Lapis smiled and turned to Sana to check if she was comfortable. Sana nodded slightly, indicating that she felt fine. Lapis then asked Rorin to hurry up, saying that everyone was ready to leave. Rorin spoke loudly to the survivors, asking them to gather, announcing that they would fight their way to the city of Hansa. He noted with bitterness that it seemed that there was no one else left alive except them. Kras smirked and said mockingly that he never imagined that out of all the participants, Rorin would be the one to survive. He called him a little bastard, as if he couldn't come to terms with that fact. Rorin noted with a grin that Kras had used his own phrase, as if subconsciously repeating after him. Rorin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He remembered how he had told the survivors to gather, and he couldn't help but admit that it was a strange coincidence that Crassus had been the one to respond. It was indeed an unexpected but in some ways pleasant stroke of luck. Crassus, wasting no time, confirmed that he had heard the intention to move to Hansa. He immediately asked if Rorin had any plan of action. Rorin, calmly but firmly, replied that he had no clear plan, and if Crassus did not like it, he could suggest another path himself. Layla intervened, trying to stop the tension, and noted that now was not the time for arguing. Laura also supported her, emphasizing that they should work together, otherwise they would be exhausted not only physically but also mentally if they continued to fight among themselves. Rorin, not wanting to waste time, advised everyone who was going to go with them to hurry. He said that there was only one cart left, and they intended to use it to get to Hansa. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. He shouted loudly for everyone to lie down, sensing danger. Kras turned, peering into the haze of horror. His gaze darted to Angie. Rorin, seeing the creature, was amazed. A monster appeared before them, incredible and frightening. He asked what kind of creature it was. Lapis quickly assessed the situation and determined that it was a bone dragon. She added that there were not only zombies on the loose now, but similar creatures as well. Angie, watching the events unfold, mentally reproached herself. She admitted that she had been careless. Even though her body was still intact, she realized that she could not allow others to suffer because of her own mistake. She knew that if they took too long, the zombies would start to fill the area again. Her main goal was to give Kras a chance to survive and get away. Angie, with desperate determination, shouted to Layla and Laura to grab Kras and get away immediately. Kras, hearing this, was indignant. He could not understand why she was giving such orders. Bros was already urging the others on, telling them to quickly jump into the cart, since it was necessary to leave immediately. Kras, however, refused. He could not and did not want to leave his girlfriend. He declared that he would never abandon Angie and would go after her. Layla, realizing the absurdity of what was happening, objected. According to her, there was no way they could deal with this monster. At least, in their current state, they had no chance. Laura begged Kras to think about her life. Rorin watched the exchange in silence. Lapis sighed and noted with a hint of mockery that this was starting to sound like a harem cliché. She suggested that Rorin simply use the power of friendship, since according to the logic of such stories, then everything would work out. Then she asked with a hint of irony what they were going to do. Rorin, thinking to himself, remembered that his first impression of Crassus had not been very positive. He had not felt any sympathy towards him, and at one point had even thought that leaving him behind might not be such a bad idea. But at the same time, he clearly understood what it was like to lose loved ones. This feeling was too familiar to him, and therefore he could not just let it happen. Lapis, noticing this, said with a kind smile that this is exactly why she cannot hate him. Rorin's heart was in complete agreement with her words. He truly understood what it meant to hold on to someone who was leaving. He assessed the situation. It was impossible to defeat a monster like a bone dragon. Moreover, they were ordinary mercenaries, not heroes or knights from legends. But he knew that if they did not react now, the girl's life would be in danger. Lapis explained that bone dragons do not need to consume flesh or blood to survive. These creatures feed on negative emotions such as suffering, despair, and sadness. That is why this dragon did not kill the girl immediately. He sank his fangs into her flesh slowly, drawing out every drop of fear and pain from her. She added that they had no more time. She was going to use magic on the count of 3 to distract the beast, and that was the moment Rorin had to act. Rorin was surprised to note that he thought Lapis could only use healing spells. Lapis cheerfully replied that she had just recently mastered a new ability, and now she had something fresh, as if it had just come out of the magic oven. Rorin, hearing this, nodded and expressed his willingness. Lapis began to concentrate, chanting the magic words. Her voice was firm. "In the name of the Master, let the sacred light shine." Cras watched in amazement as the energy gathered around her. Loru recognized the spell and confirmed that it only worked on evil creatures, including the undead. Lapis firmly stated the name of her new power, Purification Magic. At that moment, Rorin stepped forward and struck with his huge sword, connecting light with blade. Together they rushed into battle. Rorin, squeezing the hilt of the sword, concentrated and mentally pronounced an order to himself, to destroy the basis, to destroy the core of this abomination. At that very moment, Lapis, full of determination, activated the spell and released a deadly bait, accompanying it with a furious cry, in which one could hear pure rage and a desire to finish off the enemy. Rorin, without wasting any time, turned across and commanded him not to slow down. At the same moment, he shouted to Lapis to return to the carriage immediately. Lapis replied that she understood and quickly took the wounded with her, following him without delay. Rorin was watching the enemy's movements with great intensity at this point. He noticed that the dragon's legs, which had been destroyed recently, had already recovered. An alarming thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps he would give chase again. Rorin leaned over and cursed silently, calling the monster a vile creature. His only consolation was that the enemy was made entirely of bone and probably incapable of flight. But at the same time, a swarm of thoughts in his head did not give him peace. After all, dragons use magical power to fly, and if this is so, then they need wings more as an auxiliary element. He tried to understand whether the bone dragon is capable of flight or not. Lapis, without taking her eyes off the road, commented that the undead were too primitive to consciously use magic. Most likely, this dragon lacked such an ability. However, she immediately added that in the current situation it does not matter, because the carriage with horses is moving slowly anyway, and they cannot speed up. Meanwhile, the monster gradually reduces the distance between them. Cras, concerned about Angie's condition, asked to slow down a little, so that she could feel better. Rose, furious, retorted, calling him an idiot. He warned that the slightest delay would inevitably lead to the dragon catching up with them, and eventually everyone would die. He then added bitterly that, in that case, they would all probably be called martyrs, but only posthumously. Rorin, ignoring the quarrel, asked if there was a high sanctuary nearby. Loru replied that if anyone was still able to use magic, they should continue to support Enji until their strength was completely exhausted. Bros turned to Rorin, trying to understand if he truly understood that by engaging such an opponent, they were doomed. He emphasized that without the power of the High Acolyte, they had no chance. He wondered what Rorin was even capable of. Rorin, without any fear or doubt, admitted that they had lost this battle from the start. He had no illusions. No matter what they did, the outcome was already decided. Crassus, with desperation in his voice, reminded them that the nearest shrine was on the opposite side of their current route. Rorin, firmly and without a shadow of hesitation, said that even if they all died, he forbade anyone to turn from the path. Their task was to reach the end. Rorin gritted his teeth internally. The darkness lay before him, and rain clouds hid the sky. But finally they began to disperse, and the light of the full moon illuminated the road. He looked up, and the bone dragon was still pursuing them. At this point, Rorin turned to his companions, warning them that they must not reduce speed under any circumstances. Lapis? She nodded, confirming that she understood everything. And then Rorin suddenly noticed how she expertly rode around one of the trees. He froze in surprise when he realized that she did it not by accident, but on purpose. He remembered that instead of eyes, she once had prosthetics. He turned to her and said with surprise that she could possibly actually see. Lapis, with a slight but confident smile, replied that she could see, and more than ever before, clearly, distinctly, and unmistakably. Rorin noted that the situation seemed extremely odd. He wondered why none of the others had noticed the obvious, since the threat was so obvious and even suspicious. He pointed out that it should be conveyed to everyone. The bone dragon had excellent night vision, and even if it turned out not to be so, he advised them to rely on their instincts and intuition, because only intuitive perception will allow them to choose the best path in such a critical situation. This will give a better understanding of how to proceed. Lapis, looking at the passengers of the carriage, suggested an unexpected and abrupt solution. She said with cold irony that perhaps it would be worth throwing the red-haired stupid child out of the carriage. Rorin immediately understood who she was talking about and asked if she was talking about Crass. Lapis confirmed with a grin, adding that how could it be anyone else? There was no other such naive, ignorant, red-haired, overgrown child here. Cross, hearing the words, froze and looked towards Lapis with confusion. He was trying to understand what was happening to Angie. Loru, under stress, said that she was no longer able to use healing magic. She could not help Angie at the moment. Crass, with despair in his voice, rushed to his friend, asking her not to die, to hold on, begging her not to leave him. Rorin, realizing that panicking would only make the situation worse, sternly reminded them not to lose their fighting spirit in the middle of battle. Crass, seeing Rorin approaching him, exclaimed, trying to understand what he was going to do. Rorin seemed unconcerned by the protests. He calmly said that he did not think it necessary to explain. Then he sharply commanded Crassus to move. Crass, who had not expected this, cried out in confusion, not understanding why this had befallen him. But he did not have time to finish. The next second, Lapis threw him forward with force, straight towards the horse. Crassus panicked as he flew. He realized that if he fell, he would either end up under the wheels of a cart or simply be trampled by a horse. Having landed, he shouted in rage towards his companions, not understanding what they were doing. Lapis, without missing a beat, explained that he had a gift, the ability to strengthen. She told him to use it on the horse to speed up the carriage, because if they didn't do everything possible now, the dragon would catch up with them, and then it would be the end for them all. Crass, still not fully understanding, shouted that she was suggesting using force on a living being. Lapis, raising her voice, snapped that they had no time to argue. Now was not the time for moralizing. They had to act immediately, or the bone dragon would turn them all into mincemeat. Crass, looking at those who tried to save him, mentally asked himself the only important question. Could he let these people die? He realized that even if his efforts did not help, he could not remain inactive. Then he activated his ability. The carriage accelerated sharply. Rorin, feeling a powerful jolt, was surprised to note how quickly they had picked up speed. Lapis, looking ahead, ordered to speed up. There was no time to relax. They had to keep moving without stopping until dawn. Rorin asked what would change when the morning came. Lapis replied that the bone dragon was a type of undead that was susceptible to sunlight. When the sun rose, its strength would be greatly weakened, and it would no longer be able to continue the chase. This was their chance to escape. Layla turned to Crass and called out to him, as if expecting confirmation. Bros, still stubborn, reminded about the supreme sanctuary. Senna, still with a trembling voice, whispered, addressing Rorin, calling him brother. Rorin, with a heavy look, said that despite all this, At least they now had a chance to stay alive. It may not be ideal, but they certainly did not need death. Rorin woke up breathing heavily and noted to himself that it was morning. He realized that they had managed to break away from their pursuers with great difficulty. Although not without losses, the result was positive. Loru, noticing that he had come to his senses, softly greeted him, adding ironically that the dragon apparently had 9 lives. Rorin looked back and reported that Senna had just fallen asleep. Her breathing was even, which calmed him down a little. He then wondered mentally about the state of the others, and was especially interested in what was happening to Bros. Layla, who was standing nearby, replied that she could not say anything definite. Only a short time had passed since their escape, and with each passing hour, Bros's condition was getting worse and worse. Rorin asked if they had tried to heal him. Leela explained that Loru had indeed tried her best to heal Bros. However, it hadn't yielded any results. She was forced to give Loru some time to rest. As for Angie, her condition also remained critical. Even after the second attempt at healing, there was no improvement. The wounds were too numerous and deep. Layla admitted that she could not even say with certainty that Angie was alive. Rather, according to her, she resembled not a person, but a dead body. Rorin considered this, coming to the conclusion that the reason why 2 of their squad had been taken out of action at once was still unknown. He mentally noted that fate was not very kind to them. Lapis walked up to him cheerfully, noticing that he was already awake. She said with a slight smile that this morning was simply incredible, as if mocking the recent events. Rorin, looking over the cart, noted to himself that the horse was fortunately fine. Then his gaze slid down the road and he tried to get his bearings. He asked how much time was left before arriving in Hansa. Lapis replied that she couldn't say for sure. But, in her opinion, if they hadn't lost their way, then the road to the city should be straight, without forks. Rorin confidently stated that if the route remained the same, then everything would be fine. Lapis added that, despite the fact that their journey cannot be called an ordinary walk, she sincerely hopes that nothing so terrible will happen ahead. Rorin nodded and said he was glad to see she was okay. He reminded her that she had mentioned something about fabrics the night before, and asked him to bring as much of it as possible. Lapis narrowed her eyes in response, and mockingly accused him of lying. She made a joking remark that perhaps some men liked being beaten by cute and beautiful girls. Rorin, not giving in to her teasing, confidently said that he had no such inclinations. Lapis admitted with relief that it was a good thing, because otherwise she would have felt extremely awkward. She then addressed him by name and asked if he could steer the horse straight. Rorin asked her to move over a little so he could sit in front. He admitted that he had barely slept all night and was feeling very tired. Lapis made room for him, handed him the reins, and showed him where it was best to stay. Rorin mentally noted that the trestles, designed for 2, were rather cramped. He suggested to Lapis that if she wanted to rest, it would be best to move to the roof of the carriage, where she could get more comfortable. Lapis refused, saying that she was quite comfortable here. Rorin looked at her and thought with a grin that this wasn't entirely true, but he didn't argue anymore. Rorin mentally noted that even though they had left the danger zone fairly quickly, the feeling of safety was still extremely tenuous. He couldn't say for sure whether they were safe now or had merely delayed the inevitable. At that moment, he noticed movement nearby. The Sen began to move. He looked at her in surprise and quietly noted that she was awake. Her voice sounded weak and confused. She called him, calling him brother. Meanwhile, something disturbing was happening in the carriage. Everyone inside was clearly feeling unwell. The atmosphere was getting thicker, and Rorin couldn't take it anymore. He cried out sharply, trying to understand what exactly was happening here. He was sure it wasn't a curse, but what was happening was definitely out of the ordinary. Senna, trembling, turned to him, asking what they should do now. Rorin noted bitterly that no matter what action they took, they still could not help. Even healing magic was completely useless in this situation. The only thing left for them to do was to move forward, in the hope that sooner or later they would reach the city. Lapis confidently stated that Hansa was already very close. Rorin, doubtful, tried to clarify what such confidence was based on. Lapis explained that in the past, when her father came here on business, she often walked around the area around Hansa. She remembered the local landscapes very well. Now, before their eyes, the very landscape that, according to her memories, preceded the emergence of the city, opened up. Rorin breathed a sigh of relief. This was the best news he had had in a long time. He hoped that this was their chance to survive. Lapis warned him against being overly optimistic. She said she felt something strange. The air seemed to vibrate with tension. Something bad had happened here, she said, and they needed to be prepared. They would have to fight, if necessary. Rorin froze, looking ahead. What appeared before their eyes did not fit into his idea of a city. What he saw was not normal. He said with bitterness that if this was a city, it was absolutely not like what they expected. Lapis was equally shocked. She couldn't understand what had happened, but something was clearly wrong. The city gates were wide open. There were no guards, no passers-by. Complete silence reigned in the place where life was usually in full swing. She noted that if the gates had been closed, one might assume that the entire garrison had gone on a campaign, perhaps to purge the undead from Dragonshire. But all the gates were wide open, which only added to the anxiety. Rorin, watching what was happening, said excitedly that now it was not so clear what to do next. Lapis tried to remain calm as she thought out loud. Despite the possibility of an undead invasion, a completely empty city could still be valuable. She expressed hope that they would be able to replenish supplies and give everyone at least a short rest. However, she also added that they had no right to abandon those who were currently left in the cart and could not walk on their own. Rorin, turning to Senna, looked at her with kindness and firmness. In her behavior, he saw her essence, the one that makes her not retreat even in difficult conditions. He promised that he would not let them die. He would overcome this test, no matter what. They entered the city, which was unusually quiet and deserted. Lapis immediately noticed that the streets were empty, there was not a single person in sight, and there were no signs of a recent battle. He emphasized that there was no destruction or evidence of violent conflict, and noted that none of this looked like the result of an undead invasion. Rorin noted a strange detail. Despite the complete absence of people, the city itself looked as if it was still being tended. He shared his feelings and admitted that this feeling was becoming increasingly unsettling. Lapis, in an attempt to defuse the situation, added that two travelers left alone in an empty, silent city was a very romantic picture. He suggested that this could even be a pleasant circumstance. Rorin was not enthusiastic and responded to this remark without enthusiasm, considering it inappropriate for the current situation. Lapis admitted that her words were said with a bit of a joke and chuckled. Rorin's attention shifted to Kras, and he pointed at him, waiting for an explanation. Lapis looked at Kras and suggested that he might need to be lowered down, but quickly added that she had no desire to touch him. Rorin agreed with this reluctance and noted that he, too, would try to avoid contact if possible. Lapis said with regret in her voice that she felt sorry for the horse, which had obviously gotten into trouble. Rorin reminded them that there were 4 people in their carriage, barely hanging on to life, and suggested that they leave the matter for later. He suggested that they find a hospital first. Lapis agreed with the proposal and immediately asked Sena if she knew where in this city a hospital could be located. After a short pause, Sena confidently pointed out the direction in which, in her opinion, they should go. Taking her direction, Lapis suggested that the entire group head in the designated direction. Rorin, taking the reins, said that he could only go straight, and so he returned control to Lapis. Lapis thanked him for the temporary replacement, noting that it was useful. When they reached the building, Rorin looked at it doubtfully and expressed the opinion that the building seemed too small to be a city hospital. Sena asked in surprise, not understanding what the problem was. Lapis explained that this was not a city hospital, and noted with a hint of surprise that the daughter of the ruler of the Hansa knew about this small clinic. She concluded that Sena's father had probably brought her here to see a trusted private doctor. Sena confirmed that the doctor was indeed an outstanding specialist and said that her father always brought her here. Rorin, after hearing this, made an observation. The mayor, in his opinion, chose a private doctor to treat his daughter, and not a state clinic, and he found this very strange. Lapis suggested that perhaps it was even a safer option right now, since she was reluctant to visit public institutions without full information about the situation in the city. Rorin, noticing her wariness, wanted to know the basis for her suspicions. Lapis replied that she couldn't say anything for sure yet, and asked Rorin to pull the victims out of the carriage. She also turned to their companion, asking him to help. Kras raised his head with difficulty and said that he needed to rest a little, since they were able to escape from the dragon largely due to his actions. Lapis reminded him of who exactly saved Angie from the dragon, and emphasized that it was Mr. Rorin. Kras, hearing this, with difficulty acknowledged Rorin's merits and thanked him, albeit hesitantly. Rorin noted that the rescue was not yet complete, and thought that instead of talking, they should focus on moving the victims to the clinic building. Kras, having come to his senses a little, agreed with him and expressed his readiness to immediately begin work. Rorin, recalling recent events, mentioned that at night his priestess had whipped Crassus without much mercy, and he had not expressed any obvious displeasure. Crassus reacted to this with obvious confusion, not understanding what was meant. Rorin suggested that perhaps Crassus was simply enjoying it. Crassus exclaimed that this was absolutely not the case, and claimed that he was a normal person. Rorin, remaining calm, noted that in such a case the normal reaction would have been to ask the priestess to stop. Lapis intervened, suggesting that Kras would have come to his senses without such a jolt. Rorin smiled and said that it wasn't the method, but that he found the whole situation quite funny. Rorin reported that it was all over. Lapis asked if they had managed to get everyone down. Rorin confirmed that the work was completed, adding that there were supplies left in the wagons. Although there were not many of them, there was food among them, which was important in their situation. Lapis said with relief that she also had good news. She said that despite the fact that it was a private clinic, the stock of medicines there was quite extensive and useful for their current needs. Kras reminded Lapis that she was a priestess and asked if she had any medical knowledge. Lapis agreed that she had some knowledge of medical matters and expressed confidence that Laura also had some training in the field. Kras explained that Laura actually had good knowledge of legal matters and that Angie was the real medic in their group. He added that Angie was the one who needed help now and admitted that he couldn't have done it alone. After that, he sincerely thanked Lapis for her help. Lapis, having looked around, came to the conclusion that she could most likely do something to help the victims recover, and decided to start with one of the patients. Rorin suggested that she hurry, since it would be a shame to come all this way, and end up losing someone right on the threshold of salvation. Lapis stated that the men should leave the room during the treatment, as she would need to begin medical procedures, have done something useful during this time. Kras indignantly asked if she was really asking him to leave, since the victims were his friends. Lapis calmly explained that she was about to begin a treatment that would require the undressing of 3 girls, and pointed out that Crassus would hardly want to watch this process. She asked if he really wanted to look at the naked bodies of the girls. Kras was embarrassed and began to justify himself by saying that this was not the case at all. Lapis continued, adding that she might also have to undress Mr. Bros, and sarcastically suggested that looking at naked middle-aged men was some kind of exquisite hobby of Crassus. Kras was stunned by this suggestion and managed to say with difficulty that he had said nothing of the sort. Lapis gestured for him to be quiet so as not to distract them from their preparations. Rorin decided to move away as well and started saying something. Lapis turned to him with gratitude and suggested that they explore the surrounding area together with Sena, expressing doubts about the advisability of entrusting this task to Kras. She added that he would also feel like a bad idea to take care of Sena, and stressed that it would be safer for the girl to be around Rorin. Rorin asked if Lapis wanted Sena to stay indoors. Lapis calmly reminded her that during the treatment she would have to remove the clothes of patients, including not only women. She expressed her belief that the naked sight of Mr. Bros could have a psychologically traumatic effect on Sena. Rorin, hearing this, expressed surprise that the undressing would be done to complete nakedness. Lapis clarified that nothing terrible would happen in their situation if the men simply walked around the perimeter. She reminded that Sena is a local and probably knows her way around the area, which could be helpful. Rorin agreed with her arguments and acknowledged that she was right. Lapis asked if she could rely on him. Rorin promised to return the moment he felt the situation was becoming dangerous. Lapis wished them luck and added expectantly that she would be waiting for their return. Sena quietly announced that she was leaving with Rorin. Lapis, left alone with the task, began to think with slight tension about where she should begin. Kras, despite his awkwardness, encouraged her, asking her to begin. Rorin, approaching the exit, suggested that Sena go, Sena humbly confirmed her readiness, calling him brother and joining him. Rorin looked down the street, which he assumed had once been a market street. He noticed that the vegetables left in the stalls were dry and spoiled, but not yet rotting, indicating that the event had happened recently. All the shops were intact, and there was no sign of struggle, destruction, or disorder in any of them. In fact, some houses even had uneaten food, as if left in a hurry. Despite this, no trace of the attack was ever found. Sen, looking around, expressed surprise at what had happened to the city's inhabitants. She was worried about where they could have disappeared to. Rorin mused out loud that if the townspeople had truly fled the city in panic or evacuated en masse, it was unlikely that they would have left behind their personal belongings and food. He pointed out that all valuables and household items were left untouched, as if the people had disappeared suddenly, without taking anything with them. After this, he asked Sena if she knew how many people usually lived in this city. Sena was at a loss and replied that she could not give an exact population figure. Rorin's inner reflection led him to the conclusion that, judging by the size of the city and the scale of the development, the population must have been between 30 and 50,000 people. He wondered if these people had disappeared, as if they had melted into thin air like smoke. It seemed unlikely to him, but he decided that when he returned to Kaifa, he would definitely report this incident to the Adventurers Guild, although he doubted that they would believe him. He added that people cannot disappear without a trace. In any case, there should have been at least drops of blood, bodies, or other traces of what happened. Sena quietly addressed him, calling him brother. Rorin realized that he had been too emotional and apologized to her. Sena replied that everything was fine, and admitted that she herself was becoming increasingly worried, especially since there had been no news of her father or the rest of the villagers. Rorin's thoughts returned to the assumption that if Sena's parents and the other townspeople were still alive, they most likely could have taken refuge in the castle or the main residence, which was located in the very center of the city. He noted that Hansa was surrounded by walls, but it still seemed as if the defenses were not designed for fighting inside the city. The main street leading to the residence could be passed without obstacles. He admitted to himself that, if he had the opportunity, he would have been happy to inspect the castle in the near future. However, he also realized that of the 7 people with him, only 3 were able to act right now. This created a dangerous situation. He concluded that it would be safer to wait until the other 4 had recovered before launching full-scale operations, but he was still unsure whether he had enough time. Sena noticed his intense gaze and asked what was wrong. Rorin felt like someone was watching him and reported that there was someone nearby. He guessed that it could be either a person or a monster. Sena pointed to the side and said that she noticed movement. Rorin stopped her and spoke loudly. He introduced himself as an adventurer who had come to the Hansa on an official mission, and explained that he was currently trying to figure out what was happening. He turned to the stranger and demanded to know who she was and what had happened in the city. The girl, looking tired and scared, said she needed help. Rorin asked if she was a local resident. The girl nodded and confirmed her origin. He said in a restrained but firm tone that he wanted to know what exactly had happened here, where all the inhabitants had disappeared to, and why she was here alone. The girl explained that a few days ago, everyone started acting strange. She was scared by what was happening and hid in the basement. However, she ran out of food and had to go outside. Rorin asked if she had a family. The girl said that her parents had died, and she was left completely alone. Then he asked another important question: was there anyone else in town she knew or had seen? The girl admitted that she didn't know, but then looked at Sena in surprise and asked if she was the master's daughter. Rorin didn't deny it and admitted that it was quite possible that Sena really was his daughter. The girl excitedly reported that the main residence, where they were apparently going, should be safe. According to her, there were soldiers there and a protective fence around it. Rorin mentally noted that his own guess had been correct and acknowledged that this might indeed be the only sensible solution. He decided that he would definitely need to discuss this with Lapis. Then he turned to the girl and asked what she was going to do next. The girl asked to be taken along with him with excitement. She said that she would not be able to reach the master's residence alone. As a citizen of the Kanza, she expressed her willingness to serve the head's family and promised to take care of them. She introduced herself as Sutel and sincerely asked permission to join. Sena thanked her politely. Kras, watching the proceedings, dryly commented that they had therefore found a survivor, and then politely invited her in. Rorin mentally noted that Crassus had remained vigilant, as he had been instructed to do. There was a sense of honesty and responsibility in his actions. Rorin had initially thought Crassus was a narcissistic fool. He was now forced to admit that he wasn't all that bad. Perhaps his previous behavior was due to the unhealthy environment he found himself in. Lapis greeted Rorin, welcoming him back. He asked how the treatment was going. Lapis replied that the treatment was finished, but that she couldn't enter yet. She then turned her attention to her new companion with interest, noting that they hadn't returned empty-handed. Rorin explained that Sutel was a survivor they had found in the city, and unfortunately, she was the only one they had managed to find. He then suggested that, given that the sun was still high, they should begin preparing to move to the residence, as now was the best time to do so. Lapis acknowledged that this was a reasonable suggestion. She added that the 3 patients who suffered in an unknown manner were gradually recovering and would soon recover. However, she warned that with Angie, things were much more complicated. As a result of the injuries she received, her internal organs suffered from bleeding and compression, and therefore she was in serious condition. According to Lapis, it is absolutely not worth moving Angie in this state. Rorin asked for clarification on how long it would take to recover. Lapis said that she needed to rest at least today. Tomorrow, Laura would probably come to her senses and use her healing spells. By the end of tomorrow, Angie could be carefully moved. Rorin admitted that haste could cost Angie her life, and suggested leaving Cross with her while they and the others headed to the residence. Lapis, hearing Rorin's thoughts about leaving part of the group and moving on without Ange, noted that the proposal sounded cold-blooded and ruthless. Rorin ironically reminded her that it was she, a person with a priestly background, who accused him of being callous. After a short pause, Lapis decided to return to the heart of the matter and asked how they would act in this situation. Rorin suggested staying overnight in the current location and setting out only when all members of the group were sufficiently restored to be able to travel the road without risking their lives. Lapis accepted this decision with understanding and said that she would begin preparing for the sleepover to ensure everyone's comfort and safety. Sutel, who was standing nearby, readily expressed a desire to help, offering her services in organizing overnight accommodation. However, Lapis politely but firmly refused her help. She then turned to Sen and Sutel with a request to spend the remaining time until the morning separately, being in different rooms. Sutel asked, puzzled and slightly worried, why she wasn't allowed to at least take care of. Senator Lapis remained calm and explained that if Sutel really wanted to work together with the group, she should follow orders without question. She warned that if she objected or refused to follow instructions, Sutel's continued presence in their group would be impossible. Sutel was taken aback by the abrupt warning, but did not object. Sana, a little excited, called Sutel, as if hoping that the situation would become clearer. Rorin, sensing the tension, tried to intervene. Lapis realized that she had perhaps spoken too harshly and quickly apologized. She explained that such language was a relic of her strict training during her formative years as a priestess. However, she insisted that Sutel fulfill her request and follow the instructions, adding that it would not take much effort and would be quite feasible for her. Sutel realized that there was no point in arguing and humbly agreed. Lapis took the initiative and invited Sutel to go with her to the room assigned to her. At the same time, she called Sina to come with them. Sina, clearly unwilling to part with her brother, turned to Rorin and timidly asked if she could stay with him. Lapis firmly stated that such an option was impossible. Rorin, sitting down next to the girl, gently explained that he himself did not fully understand what was happening now, but he was firmly convinced that it would be safer for her to remain inside the building than to be outside. He added that the premises are being guarded by a reliable and kind guy. Then he promised that tomorrow they would definitely go in search of her parents. Sina, listening to his words, agreed with the proposal and nodded. Meanwhile, in his thoughts, Rorin felt anxious and quietly hoped that everything would really end well, and that his expectations, despite all the oddities, would turn out to be correct.